almost everybody that goes through here comes back and says, that's my favorite golf tournament, and I like to play in the Memorial Tournament.
Today, on the grounds where the Golden Bear himself used to hunt for prey in his youth, the world's elite golfers now pray for birdies in their hunt for one of the most prestigious trophies on tour. The victor spoils are not only the glittering piece of hardware bestowed upon him, but a lasting snapshot in time, resulting in an indelible memory. What memories will be created this week to join the legions from the past?
Oh, yes!
Look at this shot. Look at this. Might go in. Might go in. Might go in. It is in. That was incredible.
The Memorial Tournament, presented by Nationwide Insurance, is next. The PGA Tour proudly presents the Memorial Tournament, presented by Nationwide Insurance, as part of the season-long race for the FedEx Cup. Coverage is delivered by FedEx and presented by Southwest Airlines.
Bounce. Yep.
Next to play from Dallas, Texas, KJ Choi. And from Dallas, Texas, Hunter Mahan.
Fine.
Jeannie sent you that Butch Harmon.
A little slanted from right to left. Today's hole location is back left. And with a right to left wind, that's a pretty accessible hole location. A player can land it in the middle of the green, let it feed down to the hole without taking too much of a risk going into this green. Scoring average is 4.11, so it's a difficult starting hole. There's been one eagle, a lot more bogeys and birdies, but it's a great hole to get started in your round.
This is the second group off the first hole. I think you're going in groups of 3 today off both 1 and 10. And Mark, let's take a look here at Memorial. A lot of similarities to when you played and a lot of differences as well.
Yeah, I said the other day that, you know, the great thing about this design, it was done so good the first time by Jack Nicklaus, assisted by Desmond Muirhead, that there hasn't been a lot of changes. The 16th is the biggest change where they added a lake on the par 3. It's increased in yardage by only 400 yards by modern standards. That's not a lot. It was just under 7,000 when it was built. It was opened in 1974, bent grass fairways and greens. That's why the conditions are so beautiful to come here. Every time you came in the gate, you couldn't wait. You caught yourself smiling. It was so lush and green and perfect condition. But here's the number that jumps out to me, 14. Number 14, that's the reading of the stimp meter on a flat level putt. You throw some slope in here and some wind, and these putts can be running at 18 and 20. And that's why we saw people having so much trouble making putts and even two-putting at times yesterday. It's a real big part of playing this golf course.
Yeah, exactly.
We saw Guan Tin Long, a putt one off the green at the 18th earlier in the week. We saw Tiger Woods spin a couple off the 18th. That sloping green and windy, fast conditions. Take a look at the profile of Trevor Immelman. This is a player who won the Pub Links Championship, beat Jason Duffner at Torrey Pines back in 1998, 15 years ago.
He's one of the truly nice guys, and there's a lot of them out here, but he's one of the truly nice guys on tour. His own father told me a couple of years ago, can you get Trevor not to practice so much? He says he practices to a fault, and he's kind of been injury plagued the last several years. A little bit of that has to do with the amount of pounding on his wrist and arms. Had some surgery several years ago, but came back after that surgery to win the Masters. But truly nice guy, beautiful golf swing. Hasn't got the most out of it the last couple of years, but he's working hard to regain that winning form.
10, I think, is fine.
10 is 2 or 3.
Yeah.
Gotta be down to 200.
Yeah.
And westerly straight down.
Yeah. Yes, I am.
It's a bit down from up there.
Yeah. Well, that 200 that we picked to land, it's playing 80. So.
Great conversation we got to listen into. Billy, pretty good draw lie with the back left hole location.
It is, Mark, but you know, you look at the flagstick. I mean, the wind is just blowing so hard right now that you're going to have to play to, really can't shoot this flagstick. You're going to have to shoot 20 feet right and actually land it pretty much on the first third of the green in order to keep the ball on the green. 215 yards.
You called it, Billy. That ball rolled just over, and the bad news for Trevor, it's in that bluegrass rough that's kind of swirling into him. It will be a difficult pitch, even though he's only some 15 or 18 feet from the hole.
Yeah, and I think, you know, anytime you have that shot over 200 yards and you're coming so much downhill, and the green does sit slightly below you just a little bit, it's just so difficult to keep it on the green. Now KJ Choi just outside 200 yards, 202. Now he likes to work the ball a little left to right, so I'm just going to kind of see if he tries to play that shot. Yeah. Trying to put a little more air underneath it, Mark. He's pulled it left. That may have been a product of the lie that he had. The ball was well above his feet.
Well, this fairway, as we mentioned, cantilevers hard from right to left. I really think the harder hole location, though, is that right hole location because of that. Today, they're going to have to be smart, though, because Hunter's ball landed on a severe downslope that fed that ball through the green. And as you mentioned exactly correctly, they've got to land this really on the first third of the green and have it feed over that hill.
Love it right now, bud.
I think this is an interesting club choice right here. 160 yards to the hole, and he's chosen a 7-iron. He's just trying to hit a high, huge cut, try and land it softly. Wow, that ball released. Went a long way after hitting the green, Mark.
Well, there's a lot of confidence, so to try to hold that up against that right to left wind. And you said it. You know, he didn't go with the less club and hit it hard. He tried to use the wind to soften it. That's about as soft as you can land it. It still rolls through to the first cut of fringe, but that'll be a very makeable eagle putt from just off the green by 4 or 5 inches.
And he can grin as he makes his way toward the first green. Take a look at Hunter's profile. Like KJ Choi, now makes his home in the Dallas-Fort Worth Metroplex on the west side of the Metroplex. Played his collegiate golf at Oklahoma State.
He did have 1 year at Southern Cal, but he must have wanted to move to Oklahoma State, and he was a 2-time first-team All-American his last 2 years.
Lost the U.S. Amateur Championship to Ricky Barnes. And like Trevor Immelman, got to play the Masters as an amateur and made the cut like Immelman did. Would you say that's plum, Billy? I'm trying to match the color match here, the pants and the cap. It's sharp.
I don't think it's a plum color. I think it's it has kind of a pinkish hue to it.
Billy, I'm impressed.
Very
it
nice.
matches the soles of his shoes. Now that really is getting finite there. I like that.
He was 4 for 4 this week doing that with the shoes and
Times
the
have
slacks.
changed. You know, he is it's cute. I ran into him at the Players Championship 2 years ago. And Billy, you and I both live in Ponte Vedra Beach, Florida, in a little restaurant called Sierra Grill. And he had his sunglasses on. He looked at me and he smiled. He said, "Mark, it's my favorite restaurant on the tour." And it's a little fresh food Mexican restaurant that he sneaks in and out of. He said, "I eat about every meal here during the tournament." You know, there's a lot of good young players we talk about now that he is in his early 30s, but I have always been impressed with the way he swings the golf club. Tremendously balanced. He's a beautiful driver of the ball, which is so important on the PGA Tour, and he seems to have a very good personality to play this game under a lot of pressure.
Yeah, he really does. And Sean Foley's got some pretty good students, but now KJ Choi, bunker, really good bunker player. This is a pretty simple bunker shot, about as simple as you can get at Muirfield.
Second on tour in sand saves.
What I can't help to notice already on our first featured group is that the ball is rolling out, Billy.
Yeah, I would think that the players are going to have to play for maybe, I mean, especially downwind. That first bounce, once it hits the green, they're going to have to play for that ball to pitch forward, 10 to 12 feet, especially downwind.
All right, historically, Mark and Billy, best bunker player you ever played with or against?
Well, what jumps to my mind, everybody thinks of Gary Player, and that's true, but another one that we may have forgotten is Chichi Rodriguez. He could do so much out of the bunker.
I would have to put Chichi up there. If you're just going purely proximity to the hole.
You're not putting.
Yeah, I would put Chichi up there, and I would also put Ballesteros up there.
Good choices.
Now Immelman's third.
Delicate little shot right here, just a little pop stroke right here. Just try to pinch it. Smartly played.
Well done. He made that look easier than it was, Billy. That could get away from you so quickly.
And now this birdie putt from just off the edge of the green for Mahan. He's improved his putting mark in Billy. Last year he was 112th on the PGA Tour in that strokes gained putting category. This year he's top 40.
Yeah, I think the strokes gained putting, I think you talked to Phil Mickelson, he thinks that is the most important stat that is kept on the PGA Tour, is the strokes gained putting. Great opportunity to get off to a great start here, just a little left to right in this putt.
That was a great tee shot. It was a terrific second, and he paid it off with a birdie 3 at the first. Good start for Hunter Mahan. All three of these players beginning at even par for the day.
And that's one of those starts that really builds confidence, because I think the tee shot, second shot, and the putt all are exactly what he was envisioning before he hit them. And it's not often you can picture it and then do it exactly the same. And I do think, though, Billy, this is probably the easiest hole location on this green for the weather conditions today.
I would think so, Mark, because you look at the tilt of the green, everything lends itself to move down towards that back left corner of the green. And, you know, if you position the ball in the fairway and you can land it somewhere in that first third of the green with somewhere with a 7-iron or 8-iron, you should be able to get the ball relatively close to the hole.
KJ Choi to pad his sand save statistics. Big fat grip on his putter that we've seen the last few years from him.
And actually started out the week, Grant, with the thinner grip putter, so kind of going back and forth.
It looks like he made a good choice in the change there. That was a beautiful stroke, and those are not as easy as they look, folks, when these greens are 14 on the stimp meter. Now Trevor. 2 pars and a birdie. Good start for this group, our featured group.
You see Trevor has struggled on the par 3s this week, but he's played well on the 4s and 5s. And let's take a look at this par 4 second, Mark, from high above.
Boy, I really like this hole. This hole always gave me fits because it really fits a draw. The fairway cantilevers opposite of the first hole, a little left to right with a stream running all down the right-hand side. It's 455 yards long. And it's a beautiful green, and Mr. Nicklaus gives you openings from the left quite often on a long iron second shot. But if you lose this ball to the right, that creek comes into play awfully quickly. Today's hole location is in the right middle, so if you're not careful, you can put the ball in an area you don't want to. One thing the players have going for them here today is the right to left wind. If you come off that shot on a fairway slope with the ball below your feet, the tendency to go right might be helped or saved by the right to left wind. Got some rains last night. You can hear a little bit of the moisture as they walk, but the course is in just immaculate condition.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised at how dry it is, Mark. Ball's kind of releasing down the fairway. There was no mud on any of the tee shots on the first hole. They all went with something less than driver, and that's exactly what Hunter's going to do right here. Going to go with the 3 metal again, which I think is, you know, the proper play. If you can keep it on that left-hand side of the fairway that you were talking about, it should just kind of drift a little bit into a little bit more of a level lie for your second shot.
I think it's one of the more challenging tee shots on the golf course, personally. I mean, because you really want to hug the left, like you said.
I played with Bruce Litsky here. Just take a guess where he started it.
Right over the trees.
Yeah, just a beautiful tee shot here, just clinging to that left-hand side. Should release a little bit to the right.
That's perfect, Billy.
Yeah.
I just love the balance and the rhythm in his swing. It never looks like he's trying to overpower it.
Yeah, 3 really good swings. And I spoke of Sean Foley. Sean Foley has Tiger, Justin Rose, Hunter Mahan, Stephen Ames, all beautiful swingers of the golf club. Now Trevor Immelman also with a 3 metal. This one's sliding a little bit to the right. Needs to land soft to stay out of the rough.
That slope in the fairway, Billy, caught Trevor Immelman. That's what I was talking about. If you lose it right, it seems to go until it gets to that bluegrass rough. And he'll have a tough angle with that hole on the right side of the green. He'll have to come over the bunker, but he probably has to play away from the hole. Now, KJ Choi with 3 wood.
I think it's rare that you see players going with 3 metal with these first 2 holes with the length that both holes have, but they have absolutely fought this wind direction, and this is a very tight line to the left-hand side, and it appears as though it did not pop out of the rough.
Billy, good news for KJ. It jumped out of the high rough into the first cut, so he'll be able to get the ball on the club cleanly.
2007 Memorial champion. Will someone make a big move today in the final round of the Memorial? You're watching featured group coverage.
Thank you. You got it.
All right.
Thanks a lot. Got some pretty pictures at this place. Not holding our breath. Yeah. Whose profile are we going to show next? If you get, I got you. I got you.
Well, in an hour and a half or so, we'll see the leaders tee off. Kuchar, Kevin Chappell, Kyle Stanley. Justin Rose, the winner at Memorial a couple of years ago, 3 years ago. And who knows, Adam Scott and J.J. Henry got themselves in position to perhaps make a run with rounds in the 60s on a day when the scoring average was a stroke and a half over par. Here's KJ at the second. Take a look at KJ Choi's profile. He turned professional in '94, made it through the 2000 PGA Tour qualifying tournament, so he's been on the PGA Tour since 2001, so his 13th season. He's won 8 times, the last of which was the Players back in 2011. That was a day that Graham McDowell, who was on quite the roll at that time, had the lead going into the final round. McDowell shot 79, and KJ came from behind, as he's wont to do.
Right. KJ's won 18 times around the world, spent 40 weeks in the top 10, so he is a world-class player. Billy, what's he looking at?
Yeah, downhill lie. He's got 164 yards, but aiming left of the hole. Just trying to land it somewhere on that front of the green and let it release up to flag high, and that kind of hits into that little bit of a false front. So nice shot by KJ, very smart.
I think that's a good way to describe him. Smart. He plays very smart, intelligent golf. Eight wins out here. I mean, he's a proven winner.
Now Immelman.
Immelman's going to have 151 yards, and as you said, Mark, from this angle, he's going to have to come directly over the bunker. But again, still has to be looking left, because if you lose this a little bit to the right, it has a chance of going down into the water. So 137 yards to the front, 15 feet left of the hole would be ideal. And just the tell you how hard the wind is blowing. That's a pitching wedge. Needs to go, though. Needs to go. It caught the front bunker.
Oh, that'll be disappointing. It was a good break that his ball actually stayed out of the creek on the tee shot. Now from the perfect position, Hunter Mahan.
Yeah, also with wedge. Go ahead. Be as aggressive as you want to from here. 4 really good swings, Mark.
4 good swings, 1 made putt. A chance for another birdie at 2 in a moment.
Hey, Mark.
Yeah.
Mark, if it's on tape, this is a clean line from a slightly uphill lie. This is doable, even though he has little green to work with.
Okay, Billy, 3rd shot for Trevor Immelman at 2.
Just a slightly uphill line, pretty clean line. This is actually doable. Very nice. Because he had the uphill lie, that's why that shot was possible. Had it been in the flat portion of the bunker, that shot would have been much more difficult.
Just one of those subtle breaks we get, now and then. It's so deep we can barely see his cap on the screen, Billy. And you're right. At that depth of a bunker, if it's on the flat, you can't elevate it enough to stop it. But you're not going to be able to spin it that close to the hole. And that ball still, with the slope of the green and the 14 on the stick-meter speed, that still fed a good 6 or 7 feet from the hole.
You mentioned Gary Player's prowess out of the bunker. Ernie Els in this generation among the best bunker players.
Billy made a good comment, though. If you're going off sheer bunker play, it's a lot of those guys who are considered good bunker players are great short putters. And I think that's why Chichi came to mind as just a fabulous bunker player, but maybe didn't convert as many of the putts.
Yeah, I thought that was a great choice on your part. Now, KJ Choi, this has to be right around that 35, 40-foot range, and there's going to be a little influence of the slope coming off that bunker that Immelman just played out of. A little bit back up the hill, so this is not going to have the speed that you normally see here at 2. And well judged.
I would say so. We noticed yesterday in these blustery winds, players having a very difficult time doing what KJ's going to do, walk up and finish. So often we see players marking, and that's one of the reasons that the rounds are taking a little more time when the wind blows this hard on such a challenging golf course. KJ now from the foot will just tap that in. Very solid par.
Everything about him solid, isn't it?
He's a cool customer. I got the chance to play with him his first year when he was out here, and always been impressed with the way he goes about his business.
All right, Hunter Mahan a chance for a second straight birdie.
This from just inside 15 feet, a little bit different angle than what we just saw from KJ Choi. Maybe just a little bit straighter. Certainly not going to be bothered by that slope coming off the bunker.
Billy, you talk about angles. That was more downhill than KJ's, wasn't it?
Yeah, coming from just underneath that tilt coming off the bunker. Yes, it was a little more of a downhill putt.
Yeah, that tilt from the bunker you were mentioning would maybe influence KJ's ball to the left, and that's that same slope he was coming down. He's going to have to mark and wait. I guess they're on pretty much the same line.
And you flip the coin over, right? If you're marking your ball and you've moved it, you turn your coin over. Did you do that?
I
or
just
did you
learned
not?
something.
You just remembered.
I didn't. I tell my caddy, you better remind me.
Yeah, well, Billy,
That's a good idea.
I say that because of Zach Johnson last year at Colonial.
I would certainly think so, because
good idea.
That is a good idea. I'd never heard that before, but you flip it over and you put your ball back, you automatically know. I'll have to put that in my little repertoire. Thank you, Grant.
Yeah.
Nice up and down there for Trevor.
Sometimes a save like that can do you more good than if you knocked it on the green in regulation and two-putted, because you get a little feeling like you're in control of your short game, and you're going to miss some greens today. It's just going to happen, a product of the challenging golf course and the windy conditions and the speed of the greens. Another courtesy is, you remember, Billy, that when you've asked someone to move their coin, you're really, I feel like it's not in the rule book, but the responsibility is to right away say, you know, Hunter, don't forget to move it back. And I think the players to a man do that.
Yeah, I think, you know, everyone's kind of protecting everyone when they ask them to do something out of the ordinary. Not that it's out of the ordinary to have your coin moved, but as you said, Mark, just kind of a common courtesy.
Snowing Colin on the second. And a fine par save for Mahan after that birdie putt rolled out. It's been the recurring theme all week on these lightning fast bent grass greens. And a third consecutive par 4 to begin this front nine, Mark.
Well, this third hole is a beautiful short hole. It's a dog leg from right to left. A lot of players may go off this tee with 3-wood depending on the wind conditions, but you play right there in the middle of your screen, short of those two bunkers. Now you've got a very precise second shot required over water to an hourglass-shaped green. The toughest hole location is the back right hole location. And guess where it is today? 27 paces on 4 from the right. You've got to be very specific as you hit this second shot. Fun short hole to play, but there's trouble if you make a mistake. That sounds like old cleats, steel cleats to me.
Yeah. What percentage would you guess, Billy and Mark, of guys who still wear the metal spikes?
I'll let Billy answer that. He's out there with them all the time.
I would say metal spikes are probably in the 30%.
I don't see the metal spikes. Maybe it was somebody else, but there was definitely the sound of a tap dancer going up that cart path.
Ladies and gentlemen, no photography, please.
That's an announcement they didn't make in our era, Billy. It wasn't the technology that every phone had a camera on it, but it's just where we are in technology today, and it serves a lot of good purposes, but sometimes it gets in the way on the golf course.
Mark, I got news. They didn't have computer scoring when you and I played.
My family couldn't find out. Our families couldn't find out what we were doing on Thursday and Friday until the Saturday morning paper.
Bring out the abacus or what?
Oh, stop it.
Yeah.
Stop it.
You know, there's a good look at from the fairway back up on the tee box where Hunter Mahan is preparing to hit his tee shot here, a birdie and a par to start off.
Yeah, and also, once again, going with a fairway metal just for position. Try to keep it down that right-hand side if possible. Should be okay.
Yeah, that should be just fine, especially with the back right hole location. He'll have a very good angle from the left side and left middle of the fairway. Billy, it appears that they might even be using these beautifully designed utility irons, you know, that replaced the old days we carried 1 and 2 irons and 3 irons.
Yeah, you look in Ernie L's bag, you'll see a 3 and a 4 iron that has that big wide flange on it. Trevor Elmerman has what I would say is a cross between one of those irons and a hybrid. Very, very efficient with these clubs. These guys can go ahead and kind of cover it and trap it and hit the shot necessary. And good tee shot by Trevor down the right-hand side.
You know, Billy, you described it perfectly. Those clubs just seem to be more versatile than the old traditional, you know, 1, 2, 3 irons. You can do more with it. Now, KJ looks like he does have a metal fairway.
Yeah, he'll, for a while, KJ Choi, the longest iron in his bag was a 5 iron. But he's kind of switched that up a little bit. But going with just a little 4 metal here. Pretty much the same line as Trevor. All 3 players find the fairway here, Grant and Mark.
Well, that's what you want to do here, Grant.
They'll turn the corner and hit their second shots to the par 4 third hole, our featured group coverage on the final round of the Memorial.
Thank you. Well, it is if you're not playing golf.
Mark, it actually picked up on their second shots on the first hole. It was almost like it clicked up 10 more mile per hour.
And it stayed up since then?
Yeah.
Wow.
Have fun this afternoon,
yeah,
boys.
It could be a thrilling afternoon. Wow.
Go ahead and choose the right one on 12 when you get a chance.
Oh, you can choose the right one and still not have the right one. I mean, it is so much like, to me, the 12th at Augusta in that sense. And you feel like you bail, you know, especially on Sunday with the right pin. If you bail long and left, now you really, in the back of your mind, I could put this ball out of play on my next one into the hazard, just like here.
Final round of the Memorial from Dublin, Ohio. This will be the final tournament for a number of these players. Some will go next week to play in Memphis. Final tournament before the U.S. Open at Marion. Back at Marion for the first time in 30-plus years.
Yeah, my first Open was at Marion. One of the greatest final rounds in Open history by David Graham. I believe he hit all 18 fairways, maybe missed one, but I mean 18 greens. Wonderful course. There's so much debate about, is it outdated because of distance? Well, we'll get to wait and see. But this course is certainly not outdated because of distance or anything else.
Well, we mentioned KJ Choi came from way back in the pack in 2007 to win the Memorial. He was 5 shots back when the day started. Huge par saves. Here at 17. And then again at the 18th. See the break even on that short putt. He would then sit and wait and then learn. He had won Jack's tournament. A handshake from Mr. Nicklaus and a hug from Barbara. And here how this is how KJ has done so far in 2013, you see a 6th place finish in Texas, top 10 at Torrey Pines. Very different kinds of golf courses. And Heritage, of course, Harbor Town.
You know, KJ Choi's win here a couple years ago, I'm sure meant a lot to him. He credits, and I do too. I read a book called Golf My Way, written by Nicklaus in the 60s. He read that book and said it influenced his golf greatly. So I know it means a lot to him to be a Memorial champion. Billy, down to you.
9-iron for KJ Choi, 161 yards. That ball turning quickly left. Mark, all of a sudden the wind has kicked up significantly. Kind of started when the players were on the first hole, playing their second shot, and it's been kind of a constant hard wind on every shot from there. You can look at the flagstick up the green. I mean, it is just starched up there.
So a positive attitude would be, well, at least we had one relatively easy shot.
You know, with how hard the wind is blowing, I think sometimes it becomes equally as hard trying to judge downwind.
Oh boy, I couldn't agree more. Especially, don't you think, Billy, with a short iron, because if you don't flight it up in the air, the wind actually knocks it down and goes shorter.
Yeah, well, Immelman, he's going to go with one less. He's going to go with the pitching wedge here. Just left of the flag stick, kind of on the same line as KJ, and caught that slope, and that ball just keeps working its way from the hole.
Yeah, that's one of those things that, I mean, just another yard or two and it beats down the green toward the hole like KJ's, but he's got some 40 feet at least now. Very difficult putt.
And I would think that if you were to poll 9 out of 10 players, if you polled 10 players, 9 out of the 10 would probably say if they're in between clubs downwind, they're going to go with the less club and try to hit it harder.
Yeah, that way you can put more spin on it and take advantage of the downwind, but it's not easy. Downwind is not necessarily easy.
Okay.
Mahan hasn't missed a shot yet.
He doesn't miss a whole lot of shots.
I understand wanting to wait, though. Feeling a little gut windy right now, for sure. Still down 8. Still 0-0 out this paper.
Well, John Wood and Hunter trying to figure out exactly what the wind is doing. When Immelman was playing, it was directly downwind. Now you look at the flag stick, it's more right to left. 136 yards going with a pitching wedge. Just kind of a gentle one. Really good line over the bunker.
That's a pretty good leave on the green, Billy. He'll have a putt basically straight uphill.
Another look.
These greens are definitely softer earlier in the day. They will firm up as the day goes on. You can see that ball take one bounce and check. But look just right of Hunter's ball. I mean, it's just 4 or 5 yards miss and you're in the water. And if you bail safely away from the water, then you're in the bunker, hole high, shooting downhill toward the water again. You just got to really pay attention, be in control of your golf ball on this golf course.
Mahan has given himself 3 very good looks at birdie. He made one from just off the green, from inside 15 feet at the first. Had a good look at birdie at the second. Just missed it left, and now he's got another good look here.
I can't help but to wonder as he walks around this golf course today, are there thoughts of this coming fall? He's played on the last 3 President's Cups team. Obviously, he'll be in the running to be on this team. And I think when we played the Ryder Cup here in '87, I think some of the American players actually were fooled, Billy, because the course played so much firmer and faster. I remember guys driving it, for example, on 18, and the ball running right through into the hazard, and that hardly ever happens this time of year.
I certainly agree, because the fall of the year is certainly much drier. And this golf course, when you have this golf course playing fast, now the fairways become significantly smaller. Now you're trying to hit into sections of fairways. And then if you don't find that section of fairway, there's no way you're going to be able to go at the whole locations.
Absolutely. And I remember clearly that happening specifically on the 18th. All the American players were used to, hitting a driver and cutting it or 3-wood. It never went through the fairway, and irons were running out 30 and 40 yards. If you think this course is difficult under these conditions, you get some wind and dry fairways, and like Billy says, it makes the Nicklaus wide fairways become very narrow, and it makes these big, beautiful greens become very small.
Mahan is currently 6th in the U.S. team standings, and a whole slew of South Africans are in the top 10 in the international standings. One of them, however, is not Immelman.
Immelman has played on a couple President's Cup teams, though, so he's an experienced player, but he'll have to go some if he expects to make this year's team.
Yeah, he's going to have to go in a very big way. And if you were to look at those two teams, Grant and Mark, when you look at them, what I see for the U.S. team is I see a bunch of players that are really good putters, which I think is going to be a big part in the matches.
So you're telling me you'd take Tiger, Snedeker, Kuchar, Mickelson to make a few putts?
You can go down the list a couple more too and pick some of those guys up also.
Webb Simpson, Steve Stricker.
It's Stricker. I think he's at number 8 right now.
Not a bad putting coach either.
No.
Billy, what kind of putt, line and speed-wise, does Trevor have here?
I think he's going to take it up more to the right at the beginning. There's a little bit of a tilt, swings it just a little bit to the left midway, and then try to bring it back to the right. Really good pace. About 3 feet.
Does it look like the greens maybe are not quite as running out fast as we saw in our feature group yesterday?
Yesterday, they were definitely running out more than what they are today, Mark. It's going to be interesting to see once we make that turn, once we get to the back 9, how the greens are going to react. I think with this much wind, if the sun stays out, they get quicker and quicker and quicker.
Watching this, it looked to me like, I used the term, the putts were under more control. Even like Trevor's putt yesterday, it seemed like you expected it to stop and it bled out another 3 or 4 feet. It does look like to me they may have an hour or two of where they have a little more control on the greens.
I agree. A lot of the putts yesterday, it looked like it was a deflection off the face of the blade. It's like, I don't know what it's going to do. You have to be so defensive yesterday, but now KJ Choi looking outside left, looking for this ball to move about 10 inches to his right. Looked like it may have moved 14.
Well, we didn't see too many of these tap-ins yesterday, and I'm sure these players' nerves are enjoying the respite they're getting from having to grind over every second putt. That is an indication, though, that the greens are just a little more civilized this morning. But Billy said it, blue skies and wind will dry them out quickly. This pretty straight putter, could it work a little bit maybe to the right, Billy?
I think if it does work to the right, Mark, I think the putt still has to be started inside the hole. I just don't think you can give the hole away and make this putt. Just another great opportunity for birdie for Mahan.
Just a tad to the right. Of course, we often say when we watch these things that he pushed it or he read it wrong, but who really knows? But whatever it was, he missed it to the right by just a tad. You can see the stroke. Nice, confident stroke. Putter stays low to the ground. It looks to me like it started a little right. And it did go a tad right, just like you thought, Billy. Now Hunter Mahan for just a foot to finish up. That's a good par, and it's a good start. 1 under through 3 here, you'd take that anytime, especially on these windy conditions. That second hole was playing the second hardest hole yesterday, and throughout years of playing this golf course, and now they're going to go to a par 3 that is really difficult. The par 3s on this golf course yesterday were playing, and today, it's 3 of the hardest holes in the golf course, 3 out of the 4.
Well, I think if you look at the 12th and the 16th, that guys were going in there with 7-irons, and to see professionals have that much trouble putting the ball on the green with a 7-iron is highly unusual.
Now Trevor Immelman from about 1.5 feet, 2 feet, right into the middle of the cup. That's a solid hole played for Trevor Immelman.
A good 2-putt from where he was.
You know, Billy, back talking about those par 3s, Grant, number 16 has been the hardest hole on the golf course yesterday and all week, and it's a par 3 with a mid-iron because of all the trouble that's to the left. Now we move ahead 1 hole to number 4. That's that par 3 that all of us are talking about. What a challenging hole. This golf hole today will play 196 yards. Very narrow green that's deep. This green is 35 yards deep, and today the hole is located in the back left-hand portion. Trouble all around the green. You think bailing to the right might be the safe place to miss, but then you've got a bunker shot or a pitch straight downhill, and if you play to the left side of the green, you have no green to work with. It requires a good golf shot, as good holes should. You can see that hole location. That too today, I think the front right hole location is the most difficult, Billy. This one, and the wind will help hold that ball up if you want to work a little draw against it.
Yeah, I think you just want to kind of start at the center of the green, try to have the wind maybe knock it down a little bit with that shot shape that you're talking about. This is a lot of club. This is a 5-iron for Hunter.
Billy, we're getting a good look from right behind the tee, and you see the mowing stripes that they have here at Muirfield. You see it at some of the tournaments. And I used to love to use those. Like today, they're lined up perfect for a guy to check his alignment. I mean, you can just get in the middle of one of those stripes and just try to let the club and the ball go right down it. Pretty good way to find your target.
You can, I agree. Anything you can utilize to help you, go ahead and use. This ball's hanging left of the flag stick. If it's enough, it's okay. Ooh, boy, that wind just knocked it down.
It did knock it down. We could see it stand it right up. The ball did not find the bunker. It looks like it's sitting up. They'll have a pitch. It'll be delicate, but it's doable.
Yeah.
One of those times, Billy, where you don't mind not being first off the tee, I'll tell you, on these par 3s.
Well, I would have to believe that Trevor would go with the same iron. Actually, Mark, he's going with 1 club less. He's going to go with 6-iron.
It would make me think he's going to work it right to left end, just to get a little more out of it. Maybe have it release when it lands on the green.
Well, he's going to have to hit this one right on the button to get it all the way to flag high. This ball moving right towards the center, right center of the green. That's a long 6-iron right there. Because that wind almost kind of flipped around.
And that ball is still trickling, still moving back toward the middle of the green. I don't think anywhere on this green is really bad.
You know, KJ go with 5-iron, just trying to hit a low draw. Yeah, this ball's in the bunker on the right.
Yeah, it looks like he just came out of it, stood up on it, lost it to the right. These guys are guarding against short-siding themselves, but this will still be a difficult bunker shot. A lot of green to work with, but it's very quick.
Billy and Mark, let me ask you guys a question as we're watching Trevor Immelman up ahead. There he is. You mentioned the tumor that he had removed back in 2007. He missed the first 8 weeks of the season, came back, won the Masters of all things. And then Billy and Mark had the wrist injury. So let me ask this question. As you guys who've battled injuries and you see him talking about his left wrist, it's one thing to come back and say, okay, now I can play. But how much of a mental challenge is it to go down and get a ball and really attack a ball when you've had an injury like that? Even if you're cleared to play physically, is there a mental challenge coming back from an injury like that?
Well, Mark, I'm going to let you go ahead and go first because you were always a guy that took a pretty healthy divot.
I was very steep, Bill. That's a nice way to say it. I ran to Marquez a year or two ago, and he said, you know, when you came out as a rookie, I wondered how long it was going to take before you blew out your wrist. But I was fortunate that I didn't have any wrist trouble. I had some neck trouble with back, but no wrist. But I think the key is, and very few players do it right, including me, is that you hurt it, it's still tender, but it's not sharp, so you want to go back to playing and you start too early, then you won't trust it. My advice to a young player, including someone like Trevor, is don't play till you're really healthy. And then even if you can play through the pain, you will subtly make changes for it not to hurt, and all of a sudden your swing has changed. And he's battled that. And he even told me at the Open at Pebble Beach that I practice too much and I'm almost addicted to hitting balls. I wish I could hit less balls. So it's a kind of a catch-22, Billy.
Well, I think it is, and you make a great point where if you come back too early, then you are making compensations in your golf swing, and you're trying to get in positions, and you know you're trying to do what you used to do, and you're not able to do it, and then you're going to try something else. So that's one thing that you have to stay away from, and the damage. Not only that you can do physically, but I think you do more damage mentally
absolutely
in the game than you do physically when you come back too early.
Okay, now second shot for KJ Choi. We saw him get up and down at the first to save par.
Second best bunker player on tour. Pretty straightforward right here.
You heard the thump. Wow.
The picture says it all, Billy. That was absolutely textbook. Bottom of the club, the sound that Grant talked about. Watch this on your screens. Nice thump of the ball. Notice the extension, the high finish. The ball lifts high in the air, and that stopped not just with spin, but with trajectory. A little unlucky it didn't go in the hole. That's just absolutely textbook.
We've seen him hole out from lots of places. Now Mahan going airborne here.
Yeah, I had to play that shot simply because of the little bit of a ridge that comes off that bunker, and two really good shots.
Well, you need to save this, the video of this, and just watch this when you're working in your short game. That was the same motion made from a lie in the rough, where he just cut the legs out from underneath it, pulls hard left, the toe never closes down, it stays open. Almost flew it in the hole. Those are two as good a pitches and a bunker shot as you'll ever see. Wow.
Billy, you know how much he's worked on this short game.
He's put in the time to improve his short game. His ability to pitch the ball around the greens has improved dramatically this year. He and Lee Westwood both understanding that if they're going to win major championships, which is the only thing left on their resumes, if they're going to win, they need to tighten up their short game. And Hunter's done a great job of that. I think he's always been above average putter. He's kind of a streaky putter, and then he'll get down, and then he'll get back up. But I think tidying up the short game is really going to pay dividends, and I think he contends for a major championship.
You know, Billy, it clearly serves you. You're right in majors, but boy, it doesn't hurt you week after week either when you can miss a green and get it up and down. It's so essential.
All right, Immelman for birdie. Can he get it as close as the two guys who are from off the green?
I was just about to say that if he puts it inside where their balls are laying right now, he's hit a heck of a putt. He had great pace back at number 3. But this ball moving down the hill, moving to his left.
Still away, maybe. Don't know.
I think so. What do they say? The worst 3 words in golf? You're still away or you're still out. And that's the case. Not that it was a bad putt, He has left it below the hole. Billy, this should be just a little bit uphill, slightly right to left.
Yeah, again, it's maybe just off center slightly, Mark. Certainly nothing outside the hole. It's not one of those ones that just darts across the hole. It's just kind of off center right and put a little speed behind it.
I thought you were going to say pay the man. the three worst words.
Well, those are pretty bad too if you're playing golf. You know, this is a tournament that every player, you know, Jack again mentioned, Mr. Nicklaus, that he wants players to enjoy and wants them to come here, and that's the way everybody feels. I mean, that's why the field is so strong this week. So many of the top players in the world, but this course plays just like you're playing a major championship, whether it be a PGA or US Open, in that it's demanding, it's got some rough, and the greens are very fast. Even though they're fair, they're challenging.
You know, Mark, as you watch Immelman go about the way he's playing the game right now, there's just too much thinking going on right now. There's not enough. He's not playing the sport as a reactionary sport. He's not reacting to the situation. There's too much thought, in my opinion.
Boy, that's insightful, because I'm watching him, and I like him. He's such a nice young man, and I'm watching him. I'm thinking, why is he not playing better? And I was having the same feeling without being able to say it as clearly as you did, that it just doesn't look quite as natural. It doesn't look flowing. It looks kind of broken up in segments. And even going about his business there, it looked that way. Now to Hunter Mahan.
Really nice. You know, he's improved in the scrambling category, which is your ability to get up and down when you've missed a green, by some 70 some odd spots on tour from last year to this. Evidence of what Billy was saying. And of course, a guy who hits that many greens doesn't have to scramble as much. So if he can get into the top 90 as he is in scrambling, it's a huge improvement for Hunter Mahan. And there's just KJ Choi doing what KJ does, getting up and down from a greenside bunker. 3 pars at the 4th.
Okay, let's go.
And now they get a chance at their first par 5, the first of 4. And Mark, let's take a look at this 5th hole.
Well, you can see the climb they make. This 5th tee is elevated. They're shooting a little downhill to this beautiful par 5 through the trees here in central Ohio. It's a slight dogleg left to right. A lot of players will go off this tee with 3-wood because of the creek that crosses the fairway. And look at this architectural feature, very unique. 2 fairways, split fairway on the second shot. Conservative play is to the left, more aggressive play is to the right. You can shorten the hole that way. Some players can reach this green in 2. There have been 9 eagles this week on this hole, 130 birdies, playing to a stroke average of 4.64. It's the easiest hole on the golf course, but there's still problems if you're not careful here. The hole is 527 yards long.
Quiet, please.
And the hole today is located in the middle left-hand portion. This is a hole you want to make something happen.
Well, and Hunter's going to go with driver, Mark, and I like the play.
It's an aggressive one. He trusts himself right now. Probably try to shape this a little left to right, Billy.
Yeah, just let it ride the wind just ever so slightly. First driver he's hit today. Trying to take it over the trees.
Oh, Billy, that ball got past those 2 trees that guard the left side, hopped out of the primary rough. It's sitting up beautifully in the first cut. He will have a wonderful opportunity and have a very good angle to that left hole location.
Well, that was a very, very aggressive line.
Billy, is my memory right? Didn't years ago sometimes that fairway actually go right of those trees? I seem to remember there being fairway right of the trees.
I think there was. I think there were certainly more trees up there, too.
Yeah, they've taken some out. Now, Immelman has selected the 3-wood here. He is not going with driver.
I actually like this for Trevor. He likes to work the ball. Maybe just a tight little draw. Pretty much the same line it needs to go. Looked like it came straight down.
Intermediate cut as well, further back, obviously. West Club, and now KJ Choi.
Also with driver. You talk about a hole that sets up perfect for KJ off the tee. Just right down the center, work it a little left to right, take it back towards those trees that you were talking about, Mark.
Well, we can see the shape of it, Billy. I don't know if he's cut it too much, but that's what he's done, working it left to right.
Yeah, he cut it too much, and I saw some leaves fall up there, and I just don't know where it is.
Right of the fairway. Hunter Mahan, 1 under on his round so far, and with a chance to go for this par 5 and 2 when we come back to Muirfield Village. Matt Kuchar, a winner earlier this year at the match play. In fact, he defeated one of the men in our featured group coverage here, Hunter Mahan, who was the defending champion back in March. And Kuchar takes the 2-shot lead over Kevin Chappell, looking for his first PGA Tour title, and Kyle Stanley, a PGA Tour winner last year. Bill Haas, a new pop, new daddy, a couple of weeks ago, and Justin Rose, a former winner. We're looking at Trevor Immelman, part of our featured group here from Muirfield Village. Grant Boone, Mark McCumber, and out on the golf course following this featured group is Bill Kratzer. This is where they stand. And Billy and Mark, let me just ask, with the wind continuing to blow, the course you would expect to get harder, if Mahan, who's really striking the ball well, were to post something like 6 under today, is there any way that's enough? I mean, 8 under's leading and 6 under second.
It may not be enough in my opinion, but you wouldn't leave the clubhouse or the grounds until someone posted 7. If the wind comes up like yesterday afternoon, and I'd be anxious to hear Billy's response and what happens around the greens we saw happen to these great players yesterday. The lead came down by a shot yesterday. It could be less than 8 that wins this tournament.
Well, right now the golf course is soft. I think what is a little bit of an advantage for the leaders, Mark, is the fact that everyone's going to be on the golf course at the same time. It's not going to be where somebody gets out there.
That's a good point.
3 hours earlier or 2.5 hours earlier and just kind of rushes out there and posts a score. I think they're pretty much on the golf course at the same time, so they're going to see the conditions. And you would have to probably do it in 9 holes if you were going to make a big leap.
That's a great point about on the course. So often, one of these guys who makes an early run, like Billy said, is done 3 hours ahead of the leader. But today, they're going in threesomes because of the bad weather last night that was expected. They wanted to have time to prepare the golf course. Pretty wise move by the tournament and the rules officials. So the variance in tee times going off 2 tees is not nearly as much.
More easy. Okay. Well, no problem then.
Well, right now, Trevor just trying to decide where he wants to lay this ball up with the split fairway.
Your goalposts, so basically you feel like that guy in blue, and then the big that stake that's right there, yeah.
Billy, he said the goalposts are. Now, you know the neat thing about that? That's helping a player get a mental picture of putting it between the goals, and that's so important in golf. I thought that was pretty clever.
Exactly. Total yardage to the hole 266, so you're only trying to push this ball maybe 175 yards down the fairway. Choosing to go to the left side.
Did he split the uprights?
And he did.
We just got a good picture of that hole location. It's coming from that left fairway. There's not a lot of green to work with between the water. Now KJ from the right rough, Billy.
The ball sitting down a little bit, but also choosing, to take it up to the left-hand portion of the fairway.
Saw some of the patrons there just at the last moment, just kind of shielding their eyes. Yeah. They were awfully close.
Well, I guess they figured his first shot would kind of right. Is there a chance his second one would? But as a player, you can't even think about that. That would be kind of the wrong thought. Am I going to bean somebody? But it does happen occasionally, not too often.
And now Mahan.
Yardage to the hole, 219.
Billy, is it advantage or disadvantage that he's in that first cut with the ball sitting up?
I actually think it's a little bit of a disadvantage here, Mark, simply because the ball's above his feet 3 or 4 inches. He's going to have to actually grip down on the club just a little bit.
It's harder, isn't it, to have the ball come in soft with a right to left stance like that with the ball above as opposed to the other way around.
Well, see, I think this is an easy shot to lose to the right because you're guarding against the pull. This green sits diagonally to you from this area right here, and at 219 going with the 3-iron, I think this is a lot of club. Boy, what a good-looking shot if it's the right distance.
Wow.
Very sensibly played, I might add.
This shot shows a lot of maturity to those of you watching. The greatest players in the world who can control their golf ball. Look where that ball lands. He never challenged the water. He could have. He had perfect distance. That ball would have carried closer to the hole, but he knew the penalty was not worth the risk. And he's got a very potentially makeable eagle putt. There's been, I believe, 8 eagles, 9 eagles on this hole so far this week. And you talk about the fast start for someone trying to make up ground. He's got a chance to go to 3 under and jump up into the top 15.
I mean, obviously, very unlikely when you start 8 shots back. But Billy, I know you've seen this guy a lot. He has a history of taking it deep. I mean, he has a whole bushel load of 62s in his PGA Tour career. It may take something like that to even have a prayer of being near the lead come day's end. But certainly, he's a couple of hours ahead of Kuchar and Kevin Chappell and Kyle Stanley. And I just look at the way he plays in blustery conditions, how solidly he strikes it, like this guy Choi. And it just makes you say, maybe.
Well, he's a player that once going, he's not afraid to go ahead and take it deep, as you said. And if he continues on, I think the key is at Muirfield Village last year, 16, 17, and 18 were the most difficult 3 finishing holes on the PGA Tour. So they haven't changed. They're just as hard this year. And if you can post a score, you got a huge advantage. Good shot by KJ.
Very nice. you doing, KJ? Good to
Yeah,
see
we're
you.
watching.
I'm sure there's a nicer guy on tour.
No,
than
he's a
KJ
very
Choi.
mild-mannered. He's enjoyable to play with and be around, and he's really set the standard for so many good players now coming out of South Korea. He has been the most prolific winner, first one from that country ever to have their PGA Tour card. This is one of those, I call it tantalizing shots, Billy. He's so close that feels like he could throw it in the hole, but you still got to be smart here on this shot.
Yeah, you know, you're kind of looking at a shot that is in that 120-yard neighborhood mark.
Billy, I think what we're watching reflects a little bit on what you said just a whole ago about the meticulous nature. Nothing wrong with that at all, but how he might be almost trying to be too precise.
See, to me, this is where I feel players take feel out of the game. All you want is a generalization here. You kind of get that yardage. What's the difference between 122 and 124, 120? You gotta have to kind of feel it up here with the wedge shot. Anytime you put a short iron in your hand, you just don't play to a yardage. You've got to feel it up there and kind of have touch with it.
Billy, I remember years ago that Ben Crenshaw one week told me he wasn't going to use a yardage book because he felt he'd become too mechanical. I went, really? He says, yeah, I want to look and see and hit. I mean, I don't want to get so tied up in thinking of the exact length of my swing to hit it 118. I mean, how many times you just look at it, feel it, do it? And maybe Trevor could use a little more of that, but hopefully he'll hit a great shot here. He certainly surveyed it, knows what he wants to do.
I believe this height, take one, and then try to drag back towards the front of the green.
So a couple of birdie putts for Immelman and Choi, and a putt for eagle for Hunter Mahan here at the par 5 fifth. Please repair your divot hole.
And
I thought Mark McCumber did it right there. Except that would have been your 4-iron, right?
Yeah, thanks a lot, guys. Be nice.
No, that's a compliment.
This is bent grass. These are bent grass fairways, you know, so you do put that back. When it comes to Bermuda, for those of us who grew up in the South, you're taught to kick in the edges of it, and they'll fill it with sand that night. The dreaded sand-filled divot.
How many times did Samson sprain his ankle repairing a divot for you?
Oh, Billy's referring to one of my deer caddies throughout my career. He used to laugh. He says, kid, I need to get a hunting license. They're beaver pelts. I got to go grab them and bring them back. I think they could have used a forklift. I would come here and I would laugh so hard. I would take these big divots that would curve, go about 18 inches. I could have used one as a toupee in my later life, but I'll tell you what. I love these nice soft fairways. It was easy on my hands.
Well, you guys mentioned it. The grounds crew here fills in after each round. They'll come and go through every spot on the golf course. Attention to detail. You talk about Jack wanting to have a tournament exactly the way he would want it as a player. Of course, he won this event.
Well, I mean,
twice.
The 6 wins at Augusta certainly have influenced his feelings about this golf course, and they all stand on their own. Every tournament, you know, they have their strengths and weaknesses, but this takes a backseat to no one when it comes to every detail. Yesterday, they had lines of people from the agronomy crew standing, so the guy mowing the fairway every morning could see the exact line where he cut the last time and didn't miss even an inch of grass. Now, Billy, down to Hunter Mahan on this very important eagle putt.
Well, he's in a nice spot right here, Mark, because he's putting back up the hill. It's pretty level right at the beginning, but then about the last 10 feet of the putt, it does go back up the hill slightly. Needs to go.
He's made only 2 eagles all season long, but now has just a couple of feet for birdie, and that'll move him into a tie for 14th place at 2 under par, 6 shots behind the leader Kuchar, and just 4 shots out of 2nd place.
You described that perfectly, Billy. I mean, they're so used to worrying about balls rolling out and getting further past the hole. That ball did have a little bit of a braking effect as it approached the hole. Is this one as fast as it looks by Trevor?
Every bit as fast. From above the hole.
Left to right a little bit?
A little left to right. And, you know, it's once it gets down to the hole, once it gets to within maybe 5 feet of the hole mark, it should straighten out just a little bit. But everything goes down towards that front left corner of the green.
He had the line, Billy. Just a little more speed's all he needed. I've got to believe in the back of their minds are still memories of yesterday.
And I think with the overnight rains, I think it's the softening of the golf course. Certainly the fairways are much softer, but I think the greens, I think they're just a little bit slower than what we saw yesterday, Mark.
Yeah, we're watching a replay of Trevor watching his putt, and you could see a little bit of the surprise. He puts his right hand forward like I thought it would release a little further. Don't blame you, Trevor. I would have thought so too. But as they play these holes, they'll make the adjustment. They'll make the adjustment. You know, you got the rains of last night softened the greens. You've got this beautiful sunny day here in Ohio, and the grass is growing right in front of their eyes. So they may not be as fast even late in the day as they were yesterday.
KJ Choi has a putt for birdie from closer range. Chance to get under par for the day.
Really good opportunity right here. Actually, there's going to be a little bit of the break taken out because of the front of the green there. It just kind of works away from the fairway, so still should move from his left to right, just a slight bit downhill.
Oh, we had a good look at that, Billy, and he just played too much break. It wasn't really too hard. It's only run about 8 inches by. Just played a little more break. And as these greens slow down just a tad, they're not going to break as much as they did yesterday.
Yeah, that's a good point. I mean, when they're quick, they really broke sharply. Now it's just kind of a slow break now.
It doesn't snap off like you said yesterday. You said earlier today that they had it so easy. It's almost like the ball slips off the putter to, you know, either left or right, whichever way it's break. You can't get it hard enough to start it. Now Hunter from just 2 feet, Billy.
Yeah, this is the start you want. This is the kind of play that you want, kind of going into that back nine where, you know, if all of a sudden you post a 32 or 33, you make a lot of noise.
So he does move into a tie for 14th place, 2 under par after a 75 yesterday. 75 yesterday, certainly disappointing, but given the conditions, put it this way, there were a lot of scores worse than that, including #1 player in the world, Tiger Woods.
Yeah, well, they walk up to the 6th tee, a beautiful par 4. A little high five to one of the fans following Hunter. The 6th hole, you see this from the air. The first creek you see is not in play, not even for a lot of the weekend players. They'll drive it down the middle of this fairway, trying to avoid the bunkers left and right. The water's not in play even for the long hitters off the tee, but they play to a diagonal green sitting from right to left, guarded by water. Today, the hole on number 6 is located right in the front middle of the green. Pretty accessible hole location. This hole is can be difficult with the wind blowing. It's played the 11th hardest hole in round 3. Kind of falls right in the middle of degree of difficulty for the course of this golf course. It plays to an average of just 2/10 under par, 2/200 under par. So it's a hole they expect to make par on, but there is some trouble if you drive it out of the fairway, then you're out of position trying to play over the water. Always liked that golf hole, number 6.
Well, the 6th hole is where things began to go the wrong way for Hunter Mahan on Saturday. This was the first of 4 consecutive bogeys after he had played the first 5 holes in 1 under. But in good shape after 5 holes today, 2 under for the day and for the tournament.
You know, you have the airspace here to either draw it into the middle of the fairway or cut it. I mean, my eyes just see a cut here because the fairway kind of slopes just a little bit from left to right. And while it's a straightaway hole, basically, the green is a little bit, as you look from this view, to the right side of your screen. It just fits my eye. But if you're a drawer, you can make it fit that too. Billy, Hunter Mahan's going off this tee with a driver, which isn't unusual.
Well, I think the bunker down the right-hand side, we saw McIlroy put it in that bunker yesterday. I don't know if Hunter has the length to get it to that right bunker. So I think that's a great aiming point for Hunter and work it off that bunker.
He likes
Or
it.
you can just go ahead and just hit it down the center, too.
One of the best drivers on the PGA Tour. Total driving.
I don't know if it was the flight of that ball, Billy, but that ball really didn't release but, 2 or 3 yards.
No, and a little flip of the wind here, Mark. This tee shot a little more left and in right now. Yesterday it was more left to right.
Trevor also with driver.
Yeah, the guys are going to go with driver today simply because the softness of the fairways and the wind direction, and really good tee shot here by Trevor.
Well, we had a beautiful picture of that coming off with a low, kind of a burning cut. I love that shape. That's familiar to me. Right down the middle of the fairway. One of the best swings he's made all day. Of course, he makes a lot of good swings. Each of these players have made 2 pars and a bogey on this hole. They've all played at 1 over so far this week.
Well, if you don't put the ball in the fairway, it's tough to make par here at the 6th. And this one's going to capture the left-hand side of the fairway, but 3 lengthy second shots here at 6, Mark. These balls are well back from what I saw the first day.
Well, this green is thankfully is a little bit softer than it was earlier yesterday, but they'll have challenging shots as they play this 6th hole. We'll come back in just a minute and see if our feature group can make a run at Matt Kuchar and the other leaders. This is going to be a long day, isn't it?
All right.
Thank you, Vic. Yeah, it is kind of neat. It is kind of neat.
Hey, Vic, Mark,
Yes.
Grant, Steve Carman is help out a little bit. They're not on the.
You said they're not on the clock. They're asking them to help.
They're not on the clock, but they're
wanted to pick it up.
Yeah, Carmen asked them to help pick it up. So Vic, they may play a little bit quicker.
Be forewarned.
Yeah, that's good. Good news, Billy. Yeah, if you look at the par
He's slow.
5,
He's slow. Play it like tennis or baseball or basketball or football. Play more reactionary.
Billy, if someone asked me, and I really like him, would you to give him a tip? I'd say if you just react more, I bet you'd play better right away. I really mean it. Beautiful golf swing.
I guarantee you, he could be in a cart, go to the tee, pull out driver, hit it, look at the yardage, hit a second shot. I guarantee he'd shoot the same score.
Yeah.
Or better.
Yeah.
Hunter Mahan, 2 under par on his first 5 holes today, and in the fairway at 6. Grant Boone, Mark McCumber, and following this featured group is Billy Kratzer.
They are all in this fairway. Billy Kratzer, our man who's right down there with our featured group, has just informed us that one of the officials, Steve Carman from Jacksonville, Florida, actually used to be a neighbor of mine. Steve just let the group know, kind of a courtesy, guys, you're getting a little bit out of position. Can you pick it up? that's kind of the first letting him know you don't want to fall behind where we start timing you.
Right. It's kind of a courtesy. It's not a warning. It's just kind of a courtesy. Can you help us out a little bit here? You're dragging. They're getting ready. And I think the fact that, maybe Trevor's taken a little more time with a couple of shots.
Fall the hair right. It's a nice spot to be over there. Yeah. Okay.
Okay, Hunter with 181 yards to the hole. Wind is pretty much like it was off the tee, left to right and in. This ball needs to get down on the right.
It did hang just in the first cut. There'll be no problem there. He's probably got 35 to 45 feet, somewhere in that range, maybe closer to the 45-foot range, back down that hill. But, he's dry and playing, not any big trouble.
KJ with 177 yards, Mark. Trying to work it in there left and right. Loves to see that ball move in that direction. Beautiful golf shot.
Billy, that ball pitched right behind the hole about 5 or 6 feet, and gravity's pulling that ball back toward the hole. He's going to have a very, very makeable birdie putt coming up in just a few minutes.
Now Trevor Immelman last to play, 173 yards. Again, it's going to have to hit it pretty solid. This is a 7-iron. Also a good-looking shot.
Well, that's two beauties by Trevor Immelman and KJ Choi. The player in this group with the hottest start, Hunter Mahan, has put the ball on the right fringe. He'll have a much more difficult putt for birdie. A little bit of work to do.
Billy and Mark, let me ask this question. Is there extra sensitivity by the Steve Carmans and others out there who are following groups because they're the second group out and you do have threesomes and you do have 2 tees today? Is there a little extra sensitivity to make sure you stay in position today when you got a compressed field?
I think anytime you have a 2-tee start that you need to make sure that that first group, off of, whether it be the first hole or the 10th hole, follows right behind that last group that tees off. So we're the second group to tee off on the first hole, so we want to be snug right up against that group that led play off on the first hole, and it just kind of is a nice continuation.
Another important question to ponder: will this affect the way any of these guys play? For example, is there any feeling by some of the players already after only 5 holes that, my goodness, we might be timed in the future? Who's responsible for this? It's not me. Or might it work in the reverse? May Trevor Immelman have to speed up and help his golf? I mean, I noticed, and I think it's almost the stat someone told me, that when they time groups that are playing slow, they almost invariably play a little better, because if they don't get angry, if they take it in the right spirit, because they realize I got to react and go, and consequently, Billy, they play better. It's more athletic.
I think so, and I'm looking down through the trees across, and I can see that the group ahead have hit their shots, or are hitting their shots on the 7th hole, the par 5 right now. So just a little bit of effort and just a little bit of quickening with the putts here. They should be back in position just that quick.
And just something information for our viewers. While there are time limits, per shot when you're on the clock, as long as you keep position and you're playing the same hole, you're not a full hole behind, you're never put on the clock. So really the first rule of thumb is stay up with the group ahead of you, then you don't have to worry about how much time you're taking over a shot. When you get in trouble is when you lose that position, and then you're put on the clock for each individual shot. So it really, we always get out of position, it seems like. It happens. I've played slow in my career. I know I played better when I didn't, but you just got to be aware of it.
Long birdie putt from off just off the green from the collar here for Hunter Mahan. 2 under through his first 5 holes.
And what Hunter needs to be aware of here, Mark, is the pace of the putt coming from this back right-hand corner of the green. There's a lot of tilt coming off the back of this green, so it's going to funnel this ball to the left pretty quickly.
Yeah, Billy, it's the same tilt we saw when KJ Choi's ball, just by gravity, started working back toward the hole.
Just trying to putt to a spot outside and then let gravity take over.
Ball ran out a little bit, but what I like about that on fast greens is I'd rather have it 3.5 or 4 feet by putting back up than that 2.5, 3 feet putting still down the hill. I just think it frees you up so much more. We saw, you know, the #1 player in the world earlier in the week trying to power in some of these downhill putts from 4 and 5 feet. Tiger Woods, I'm referring to, and the ball goes 7 and 8 feet by, and that's the danger of doing that from above a hole.
Tiger so far has had 2 3 putts from inside 5 feet this week.
Yeah, well, he won the Cadillac World Championship, I think, missing 3 putts all week out of 80-some putts inside of 10 feet. So that is the big difference, isn't it?
Yeah. Down at Doral. How would you like to go around Doral in 100 putts every time you played there?
Boy, as big as those greens are, that was phenomenal.
Now, KJ. Quick little putt coming down the hill. You have to be a little careful. But again, today, I think you can go ahead and give it just a little more speed than what we saw yesterday.
Beautiful putt.
Similar distance to the one on 5. This one goes in, and KJ is under par for the day and for the tournament.
Well, you know, this is a perfect example. We're watching a replay of KJ's putt downhill. Just had to get it started. Lee Trevino said something to me years ago that I bought into. If you have a putt to win or you're nervous or an important putt, he'd much rather be downhill because all you've got to concentrate then is on the line, not hitting it. So I don't know if Billy agrees, but I mean, these guys, you know, on these putts right here, just get it started on the right line. It's going to work its way to the hole.
Yeah, and Trevor, with this birdie putt, should have gotten just a little bit of information from the putt from Hunter Mahan as to what it's going to do in the last third of the putt.
Just overplayed the break. We had a beautiful view of that, Billy, from right behind him. Our camera worked there, and it looked like it a little bit flattened out to me, just a little bit. Even though he got it started too far out of the hole, it was breaking, and then it didn't quite continue the break. Now from just inside of 2 feet. Takes the putter back a little inside, but boy, one of the greatest putters ever, the South African Bobby Locke, took it way inside with a hook stroke. We're looking at a replay. I just think he played too much break. I don't think there was any mishit. As it breaks, notice right there, Grant, it kind of stops breaking, and at the very end, it almost straightens up totally. But then again, reading greens is not a science. I think it's more of an art form. Now Hunter Mahan from just inside of 4 feet, straight up the green.
Again, it's one of those putts, you know, Mark, that you're really not going to be fooled by the line. If you miss this putt right here, it's pretty much all operator error.
Well done.
Mahan remains 2 under par. He successfully navigates the tough 6th with the par and now has a chance to make a little hay in the par 5 7th. Tied for 15th place is Mahan, 6 shots off the lead. And Mark, how about a look at this par 5?
Oh, I love this par 5. It's kind of a double dog leg. You can see you want to drive it as close as you can hug those 2 bunkers on the left. This par 5 plays to a yardage of 563 yards, and so you have a choice. From that landing area, you can lay up to the end of the closely mown fairway, and you want to lay up to a yardage that fits your favorite yardage into the hole location, or you can go for this green in 2. A lot of players have done it. We haven't had an eagle yet this week. It has played to a scoring average of 4.86. It's the 3rd easiest hole in the golf course. Today, the hole is located 17 paces on and 10 from the right. Not an overly difficult hole location. And we'll have to rely on our on-the-ground expert, Billy Craster, to tell us if the wind conditions will allow, you know, any of these players to reach this green in 2.
Mark, I would say that maybe Immelman and Hunter. I don't think that's the correct play. I think the wind is too strong. You make this a 3-shot par 5 and continue on from there. I think you're going to make more 4s with the wedge than you are going for this par 5 and 2.
So the risk is not worth the reward.
No.
KJ with the driver.
Yeah, right up the left-hand side. Nice kind of penetrating tee shot there.
Nice galleries all week here at Muirfield Village. This tournament supported so much by the volunteers. Just last year went over the $22 million mark in charities for local Ohio charities, and I know that the people and the volunteers appreciate it. As a player, we always appreciated the work of the volunteers. Now Hunter Mahan with driver, Billy.
When he's clicking, he really likes to work it right to left.
On balance as he's been all day.
Really solid golf swings right now. I mean, he just keeps continuing to put the ball in the right position off the tee and then hitting good iron shots. I think with the pitch of the fairway, Mark, the fact that it's back into the wind, they're not going to get any rollout whatsoever. None of the 3 players can carry it up on top to where the ball would actually release forward.
Well, that's another penetrating low cut. And Billy, that's exactly what we saw when we saw Hunter's ball land. It only rolled 2 or 3 yards, and that ball releases about 10 feet, and he's in the first cut of rough, but he is about 15, 20 yards past where Hunter Mahan ended up.
Feature group coverage continues. Sunday at the Memorial. Hunter Mahan now into a tie for 15th place. Water, I guess it'd be good. I did not know. I'll take, if there's some bratwurst left, I'll take. Oh, God, okay. Love some salmon. I'll do some of those and some of that. So some of the pork, some of the salmon, and some of the broccoli. Thanks. Well, our final grouping, Matt Kuchar, Kevin Chappell, Kyle Stanley, will tee off at 12:40, about 10 minutes from now. What do you expect to see here, Mark? You have a proven winner in Matt Kuchar, who's really done kind of everything except win a major championship. He's won the Players, which you won 25 years ago this year. Kuchar, a tough customer and a guy who can make clutch putts. We know that.
Well, he is a tough customer, and I expect him to do well today, but so tightly bunched up at the top.
Second shot for KJ Choi at the 7th, par 5.
This is going to be okay. It looks like it kind of goes over that bunker. It's a little blind to us back here in the fairway. It looked like it stayed in the fairway, just barely clinging to the left-hand side, but none of the players inside 280 yards, so all three will lay up.
It's a little bit easier shot rather than a hybrid up in the air and having, you know what I mean?
Just trying to get that yardage marked where they, you know, it's kind of a super comfort with that third shot.
Yeah, play to your favorite, you know, wedge yardage if you can.
Very nice.
Right in the middle of the fairway. You know, Billy, don't you think that where the hole is located, it's not just the yardage, it's where the hole is on the green, whether it's front edge or back, what you want to leave.
Yeah, you want to make sure that you give yourself the most open look for that third shot. But really amazing. None of these golf balls are picking up any mud at all, Mark. Every time they come down to hit either approach shot or a second shot into a par, you know, like they're doing here at 7, ball is very clean, which is a good sign.
That's a compliment to the condition of this golf course. The agronomy staff here has done such a great job. Healthy stand of bent grass fairways and, you know, not much exposed dirt. I don't see any white paint or ground under repair on this golf course at all.
Mark and Billy, just continuing our conversation from earlier. From your perspective, is play slower now on tour dramatically than it was when you guys were in your prime? I mean, there have always been fast and slow players, right?
I've been a fast player, and I think play has slowed up. With the system in place right now, I think the slow players know how to beat the system. And, you know, if they're warned, then they go ahead and they can beat it. And you get by with it. I think they're maybe readdress that and maybe go a little bit different.
Billy, don't you think, too, that all the different concepts of teaching, I mean, I remember we got introduced to the concept of a pre-shot routine. And I mean, there's so many systems that guys use to play and so many checklists they go through. A lot of players, I think more players now think swing technique and technical thoughts. You see rehearsals of positions of the club head. I don't think it's much of that. I think a lot more, we talk about yardages and yardage books. Obviously, we had yardage books and we had pin sheets, but I don't think we gave as much attention, good or bad, I'm not saying which one it is, to all those details. We kind of just played a little more.
Right. You know, you played the game a little bit more by feel. I think that was due to the equipment, but also we never had an entourage go onto the practice tee with us, and all of a sudden we had our psychologist, our swing coach, our physical guy that gets us in condition, and you know, then we have TrackMan, and all of a sudden you walk out to the driving range and you've got 8 people with you.
You know, Billy, I remember it was a big deal when Al Geiberger had a peanut butter endorsement, and he would eat peanut butter sandwiches during the round because of the sugar imbalance. You know, now the young players are mixing certain, you know, energy drinks in special containers that go in the certain part of the bag, and every 3 holes there's this much of a power bar eaten or whatever it might be, which is all great. But I just think there's so much more thought as to what makes me a better player, that it just takes more time. And the courses are bigger and longer. I think the setups week in and week out are maybe more difficult. Greens are faster than we used to putt. You know, we didn't play 14 on the stint meter ever.
I'm going to give you an old saying. Practice smart, play dumb.
I like that.
Which means what?
Which means you get out there, you've done all your work prior to the round of golf. Now just go out there and play golf shots.
By the way, I was not playing dumb there. I really didn't know what you meant, but that was a good explanation.
Now Trevor Immelman on his 3rd shot, Billy, right for the middle of the fairway.
96 yards. This should be an ideal yardage for Trevor. trying to flight it down, try to minimize the spin. Needs to get up a little bit. Caught right into that slope, and it's going to work its way back towards the front.
That's going to be a disappointing. That's another disappointing wedge. He couldn't have been happy on the first par 5. Number 5 hitting it some 30 feet behind the hole. Hunter Mahan is looking at what yardage?
Hunter's got 89, and I've always felt like he's had the ability to flight the ball properly. I don't think he's a high spin player by any means. I think he just it's kind of a deadened hit when he plays these shots. Look for this to be a little right of the flagstick.
Well, statistically, he's one of the best on tour. He's 18th from this distance, but look what happened to him too.
Boy, if you don't carry that slope, if you don't put it on that back little table right there, Mark, it's just going to be right in the same spot,
Billy,
down at the front.
There's no doubt in my mind that they're still influenced by how they saw these balls land earlier in the week. And one bounce it over the green, then you're dead.
Good point.
And they're really showing some respect for that.
Yeah, good point. A little bit softer. KJ from 81. This is going to carry a little bit deeper. Therefore, it stays up on top, but he's going to have a good opportunity for birdie.
Well, he learned from the first two. There's no question about it. No question about it. You know, going back to that pace of play, you know, Billy, I loved your comment. Someone once told me, prepare like it matters, hit the shot like you don't care where it's going. I think it's the same philosophy. Now we're taking a second look at KJ. He flew that ball some 3 or 4 paces behind the hole, and it spins back to hole high. We didn't see that any other time this week where the balls would do that. And I think it's very hard for players to believe that after seeing these U.S. Open type big bounces where the ball flattens out. We saw so much of that yesterday.
And just to go ahead and add one more little saying, this game's only...
We lost you, Billy.
This game's only hard when you care.
Yeah.
Yeah, you got to play like you don't care. Absolutely. You really do.
Interesting.
Hard to find that balance between being prepared and knowing it matters to realizing that, you know, the world still revolves, and gravity still takes effect, and everything keeps going on. But
there are players in every generation, aren't there, who are phenomenally talented but can't let it go, right?
I think you see that in every sport, but I think it shows up the most in golf. I think in reaction sports where you don't have time to think, you can just do it. I remember playing with Michael Jordan in the Pro-Ams and talking to him, and he wanted to become such a good golfer. He loves the game. He said, you know, Mark, I think it'd be easier if you rolled the ball in front of me and made me hit it while it was moving. And I understand what he means. I mean, your brain has such a long period of time to think about a 3-footer to win. I mean, it's amazing the thoughts that may dart into your head that you've got to keep out. It's just part of the challenge of this game, and it's why I think we play for a lifetime. It's why we don't get bored with it. We might get irritated with it, but we don't get bored because it's changing and evolving all the time, depending on how you feel each day, where your mental thoughts are, and how you physically feel.
Well, Hunter Mahan from just about 1 pace on the green. This is going to have to crawl up that slope. And it's going to be pretty slow going up that slope. But this putt pretty much uphill all the way to the hole, Mark.
Can he hit it hard enough after the way these greens have been earlier days? He's hit it pretty hard.
Really good putt, really good pace. Just a little more twist to the left than what he thought.
Now that we see this group play into this green, Billy, I think that's a deceiving hole location. Seems unprotected right out there in the middle of the green, but that slope is the protection to get this. It's going to take a very good third shot as these leaders come through here to get the ball close.
Yeah, if you can put it in the green side bunker, that is hugely beneficial with this whole location. And now Trevor Immelman, almost the identical putt. He's going to have Scotty tend the flagstick. He really can't get a good view.
Billy, do you have your remote control playing out again today like you did yesterday? We can hear something overhead.
I do. And again, It's flying downwind, thankfully. It's got to go big. Go big.
Needed a little more jet fuel of his own. He'll have that for par. Trevor doesn't birdie par 5s very often. He's in the bottom 20 on the PGA Tour in par 5 birdies.
Now, on the other hand, KJ has a putt where he's going to have to be a little careful from this direction, a little more going right to left. This is going to break sharply from his right to left, and once it starts going to the left, then you start going down the hill, so it's going to pick up speed. But he has to play almost 2 feet of break in this putt.
Made a downhill putt for birdie from a similar length at 6.
Well, you called that, Billy. He carried too much speed, otherwise he would have made it. And not only has it burned the top edge of the hole, that's a little bit of what we saw yesterday. We're taking another look at it. Good solid stroke, kept his head still. He thinks he's made it, but it seems to pick up speed once it touches the top side of that hole. And that ball, you know, kind of sneaks out there, that 4 or 5 foot range.
Yeah, both KJ and Trevor right in that 5 foot range to save par here at the 7th.
I guess Trevor is just outside.
Seven pars to begin his final round for Trevor Immelman. He shot 68. He was tied for 4th after the first round of the Masters this year, and then was unable to match or better par the rest of the week.
Well, he's had some signs of breaking out of this, I don't know if slump's the fair word, but not finding the form that he's had in the past. Be nice to see him continue to make progress now. Hunter Mayhem from just inside of 2 feet.
He'll get out of KJ Choi's line there. So 2 under par through 7 for Hunter Mahan.
And if any of our viewers are wondering, that's just a courtesy thing. It's probably either you can move your coin or putt if you like. And it was close enough that Hunter figured the simplest thing to do was just go ahead and finish up and leave the stage to KJ.
I think maybe just inside left. I think the key here, Mark, is to make sure you keep the pace of the putt up. Going back up the hill.
And they shouldn't get away from him.
Well, still not a bogey in this group.
Nicely done. Nicely done. You can see that clean card, just the 1 birdie on 6. Hunter Mahan has made a birdie on number 1 and 5. And as you mentioned, Grant, Trevor Immelman, 7 straight pars.
And a little souvenir for one of the patrons, young patrons watching. And Mark, how about a look at this?
This 8th hole gets my attention when I played it, and as I view it and tell you about it. It's a beautiful hole today. Plays downhill 100, plays downhill every day, but today it's 192 yards to a back left hole location. This green sits way up in the air. Those bunkers are quite deep. You put it in those bunkers, it's a hard up and down, and as you notice, the green is long but narrow. And if the winds blow like they did yesterday, it appears they've calmed down a little bit. And it's a crossing when you've really got to hit a very meticulous shot to get it on the green. Today the hole is located 33 yards deep, 4 yards from the left. If you make any mistake today, you better make it out right of this hole. You'll have a chance. But from left of the hole, hole high, it would be very difficult to get it up and down. Beautiful shot we're looking at back at the tee. You see the 1, 2, 3, 4, 4 sets of tees. Step down as you get closer. We listen to these caddy player talk. Billy, has the wind died down as much as it appears?
Yes, I was just about to say that, Mark. 194 yards. This is about as simple as the 8th hole is going to play right now at this moment.
Nothing like we saw yesterday, not even the same hole.
Right the hole.
No.
Two pars and a bogey, and KJ's played the 4 par 3s all week. 3 over. Tough par 3s.
Certainly are. We mentioned third most difficult hole for the week. The most difficult is the par 3 16th. Now KJ Choi for the tee on number 8.
Yeah, going with the 5-iron, Mark. Just left of the flag, moving left.
That will be delicate. It's right, Billy, exactly where all the players walked off above that bunker. We can see the ball cleanly, but I don't think he'll be cleanly able to get a club on it. We'll have to do a little bit of maneuvering. There's some grass behind the ball, not much green to work with. That'll be an exciting shot to watch, and it appears that the green slopes away from him just a little bit.
It does on that back left-hand corner. It definitely slopes away from where KJ's ball is.
Perfect yard is just a little offline, but that's the, don't you think that's the challenge of this green? It's so narrow.
Yeah, you kind of have that hourglass green to where it just kind of pinches in, then it, or it's wide, then it pinches in, then it's wide again.
And Billy, there is room right of the hole today, though, isn't there?
20 feet right of the hole.
Yeah.
But Hunter Mahan now going with 6-iron. What wind there is, a little right to left. This is a great line if it's the right distance.
Well, that is the right distance, right below the hole. Very makeable putt. You know, it's not just how close you get it to the hole, but can you get it on the right side of the hole to make it a simple putt? That was beautifully done by Hunter Mahan. He's made good swings on every shot today so far.
You know, nothing looks forced to me with Hunter. Everything just kind of in sync, great rhythm, quality shots. Everything just seems to be clicking for him. But now, Immelman, he's going with 1 club less than what Mahan went with. This is a 7-iron, Mark, from 194 yards.
He's going to have to get all over this thing. Balanced, aggressive swing, Billy.
Well, he stepped on it, and it's pretty much the same line as Hunter. And almost the same result, maybe a little bit short of it.
Sorry, Smitty.
Delicate pitch coming up for KJ Choi, and birdie putts for Immelman and Mahan. Feature group coverage continues. I did. At the par 3 8th hole, feature group coverage continues here at the Memorial. Grant Boone, Mark McCumber, and Bill Kratzer down there watching KJ Choi's second shot.
This is a very delicate little shot right here. This is a little shot that you could make a big mistake with. Just drop it right on the fringe. Let it release down. Or in.
And now KJ Choi is 2 under on his round today and 2 under for the tournament and tied for 16th place with Mahan. Another look.
Well, that's as good as you can do it right there. He accelerated the club through. The ball lands softly and runs right in the center of the cup. Boy, that's one of those emotional swings that you need on a tough golf course. You're trying to save par, and all of a sudden, oops, look what I found. Birdie. Never been a bad 2.
Well, and just think, Billy, I mean, he nearly holed out from a bunker on the 4th hole. He's had a couple of lip outs as well.
Yeah, he's put on a short game display up to this point, Grant. Now Immelman trying to break the ice, trying to make that first birdie. Straight up the hill, good opportunity to go ahead, put a little pace behind this. This is the kind of putt mark that you can go ahead and be a little aggressive with.
Yeah, 2 good leaves by both Trevor and Hunter. That ball was right all the way, Billy. It looks like, to me, he pushed it. I don't think he read it to break 4 or 5 inches from right to left.
No, I'm kind of looking at this putt, and when I first took a peek at it, I thought that maybe at the end, if it did anything, it may have a chance to move to the right, just the opposite direction.
I thought so too, because I thought KJ Choi's chip was definitely going a little bit downhill, which would mean that ball should go a little left to right coming up the green. He's talking to his caddy about maybe we got the wrong read. Seems puzzled. Now he's going back to his book. Looks like he's making a notation about this green. These guys will keep these books year after year, trying to learn all they can. Now we're back to Hunter, Billy.
Yeah, and I think Hunter, after watching that, he'll put this out there on the left edge. Really good.
Third birdie of his final round. He is now tied for 8th place. He's just 5 shots behind our leader, Matt Kuchar, the man who beat him in the finals of the match play earlier this year. Another look at this birdie putt, the 3rd of the day for Mahan.
And Billy Kratzer, you called it perfectly. Just kind of put it out on the left side of the hole, and the ball fed right in the center. I love the pace. That's the advantage of those 2 shots being left below the hole. They weren't hit defensively. They were hit aggressively, and you don't get a chance to do that a lot here at Muirfield Village.
And there you go. Mahan is now on the first page of the leaderboard. A couple of hours out in front of the leader, but look at Matt Kuchar playing the first hole, makes birdie from 14 feet. His lead is now 3. And so Kuchar, as you might expect from a proven winner, taking the opportunity early with a slightly softer golf course and making birdie at the first.
He is certainly one of our most consistent players on the PGA Tour. Week in and week out, he's always hit that leaderboard. Now we go to the 9th tee. What a great driving hole, Billy. KJ Choi with a 3-wood.
And I think the majority of the players you'll see going with something less than driver here, Mark. This is a good tee shot by KJ. It's going to leave you somewhere just inside 150.
How big was the 3-wood we saw from Rory McIlroy yesterday on this hole in our feature group coverage?
Massive.
Huge.
It led to a beautiful tap in. I shouldn't say tap in, but a short birdie putt.
Yeah.
Only had 117 yards left, and that was a pretty heavy wind into his face.
What do the skies look like above you there, Billy?
Dark.
Yeah.
But it looks like to me they're moving a little bit south of us. So Hunter, another good tee shot here, moving just slightly left. Finds the fairway.
Billy, of all the players we watch closely week in and week out, I don't know if I've seen any other player who makes swing after swing that look like they're Memorex. I mean, they look like they're right out of a photocopier when you watch Hunter Mahan swing.
Yeah, I think you look at Hunter Mahan, you look at Adam Scott, you look at Justin Rose.
Good examples.
I think those three players right there, week in and week out, swing the club most consistently. Now, Immelman. Boy, this thing just took out really low. It's going left, and that's probably going to need a little help to stay out of the rough.
He actually found the first cut of rough, which won't be too bad. Looks like he's trying to hit that same low power cut that he hit with the driver so successfully on some of the earlier holes. We'll come back in a minute and follow our feature group as they play this beautiful 9th hole. Y'all did a great job picking, I'm telling you. Guys will be begging to be on DirecTV.
Grant.
Yes, sir.
Abilene Christian University, and you couldn't come up with the practice smart, play dumb?
Yeah.
Come on. Come on, Grant.
Come
on, Grant.
I graduated. Thank you, Lottie. ACU's Alex Carpenter today won the Jack Nicklaus Award. They just announced it in the clubhouse. Player of the Year. Second time he's won it. 20 college wins. Good kid, too. Little Rock. Moving to Division I this year. Yeah, Division II. I know storms can crop up out of nowhere, especially this part of the country, but the radar really looks clear.
Well, I guess again they're saying there's no. Does it show up? Does it show up even if there's no electric in it?
Mm-hmm.
It still would
It'll
show
just be green, you know. It's literally 5% chance.
Yeah. Grant, I think what I'm seeing, the dark clouds, I think it's going to move way south of us.
A first hole birdie from Matt Kuchar has upped his lead from 2 to 3. And at the bottom of page 1 of the leaderboard, you see Hunter Mahan in our featured group coverage on this Sunday at the Memorial. Grant Boone, PGA Tour winners Mark McCumber and Bill Kratzert with me. And wherever you are around the world, accessing us however you are, we're so glad you could be with us today from Central Ohio. Really one of the great stops, one of the most prestigious titles on the PGA Tour. Anytime you can have your name associated with Jack Nicklaus, it's been a good week. Just moments ago in the clubhouse, they announced the Jack Nicklaus Award winners, the NCAA Players of the Year. From my alma mater, Abilene Christian, Alex Carpenter won his second Nicklaus Award. And just to be in the same breath with the Golden Bear is something, isn't it, Mark?
Well, I know every one of us as players, especially Billy and I's generation, feel that way. I'm sure the young ones still do too, but it's not just the way Jack played the game, the way he conducted himself. He was something to try to copy.
Well, he handed this man the trophy back in 2007. KJ Choi at the 9th, second shot.
Well, 180 yards, and it is a hard shot to figure out, and this is a whole location you don't dare shoot at. Unless you're KJ Choi. And I think that was a little fortunate. That ball, there was a little bit of a push. Could not have been aiming that ball there, Mark.
No, I'm sure he wasn't, Billy. And the softness really helped KJ too. If that had been rock hard fringe, it's right in the water, but he kicked softly. And it's only about 3 inches into the thick bluegrass, but he's got a clean lie, Billy. It'll be a little bit like that chip we saw Immelman hit on number 1, kind of a little stab. Just get it started, and he's going straight uphill. Shouldn't be too difficult. I guarantee he's relieved the ball's not in the water. Now we have Trevor Immelman. Good angle, but he too is coming out in the first cut of rough, which makes this a lot more guesswork.
Well, 172 yards to the hole, and par 3 8th hole was 194, and he hit 7-iron. Here at the 9th, 172, he's got the same 7-iron.
Well, the good thing about that, Billy, he certainly can't afford to be short here.
So now he's aimed well left, Mark. He's gonna take this at the center of the green. If it falls right, it falls right. But this is one you just cannot fool with. And this ball was hanging left and moving left.
I'd have to say the good thing about it, you know, it's the right miss. You know, he played, you know, a conservative target, but I like this thought too. We talk about cliches today. A conservative target with an aggressive swing. And really that's what he was trying to do. You can't look at that and then kind of wish it over there. He just pulled it. Now Hunter Mahan, what kind of yardage is he facing?
Right now, I don't think it's any problem at all. It comes up, just wait it out, you know?
Yeah.
Same line, though, basically right
100%.
those towers right now, you know?
Yeah.
Okay?
Well, he's going to go with the same club. He's got 168 yards, and John Wood, Hunter's caddy, told me that the two most difficult holes to pull clubs on are the 3rd hole and the 9th hole on this front 9. They've had trouble pulling the right club on these 2 holes.
Great round going, 3 under through 8.
This ball up in the air and moving way left. That ball started at the center of the green. It's almost like it just hit a wall of wind and it just moved it directly left.
Billy, we're getting a good look at the green from behind, and they're coming out of a chute of trees that guard both sides of the fairway. But when you get to the green, it's totally exposed to the right side of your screen, which is over by number 1 fairway. So these players coming out of that chute of trees would not feel that wind.
Our feature group coverage continues when these guys are done at 18. We'll peel back and we'll grab this group. Mark Leishman, Gonzalo Fernandez Castaño, and Tiger Woods, who began their final round on the 10th hole. Again, we're playing in groups of 3 and going off both tees. Tiger Woods yesterday on that back 9 shot the highest score he's ever shot on any 9 holes in his PGA Tour career, 44. Came back and shot around a front 9 35 for 79. Take a look at the winning scores. And again, a testament to maybe how well designed this course is. When the wind doesn't blow, you can make your share of birdies around here. Tom Lehman has the tournament record 20 under par back in 1994.
That was impressive. 4 straight rounds of 67. Some of the finest golf ever played. I always got the impression, just like when he played, that, you know, Jack has built, Mr. Nicklaus has built a great golf course here. He and Desmond Muirhead in the 70s on this 220 acres. And I don't think he's offended when the greatest players in the world on a perfectly manicured course, when they catch it soft, when they play great. I don't think that he's insecure about that a bit.
Right.
And when it plays like yesterday, he knows there's plenty of teeth in this golf course. And I think it's a perfect blend of power, of finesse, everything in your golf game. You know, you don't drive it off every tee. There's good short holes that have risk reward. The par 3s, as we mentioned, 3 of the 4 hardest holes in the golf course this week are the par 3s. It's just a wonderful test of golf. It stimulates you mentally when you see it. Great visualization of golf shots. Hardly anything blind on the golf course at all. I just think it's a well-designed, one of the finest courses that we have in this country.
Well, and to your point, Mark, I mean, you talk about the influence of Augusta National. This is a guy, Jack Nicklaus, who won the Masters at 17 under, and he won it at even par.
And he understands
2 of his 6
that.
wins.
Yeah.
You know, again, if the wind doesn't blow, go ahead and make your birdies.
Well, I know my first year here, I shot in the 80s. The first 2 days I missed the cut. It was very difficult conditions. Tom Watson won. And then in the middle, I think 1984, I shot 64 the closing round, which at the time was the course record. And I can't imagine doing either. It's that kind of golf course.
Well, another fringe for Hunter Mahan, and this is a long one, Billy.
It really is, and there's going to be a significant amount of break, and trying to match that break with the pace of the putt is the whole key to getting this ball within 3 or 4 feet. I think if he gets it within 4 feet, Mark, it's going to be an excellent putt.
66 feet, according to ShotLink.
And that's going to be somewhere in 6.5, maybe 7 feet.
Yeah, I still call it good, Billy. And he's left it on the right side of the hole. He's putting now right back straight up the green. Boy, we can see the trees. It's almost like either they got out in the open and were feeling it for the first time, Billy, or a switch went on with the wind machine.
Well, I kind of go back to what John said. He said this hole, you're looking right down at it. You feel it, then it'll let up. You'll feel it. It will let up. It's the most difficult to pick the right club on this 9.
Well, I remember that second shot always got my attention. I was very nervous hitting that shot because you knew if you mishit it at all, you could be in big trouble.
Now, Trevor has a little bit easier putt, I think, Mark, because he's able to go ahead and putt more directly back into the slope, into the tilt that's coming off the back of the green. He doesn't have to go alongside that tilt.
That ball will feed some 4 or 5 feet past 2. You know, Billy, back to what we're talking about, this hole being a very hard hole to pick a club on. Statistics back that up because hardest hole on the golf course this week is number 16, the par 3. Guess what's number 2? The 9th hole. Second hardest hole on the golf course. And it's not because of the length. It's downhill 412. It's because the vagaries of coming into this green with the hazard lurking in front. And if you think bailing long and left is the key, look how tough those putts were. Now KJ Choi.
Thinks he can make it. Flag stick out.
Made it on 8.
Pretty straightforward.
Mark and Billy, as we think about KJ pitching in from a tough spot at 8, I have to think that was a shot that the honoree this year would have loved. Raymond Floyd, who is being honored as going into the Memorial history books this week, honored by Jack Nicklaus. Floyd was as good as there ever was from around the green, wasn't he?
Well, Grant, you're even thinking of Raymond over that chip. It shows what we all think about him. I mean, I'd like to have him make the chips for me.
I played with Trevino and Floyd 9 straight weeks, Mark. Either the combination or one or the other. And every time I played with Raymond Floyd, he chipped in once per round.
Look at this round of 33 on the front 9 for Hunter Mahan.
Good 9 holes. Billy, the old days when we used to have the shootouts, kind of a novelty thing for the gallery to watch, it came down to a pitch shot between Raymond and I happened to win. And I looked at him, I said, I've never chipped it closer than you in my life. It was the highlight of the week. I had a chance to play for him as the captain of the Ryder Cup when he was the captain of the Ryder Cup team in '89 over at the Belfry, and it was such a privilege to be in his company. He was a gentleman, but what a fierce competitor. I loved to get to pair with him. I learned something every time I played with him.
Yeah, and he never used the same club. I mean, he might chip with a 4-iron, he might chip with a 7, sand wedge, pitching
Great imagination.
Wedge. He used all the clubs.
Yeah.
And the stare.
Now Immelman trying to make his 9th consecutive par.
That was a pretty good 9 holes for Immelman, all pars. Certainly for Mahan, 33, but KJ Choi has this putt for our featured group to go bogey-free for the front 9. We haven't had a bogey-free round from anyone all week here.
That's impressive. Conditions are a little easier, but they're not that much easier. Now KJ Choi straight up the hill from inside at 2 feet. or right at 2 feet.
34 on the front 9 for KJ Choi. Birdie putt at 6 and a pitch in for birdie at the 8th.
That sends KJ Choi into the back 9 with just 1 shot off of the first page of the leaderboard.
And he hustles to the 10th tee, and let's take a look at it from overhead here,
Well,
Mark.
the 10th tee is a long, winding hole, slightly right to left. You got trees and bunkers that guard the fairway, 471 yards uphill. It's the 5th hardest hole in the golf course this week. You play to a green that sits up in the air, guarded by 4 bunkers. Today, the hole location on number 10 is in the front middle right, 14 yards on, 4 from the right. I think it's one of the harder hole locations, just over those right bunkers you see. It takes a good tee shot with some length, and you need to find the fairway here if you want to get it close to the hole.
Matt Kuchar with a par at the 2nd. Kevin Chappell. You know, Chappell is a young player in his first year on the PGA Tour. In 2011, he finished 3rd at Congressional. Now, it was kind of in the mortal division. You know, that was the year that McIlroy went 16 under at the U.S. Open. But Chappell finished 3rd. UCLA golfer. Kyle Stanley, you remember all the talk about Tiger hitting the flagstick this year at the Masters, but Stanley at Torrey Pines last year made triple bogey on the last hole, came back and won the next week in Phoenix, which I thought was a testament to his mettle.
Well, it was a testament, but what a flip. That shows the fine edge, the double-edged sword of this game. You know, 3-shot lead with a little wedge to your final green there at Torrey Pines. The next week came from about 7 shots back to win. So that young man has got a lot of game, and he's kind of had a slow start this year, but he's coming out of it. You know, he's playing some good golf this week too. Beautiful view of the 10th hole from the tee. You can see the bunkers that guard, the 2 bunkers and tree that guard the left side. And there's a bunker on the right side. Nicklaus Design, Jack Nicklaus Design has always done a great job to me inviting you as a driver of the ball. It's easy to see where you want to go, creates very few blind fairways. Now KJ Choi with driver, which all the players will use, Billy, off this 10th tee.
Yeah, simply with the wind direction, unless it's downwind, I think it's always a driver here, Mark, and trying to let this ball fall a little left to right. And that just inside the bunker down the right-hand side, perfectly positioned.
I don't think there's any way with the hole location today, Billy, on the right side to avoid those bunkers that guard it just short. You're going to have to hit an elevated shot over those. There's no running it up any opening to that right-hand hole location. So even though he's on the right side of the fairway, I don't think you can get far enough left to avoid that.
No, I certainly agree. You know, because it's kind of a fairway that has a little bit of a serpentine effect to where it just kind of goes right and left and turns back. And Hunter with driver. Wow. And just about 4 yards in front of KJ Choi, it looks like.
He only missed 1 fairway, and that was on the 5th hole, and even then he was in the intermediate cut. He really struck the ball well off the tee with a variety of different clubs.
We've seen Trevor Immelman today almost on every tee go to that kind of driving fade off the left side of the fairway. Let's see if he does that again on number 10.
Well, see, I think his angle of attack, I think you would see a very high negative number. Guys try to zero it out or maybe catch it a little bit on the upswing, but I bet his is a little on the downswing because he spins it a lot. But 3 good drives here at 10.
Really good ball striking by all 3 of our players in our featured group. Hunter Mahan tied for 9th.
What time is Tiger off?
He teed off at 12:10.
We got golf carts, so you guys may want to scoot over to your right.
He just tripled the 12th. Tiger did.
He's made more doubles and triples than he makes all year this week.
Remember, Billy, the round he shot at the tournament at Firestone before going into the PGA a couple of years ago?
I do.
18 over, I think. On a course it had won a million times.
Maybe a case of the Loys right now. Lack of interest.
Matt Kuchar playing the third hole. Leads the Memorial by 3. Kevin Chaplin, Kyle Stanley playing with him, playing in groups of 3 today. And going off both tees, Justin Rose, who won here back in 2010. Still within striking distance. Kuchar really does drive this bus today, doesn't he? I mean, if he goes out and plays a round of 1 or 2 under par, he's going to make it very difficult.
Well, looking at the leaderboard, that's the first thing I saw. He has a chance to take this this tournament under his control if he can continue to play like this, because he's starting to make a spread between he and the other players. Now, Hunter Mahan in our featured group, what a great front nine's got him just off the first page of the leaderboard and not out of this tournament whatsoever. We're anxious to see if he can post another 3, maybe 4 under on this 9, get in the house at 6, 7, 8 under, and anything can happen on these closing holes. Billy Kratzer said earlier in our broadcast that the last 3 holes played the hardest of any 3 holes on tour. 16th is the hardest hole in the golf course. So anything can happen. A lead is not safe. We've seen that in the past here at Muirfield Village.
That's us.
7, 9, 12.
And Immelman to go first.
I kind of thought it was. I thought KJ Choi
I believe
might
you're
be
right.
away.
Yeah, you're right.
Okay.
Apologies.
Now I've got KJ Choi 192 yards. I've got Immelman for 190 and Hunter for 187. But you're right, Mark. Over in this right-hand corner of the green, the only way you're going to get this flagstick is coming directly over that bunker. But the wind keeps. It'll get up, it'll gust, then it'll lay down. But if you look at the flagstick, you can see the opening. You can see the wind cutting across the green, pretty much just all left to right.
You know, Billy, I think that's an easier wind, though, to get to this hole. The hardest wind would be a right to left downwind. But, you know, they can throw this left of the hole and use that wind to kind of kill it and push it back to the right.
I don't think that has any chance now. Fine, okay? Perfect.
It's kind of one of those shots, Mark, that you just hit so solid that the wind never had a chance to move it.
And again, if there ever was a place you don't want to let it get riding the wind and miss to the short side, would be number 10 with that hole location. It's a little bit like what his playing competitors did on number 9. He's out on the wide part of the green. Got a long putt, but these guys, a pretty good field today. So 2 putting is certainly not asking too much. Trevor Immelman will be next to hit.
190 yards, and you know, just kind of looking at the shot shapes that he's thrown into the hole locations today, the go-to shot for Trevor has been a little left to right, going back up the hill, and It's just a nice, comfortable 6-iron for Trevor.
Billy, is this hill enough to add a few yards to the length? I mean, is it play a 4 or 5 yards uphill, or is it not that much?
I would say that the effective yardage is probably 2 or 3 yards more, Mark. But he's able to force an iron so far. Good looking golf shot.
Well, that ball got to the back of the green, Billy. Now it's feeding off of that slope, working really fast and hard back toward the hole.
Yeah, it's going to be just fine.
That is. Now, that's smart, too. That's knowing the golf course, knowing you have that backstop.
And I can promise you that John Wood and Hunter Mayhem were paying attention to that.
That's like a security blanket, because there's no reason to challenge the bunkers whatsoever. Hit it past the hole and let the hill bring it back. It's a safe way to get close to a tough hole location.
Now Hunter Mayhem, 187 yards. Now he likes to work the ball just the opposite way, so he'll kind of try to go up against the wind. And just a little too much that way.
Knew he didn't quite nip it the way he wanted to. Well, let's take a look at Hunter Mayhem's final round. Got off to a good start. Good solid tee shot. Good second shot that just rolled off the back edge, but Mark, a good look at birdie.
Couldn't be in a better place, Grant. Right up the hill, moving slightly left to right. Watch this. Right in the center of the cup. Perfect speed. Great way to start your round on Sunday, trying to make up some ground. Now on the 4th hole, very difficult par 3. Missed it left, but watch the hands on this young man. That was magical. I mean, flew the ball high in the air, lands it right behind the hole. He's been working on a short game now from a hanging live ball well above his feet. Kind of a treacherous second shot into this par 5 over the water. You can't miss it left, so where does he play it? This is a brilliant play and a brilliant execution as he lands it on the right side of the green, leaving himself some 35 feet for eagle. Never took the water into play at all, Grant.
So his first putt to this point, and now for a 2-putt birdie. Mayhem 2 under par on his round at that point.
And he had not missed a golf shot to this point. On the difficult number 8 par 3, left it below the hole and knocks that ball right in for a 2. So that's 3 under par through 8 holes. He would go on to par the 9th with a brilliant 2-putt from the left edge of the green. And that's what's got him right at the bottom of the first page of the leaderboard at 3 under par. And if he could do the same thing on this 9, he could have a fun afternoon.
Mark and Billy, we mentioned that Raymond Floyd is the Memorial Tournament honoree this year. We talked about his short game prowess. It's just been announced that next year's Memorial, as we look at the statistics here for Hunter Mayhem, let's take a look at these first.
Well, you can see how consistent he is. 12 of 14 cuts. A little bit surprising to me, only 2 top 10 finishes, but that can be deceiving. Right in the middle of the pack on scoring average. FedEx Cup points, we expect him to be there at the end of the year. He's 19th as of right now. After winning the Accenture match play 2 years ago, followed it up with a brilliant tournament. Got beat at the last in the finals by, guess who? Our leader of the tournament, Matt Kuchar. Hunter Mayhem, for him, probably a mediocre start if you look at numbers. But as we're watching him play today, I expect him to break at any moment, and who knows, today might be the day.
Mayhem also 6th in President's Cup points. President's Cup, of course, will be here at Muirfield Village. But just as I was saying earlier, the 2014 Memorial Tournament honoree is Annika Sorenstam.
Wow.
72 LPGA Tour titles. Of course, it was 10 years ago last week that she played with the men at Colonial and acquitted herself admirably. And she has just tweeted out how honored she is that she's going to be the honoree.
I don't know if it's something in the air here, but who are you and I talking about as we drove by the clubhouse today? Annika Sorenstam's name came up along with one of her contemporaries, Kari Webb. Annika, one of the greatest female players ever. Now back to the 10th green, Billy.
You know, KJ Choi, this putt right here, Mark, this is all about pace. It has a significant amount of movement from left to right, but you just send it out about 12 or 14 feet left of the hole and just let it drift its way down to the hole. That's kind of that area that's a little above the hole, and you got a little left to right slider. That's not the easiest putt he could have left himself. You talk of Annika. I was with Annika in that round that she shot 59 out in Arizona.
Pretty good round, huh?
For what I've seen in the game of golf, she was as close to a machine or robotic-like striking the ball than any player I've ever seen. Now, Hunter Mahan, I think it's a little bit easier putt because he's putting more up into the slope, but this ball has twisted to the right quickly. This is not a good effort on Hunter's part.
No, he's lost that way to the right. You know, Billy, jumping back while we have just a second about Annika. You and I used to play in the old JCPenney mixed team at the end of the year with the LPGA players. I know you played several times with your sister Kathy, who was a great LPGA player. And I was playing one year with Laura Davies. I think it was 95, and it's the first I had met. We were paired with Parnevik and Annika Sorenstam on the first tee. And Laura looks at me, looks down at me and says, "Mark, this young lady never misses a shot." I said, "What do you mean?" Watch this. She will not miss a golf shot." And she was right. She didn't. It was the most machine-like I'd ever seen. Very, very impressive.
Yeah, I mean, there was no altering whatsoever of the golf swing. I mean, whatever was required, it looked like it was the same motion just about every single time.
9 straight pars on the front 9 for Trevor Immelman. A chance to pick up a stroke here as he begins the back 9.
Well, this is probably the hardest birdie putt he's had in these first 10 holes. This swings significantly to the right. And why not make it?
Oh, Billy, that's the reverse of the announcer's curse. When you described it, I said he's going to make it. There's no chance he can miss. That was a very confident stroke.
Well, he had 2 looks at it.
Well, we're looking at the replay, and it went in the right center with a little bit of pace. Good for you. I mean, sometimes the longer you go without making a putt, the hole seems to get smaller and smaller. So maybe that'll open up things for Trevor on this group. Now the pressure mounts. If you were thinking of the whole group, this is probably the toughest obstacle yet to the first bogey of the group. No one's made a bogey in the group. These players have all played a very clean round of golf, and Hunter Mahan does not want to lose any momentum he brings into the back 9, Billy.
Well, that's exactly right. You have a par 5 coming up, and then if you can get by the 12th. Oh, knew it right away.
Well, he was walking after his first putt, walked after his second one. 3-putt bogey and back to 2 under par.
Now he's looking like it was a misread. It appeared to me, Billy, you're right there with him, but he just came out of it a little bit. But, you know, sometimes that just happens involuntarily if you don't really believe the read. Maybe you weren't quite committed to it. He'll try to get that momentum right back as he goes to the par 5, number 11. Now KJ Choi. This is on the same line or a close line to what Trevor had?
Yeah, pretty much the same line. And, you know, it's a putt that even from this short a distance, you're going to have to put it outside left. Probably 3 inches, 3 or 4 inches from this short distance. He started it right on the left edge.
You said it would be a difficult 2-putt from where he left it. You know, there's one of those examples. If he could have run it by the hole, you get putting back uphill, but I'm sure he was trying to make it and run it by, but it's not rocket science always. A lot of guesswork in reading greens.
A very clean front 9 for our featured group, but 3-putt bogeys for both Choi and Hunter Mahan. A birdie for Trevor Immelman, his first. And still a little low 5 from Hunter Mahan to some of the young fans out here at Muirfield Village. Mark, an overhead look at the par 5 11th.
Well, it's redundant. Another beautiful hole at Muirfield Village. This from an elevated tee, you play down to a par 5 fairway that tightens up the further you go. A lot of players hit 3-woods off this tee. There's a creek that runs down the left side of the driving area, and as you see now, the right side of the layup area. The further you lay up on the second shot, the tighter it gets also. The green sits with a stream fronting it from right to left. The green sets in. Some players have reached this green earlier in the week. You've got to make the decision off the tee if you want to even challenge the tee shot if you're going to do that. 567 yards, and today the hole is located back left. Trevor Immelman off the tee with a 3-wood, Billy.
I like this play, Mark, simply because you do make it a 3-shot hole right off the tee. Well, this is right down the water line. This is symmetrically right in the center of it.
That hit a rock and bounced straight up in the air, and it's in, I believe.
Billy, that ball caught a rock in the stream, went tree high, landed left of the stream, and the last we saw it going over the hazard line. Whether he can play out or not, we don't know. Now we're looking at a replay. There it lands, it comes up 30, 40 feet out of sight. Top of the tree. It's still in the air.
This is slow-mo, so we have to wait. There it is.
And now it lands on the bank, and it goes over the edge of the bank. Whether that means it's not playable or not, I don't know, but it doesn't look good for Trevor. That's a big mistake, Billy, with a 3-wood.
Yes, it is, because you have plenty of room to the right, and you've already decided that you're going to make it a 3-shot hole.
That's one of those mistakes you kick yourself for now.
KJ with a 3 medal also, and this, as you would suspect, going up the right-hand side. Perfectly positioned. I think it's going to be interesting. Did you see, did that ball actually cross the hazard line after it hit the rocks?
We could not see where the painted line was, but it landed probably 10 feet left of the ridge that goes down into that stream.
Okay, well, that's a good break, because this ball was all the way down that water line.
So he may have had to drop kind of, just off the tee 100 yards, right?
Well, maybe a little bit further, but he would have had to lay the next shot up too. Now Hunter. And this one is in the same line that Immelman. This is in the water also.
Billy.
Oh, it hung up. It hung in that first cut. Very lucky. But I don't know if he can turn it enough right to left to get into the fairway on the other side of the water down there, Mark.
It'll be challenging. An interesting thing with that being a lateral water hazard, red stake. Immelman can drop on the fairway side no closer to the hole than where it crossed on the other side. Well, we'll come back and see the drama unfolding on the 11th hole, this par 5 for the 2013 Memorial Tournament. I've never seen a ball bounce that high out of a...
It's crazy.
I mean... Yeah, that'd be good. I don't know if Billy can let them know. They have spotters, I'm sure, but it might help him to know where that did cross. Right. Mahan may have a very awkward stance, too, if he's that close to that, because that's a pretty deep stream.
That reminds me of the story that at Westchester where Eichelberger hit it down there on number 11, right there at the corner, and the ball stayed out of the hazard by about a foot. A volunteer said, "Boy, you sure are lucky." Eichelberger says, "I'd be lucky if I had a 6-foot left leg."
Oh.
We are at the par 5 11th, and there's Hunter Mahan sizing up his predicament. Billy Kratzer down there. And Hunter and Trevor Immelman's ball is, we believe, in the water.
Well, he is. Listen in on John Wood, because Hunter's going to have a really hard time getting a stance trying to get the club on the ball. But meanwhile, KJ Choi from the right-hand side of the fairway is just going to go ahead and lay up. Actually going with the 3 medal here, Mark. He's so far back.
And he's using that, and he's still laying up.
Well, he's done a nice job of that, and that's exactly what he wanted when he started the hole. Hunter, I don't know if he can put it in a spot to where he can get the 3rd shot on the green.
Billy, if he
is
plays,
all the way down to the steel on this.
if he can get it down to the end of the fairway that we think of the driving fairway before it crosses the stream, can he reach from there today? Does he have to cross that stream to reach? He can reach if he still lays up.
Oh yeah, he can reach. If he can advance the ball, 60 yards, he can reach.
What do you got there?
Wedge.
But
go more like 54, 60, you kind of put it.
I mean, he is all the way down to the steel.
And he's taken all the loft to where he's got to stand. So his caddy's recommending even the 60, which I think is a very good recommendation because he's turning it into a 5-iron anyway.
Can't ground his club because he's inside the hazard line, as you can see. Can he stay dry?
Well, you never practice this stuff, so this is all improvising. Just what can you do in this situation? That's pretty good. Just trying to squeeze as much yardage out of it as he can to maybe get to the green with his 3rd shot.
If you guys never practice that shot, how do we see guys pull it off so well, so often?
It's a club awareness. I mean, he knows what he's doing. He knows that he's taken the loft off, and he knows that he can make that adjustment. It's not as hard as you think. I thought the hardest challenge there was not falling or losing your balance during the backswing. I'm just surprised, Billy, that 2 players of this caliber who are playing pretty good today could make that big of a mistake. I mean, I made them all the time, but one guy hits it in the creek. You think like KJ that it might have even influenced Hunter to kind of block it or push it out to the right.
Well, you see Trevor Immelman taking relief from the lateral hazard on the left-hand side. That ball, Mark, it did hit above the hazard line on the left-hand side, so that is exactly why he is able to drop it over here in the fairway.
And for those of you watching, this is an option allowed with a red marked lateral hazard. It's not available if it's yellow, if it's a water hazard. You can go to either side with red, no closer to the hole. And here's an example where it really does help. Billy, does he still have to turn this ball right to left to get it back in that left landing area?
Slightly. You know, it's certainly a shot that from this angle, you feel as though you're aimed pretty much at the stream that has now continued its way down the right-hand side of the hole.
What did I say, 195?
195 shot.
We're looking at a picture, Billy, from behind the green. It's a breathtaking hole, beauty-wise. And the same stream that fronts the left side of the fairway on the tee shot guards the right side on the 2nd shot.
Yes.
Very unique.
I love the way that this stream just kind of snakes along left and right of this par 5.
It looks so natural.
And they're just going to try to get 195 yards out of this shot, Mark.
Yeah, you don't want to compound the mistake. You know, you're going to try to make par by getting it up and down with the wedge. You've just come off your first birdie of the day.
Yeah, if he can move it 195 yards, then he's going to have somewhere in the neighborhood of 100 yards left. Good shot.
Immelman has not made a bogey today. Choi and Mahan playing with him just made their first bogeys of the day, both via 3 putts at the 10th green. And now the third shot from Mahan.
Yeah, 270 yards left of the hole, just trying to advance it. 175, 180 yards down the fairway, and that's exactly what he's done. Nice shot.
So a third shot coming up for Choi, 4th shots for Mahan and Immelman when we return to Muirfield Village.
Strike.
At the par 5, 11th, you're watching featured group coverage. Grant Boone, Mark McCumber, Billy Kratzert, and take a look at the leaderboard. Scott Stallings with 5 straight birdies and Kuchar with a bogey. And now the lead is 2. Here's the third Billy Kratzert from KJ Choi.
Well, that's just a wedge for his third shot. Just over 100 yards. Good play by KJ Choi. Leaves himself a very makeable birdie putt. Now we go out to Billy Kratzert. Trevor Immelman now his 4th shot after taking a drop from the hazard and playing to this point.
Yeah, pretty much the same yardage as KJ Choi. Well, KJ played a beautiful shot there. Solid, flighted it nice in kind of medium height mark. Should be a good yardage for Trevor, just outside 100.
Oh, Trevor.
Got way out in front of it. You know, he was trying to hit that little trap in there, Mark, and the body just slid in front.
Well, that's the mistake you want to make. I mean, the last thing you want to do is get over and pull it there. But, you know, Billy, that's the 3rd wedge shot we've seen him hit that's not been very precise. He did the same thing on 5 and 7, the par 5s. And now for the 3rd par 5 in a row, he doesn't take advantage of being in a very good position.
4th shot for Mahan.
He does have the benefit of the wind it being a little more back into his face. So even though this is a little bit of an awkward yardage inside 70 yards, I still think it's a shot you expect to get really close.
So 2 putts for par outside of Choi's putt for birdie. the penalty for going left off the tee. And you see Immelman rehearsing.
One of the nice features of these par 5s, and it does remind me a little bit of 13 at Augusta, in that these par 5s are reachable, a lot of them. And let's go back to the 5th, the par 5 with a split fairway for your second shot. But if you get sloppy, either off the tee or get careless into the green or laying up, you can make a bogey really fast. And I think that's a mark of a good par 5. There's a risk reward. You can make an easy 5 if you hit, smart shots. But if you get foolish, you're going to pay the price. And that's what's happened here on number 11 so far, because both Hunter Mahan and Trevor Immelman were obviously playing as a 3-shot hole, hitting a fairway metal off the tee. That fairway's got to be 45 yards wide, but they just, because they're imperfect, they made human swings that went left, and both of them paid the price.
Well, when you see a little tributary go in front of a par 5 green, and you think about Jack's influence from Augusta National, I think about Trevor Immelman. In 2008, he had Brandt Snedeker hot on his heels on Sunday, and Snedeker hit it into that tributary of Rays Creek, and Immelman went on to win.
Yes, he did. As a matter of fact, he survived a double bogey of his own on the 16th hole of the par 3. These kind of golf courses, I think what stimulates the player is, while they're beautiful, perfectly manicured, you can't go to sleep. There's no stretch of holes where you can play dumb. You've got to always be aware of where you are, where you're going to miss, where you're going to lay up to. And if you ever forget that and just kind of go blank and don't work your way around the golf course, it can jump up and grab you, and that's what we're seeing on number 11.
Bogey free through 10 holes. He's 1 under, but this is a lengthy putt for par. He's had a handful of putts from this range or even longer today.
Yeah, and I think his pace has been pretty good today. You look at the putt that he hit at 9. That was a good putt. He made a good effort at the putt at number 8. He may have misread it, but it seems like the ball is starting to try to find the hole. That's a hard-working 5 there.
Billy, I'll tell you, even though it's a par, he certainly doesn't lose any momentum from the birdie on 10. That was a beautifully struck putt. We're watching a replay. Billy's talked about the speed right in the center of the hole, probably 10 inches by speed. You couldn't have drawn it up any more perfect than that. You can see the reaction. He's happy to make that. It felt like a birdie, didn't it, Trevor?
Up a creek off the tee, but down in 5.
Up a creek, but he had a paddle, right?
He did. And now a par putt for Hunter Mahan.
He should benefit from the line he saw, shouldn't he, Billy?
Absolutely. And the visual. Always good to see that ball go in the hole. So trying to avoid back-to-back bogeys. And he does. Very nice.
Wow. I think it'd be probably too bold to go as far to say as they played it in the creek on purpose to set up the 5. There's a nice smile from Hunter Mahan. He knows it's a great save, and it is a great save after coming off the 3. But the last thing he wanted to do was back-to-back bogeys, because that's a par with a penalty stroke, but that's almost a momentum creator. It doesn't kill the momentum at all.
Well, seeing as how your second shot was hit with your hands basically on the shaft, and the ball, waist high, that's a heck of a par. And now KJ Choi, having seen 2 drop, has this putt for his 3rd birdie of the day.
And there's enough slope coming off the back of the green that he's going to have to play for this putt to move down towards the front of the green. This putt's so much quicker than what we just saw from Immelman and Mahan.
And it's just not fair sometimes, is it? You play the hole just the way you meant to, and you walk off the green with the same score as the 2 guys who were inside the hazard. Of course, he's also made a couple from off the green as well.
It evens out. Oh, we're going to take a look at the 12th hole, the par 3, and what a treacherous, exciting, beautiful hole. I think a lot of people compare it to the 12th at Augusta. It's a shortish par 3 of only 184 yards. Today it's actually playing 186 yards. You can see the green right out there. It's a peninsula jutting out into the water. That front bunker is there to save you a bit, but boy, if you think hitting in the back bunker is a safety, it's not. Today the hole is located on the 12th hole in the back right, which is traditional here at the Memorial Tournament. So if you bail long and left, you're pitching at the water, and it's maybe the most difficult, scary bunker shot you can have on the PGA Tour. Great short hole.
Today you have 3 double bogeys or worse and 2 birdies on this 12th, and one of the worst,
guess who?
Tiger Woods made a triple bogey 6 at this 12th hole. He made a double bogey 5 yesterday. We'll see Tiger Woods and Gonzalo Fernandez-Castaño and Mark Leishman a little bit later on in our featured group coverage. But let's get those thoughts out of our minds. We've got 3 guys playing really good golf today.
Billy, you're there with the group. The question I have, we're looking at a picture of the hole from the green back to the tee, and it appears that the flag is not moving very much, and if it's calm, that makes a whole difference on this hole, doesn't it?
Well, it does, but I think the green sits below. It's kind of tucked back in amongst the trees, Mark. Now, there have been some trees removed on the left-hand side to kind of open up that gap and get the wind cutting across this green and make the shot more difficult. But right now, I think it's just a gentle wind. You could make 3 from the front bunker. You could make 3 from 65 feet away. You are working hard to make a 3 from that back bunker or over the green.
Good one, I said. Yeah, it's what you said, pull up.
I've got the wind a little left to right and in.
Come on, slide, bull.
Push it, wind.
Yeah.
It's a nice golf shot.
Billy, you think it's fair to say that's not far from where he was aiming?
I would say that that's probably 6 feet left of where he was aiming.
So for those watching this broadcast, the greatest players in the world know sometimes it does not pay to go right at a hole location. Even though they're teeing it up, it's downhill, and they're probably hitting 6 irons. There's a time and place for everything, and intelligence here would say play left of the hole.
Yeah, now a little gust of wind just kind of kicked up.
This peaked up with these guys, but wait a minute, it'll be okay.
The club he has out right now, he cannot get to the hole. I think this is the right club for KJ. Going with 5 iron. That is wet. It's just kind of one of those shots, Mark, that if you take more club and you want to take a little off of it, that's going to happen more times than it's not.
Billy, I did that a lot. I mean, when I thought I might have enough club or too much club. But, you know, sometimes it might be better to take the less club and just don't aim at the hole at all. Go out to the left middle of the green and accept that you're going to be half a club short.
Work it that way. You know, the wind will do all it needs to in terms of knocking it down, okay?
Yeah.
Good solid flight, one shot here. Good solid flight 5 right at that area.
Yeah.
Okay?
John Wood just made my job easy. Just a nice solid 5 iron. Let the wind drift it a little bit to the right. Just made a lot of good swings today. And this is another good swing.
Fantastic, huh?
Well, I can promise you that's exactly where he was aiming. He's safely aboard the difficult hole. We'll be back in a minute to see more golf.
Scott Stallings has made a nice run on this Sunday. A front nine 31, highlighted by 5 straight birdies, holes 4 through 8. And he's now within 2 shots of Matt Kuchar, Justin Rose, and Kevin Chappell, just 2 shots back as well. This is the 3rd shot mark of KJ Choi after hitting his tee shot in the water.
Yeah, we left him with a 5-iron that he hit out to the right off the bank into the water. He went to the drop circle, hits this beautiful short iron in there to about 9 feet below the hole. There's drop zones on all the par 3s here, which is customary on the tour. On 6, 9, 12, and 16, that drop zone had a 63 yardage to the front of the green. So with that, had 102 yardage to the front of the green. So with that hole located where it was, KJ had just over 100, right at 130 yards on that shot. He'll have to make that now to save bogey. Can't tell you how much I respect this par 3, all the par 3s on this golf course. This is one that's not about power, it's about precision and holding your nerve.
Well, the difficulty in club selection when you get these swirling winds is the fact that you're hitting from this elevated tee. You can never flight the ball low enough.
Well, this one's right in Immelman's wheelhouse, Billy.
Left to right.
Yeah, long range.
He's on a little bit of a run with the putter. Nice putt at 10 for birdie. Nice putt at 11 for par.
46 feet here. Oh.
Pace is good again.
Mighty good. He'll have that to remain bogey free. No bogey free rounds turned in the first 3 days. There are a few players out on the course now who've not made a bogey yet today, and Immelman is one of them. Bogey putt coming up for Choi, but first a birdie opportunity here for Hunter Mahan. There have been 2 so far today here at the 12th.
And Mark, I would think this is about as close as you're going to see a shot here at 12.
On purpose, at least. Right?
Yeah, you're just going to kind of look at this shot. You're going to aim at the TV towers behind the green. You're going to keep it 15, 20 feet left of the hole. If you hit a little slider in there, it's going to get closer. But I would think this would be the spot the guys would try to pepper. Now a great opportunity here, left to right.
Just lost a little speed as it got to the hole and broke off. I don't think these players, any of them, are unhappy to make 3 here. I mean, when do you see a player walking off the green like Hunter, smiling ear to ear, and he missed a birdie putt? And I would virtually guarantee, Billy, that's exactly where he aimed his tee shot, not a foot further right than that.
Only the 3-putt at 10, blemishing the scorecard today of Hunter Mahan, and now this is KJ Choi trying to minimize the blemish here at 12. Touch it up.
Maybe just a little tilt from the right-hand side. May try to move this a little bit from right to left. It's been a hard putt to read throughout the years.
Boy, you read that perfectly, as did KJ, Billy. And I think the tendency is to believe that everything's going to slope toward the water. But again, as a designer, I think that's very kind. It's very severe if you miss to the right, but they're not trying to trick you into having it feed into the water. So it gives you a little bit of relief with just a little bit, maybe a degree or a half a degree of slope from the right edge of the green back to that hole location.
Nice salvaged bogey at the 12th, and Mark, a look from high overhead at the 13th.
Another beautiful par 4. The variety continues. We've got a nice combination of dogleg rights and lefts. This is a right to lefter around those bunkers. It's a hole of 455 yards. This hole can play difficult at times, but the hole location really dictates that. It plays to a stroke average of 4.09. It's the 7th easiest hole in the golf course, and as these players play this hole today, they're going to try to make birdie and make up ground on the leaders. But as we look at this 13th hole, the hole location is kind of 13 paces on 3 from the left. Not the easiest of hole locations to get to.
And after 5 straight birdies, holes 4 through 8 on the front 9, Scott Stallings has just birdied 10. And he is within 1 of Matt Kuchar. He got a little frisky on the 15th hole last week at Colonial. Stallings was on top of the leaderboard, made double, wound up finishing 4th there in Fort Worth. And a young player who's won a couple of times, makes his home in East Tennessee. And you talk about guys coming out on tour and winning in each of their first couple of years. That's impressive.
You know, another player that has such promise and hasn't quite lived up to it yet is Matt Jones. Very impressed with this young man at the Players' Championship. Another Australian player, Aaron Price, who plays the Web.com Tour, has played the PGA Tour in the past. Fine young man who lives in Ponte Vedra, my hometown.
Yes.
Caddied for Matt during the Players' Championship, and he said he's just trying to put all the parts together, you know, get his mind right. But he said to me, Mark, this kid Matt Jones can really play. Now, talking about another really good player, Trevor Immelman, Billy on the tee on 13.
Yeah, doesn't like to move the ball right to left off the tee. Likes to kind of hit that squeeze, fade, and that's exactly what he's done here. Just kind of a low bullet. Nice release on that. And that might be as close to the center of the fairway as you can get.
Billy, Hunter's taking a driver out, and he's been given a yardage of 294 to clear those bunkers on the left.
Can't clear it. Can't carry it 294 with this wind.
I guess he's saying then play out to the right, huh?
Absolutely play out to the right. And it fits his eye. This is the way that he likes to play. This is the way that he likes to hit the tee shot. He likes to just feed it in there from right to left. Plus, you're going with the contour of the fairway. Everything lends itself to sending it out to the right.
Great job, man.
That ball is past that bunker that they were talking about.
Only missed a couple of fairways. One was costly at the 11th. Cost him a chance to make birdie that par 5. Hit it inside the hazard line.
Well, as Mark said earlier, the swing pretty much stays the same rhythm, the same mechanics. There's no varying of swings in a round of golf with Hunter Mahan. KJ sending this up the left-hand side, and that's going to just squeeze into that primary rough.
Feature group coverage continues from the 13th final round of the Memorial.
Welcome back to coverage of the 2013 Memorial Tournament from beautiful Muirfield Village in Dublin, Ohio. Matt Kuchar's clinging to a 2-shot lead. He's 9 under par through 5 holes, chased by Scott Stallings. And Justin Rose, the winner in 2010, is 6 under par, 3 back of our leader, Matt Kuchar. Our featured group, KJ Choi, along with Trevor Immelman, Hunter Mahan, they are now on the 13th hole. When we left you, KJ Choi had hit his 3-wood to the left. He avoided that thick rough. He's in the intermediate cut short of a fairway bunker. One of the challenges, Billy, he'll be facing is he won't be able to see the green because of that bunker in front of him, but came out a little better, I think, than we may have both thought.
Yeah, I thought it actually just kind of worked its way into the primary rough in this first cut. Now you might be able to engineer a shot from this first cut. You have 181 to the hole. You have 168 to the front edge. Now you have got to be looking to the right of the bunker and let this thing just kind of ease its way onto the green and just kind of let the slope of the green work it down to the hole.
Billy, from my memory, I mean, this green slopes away from you with that left hole location. If you fly it at it, it's going to feed to the back of the green, isn't it?
Exactly. It's got to get up. It's got to get up.
We'll have a tricky little pitch left from just in front of the green.
All right, guys.
Now we go to the middle of the fairway, as you called it, with Trevor Immelman.
This guy's going to keep talking. Hey, get Tom Cruise back here to keep quiet. Mate. Quiet. All right, come in.
Still happy?
Yeah.
Okay, 177 yards for Trevor. And he's just going to try to force a little more yardage out of this club. Going with a 9-iron mark.
He's tried to force it out of several short irons today, and he's done it pretty good.
Well, this is wide to the right. He needs a little help with the slope of the green. Is he going to get it?
Billy, he is. It's working back toward the hole. Because he took that club so lofted, it didn't flatten out on him, and it kind of turned out okay. That's a long 9-iron, Mr. Kratzer.
It's a little bit more of a 9-iron than what I've got in my bag.
I'd have to have 2 of them to maybe get that far nowadays. Now we move up to this tee shot, and what a tee shot it was by Hunter Mahan, right in the middle of the fairway too. And he's got a much easier. This is the old green light here, isn't it?
Yeah, just 135 yards for Hunter. Just depends what kind of wedge he wants to hit.
And there's the advantage of a long drive in the fairway, because he can be more aggressive on his line than the other 2 players could.
Now 135 yards now. Now his aiming point is now between Immelman's ball and the flag stick. Just a nice, comfortable little pitching wedge. This is moving to the right of Trevor's ball. Is he going to catch that slope?
It does a bit, Billy, and feeds to about 15 feet. We'll be back in a minute to watch more action from the 2013 Memorial Tournament.
It's the final round of the 38th Memorial Tournament. Grant Boone, Mark McCumber on the ground, Bill Kratzer. You're watching featured group coverage. Hunter Mahan, KJ Choi, and Trevor Immelman. You see Matt Kuchar with a 2-shot lead on Scott Stallings, and here at 13 it's Choi.
We saw a second shot come up short of the green, a delicate pitch right down this hill. This green follows the natural topography of the land. It works away from the player. Pretty good job by KJ Choi. Leaves himself inside of 5 feet.
Yeah, it looked like he had to
Save
come
his
over
par.
a little corner of that bunker, Mark, and well played from what I thought was a little tight lie.
The older we get, Billy, I think the more the word tight lie makes me nervous.
Yeah. The older I get, the closer I want to keep that ball to the ground.
Putting around the bunker, that's kind of hard to do. Now Trevor Immelman, Billy, for a birdie.
Well, it's a kind of putt that he could go ahead and be a little aggressive with, because even though the beginning of it is downhill, I think the last 3 or 4 feet going back up the hill. Wow, that was a good looking putt for a long time.
Still without a bogey. Just a short putt for par here at 13.
That really was a good stroke that Billy described. You know, that's where the players who are successful, they find a way to turn that into a positive. You know, I made it, it just didn't go in. You can't beat yourself up at all. You hit a putt that good. So you can't be so results oriented, I guess is what I'm thinking, that execute, give yourself the best chances, and you hope in the course of a day and a tournament and a year that it works out to your advantage.
You see him writing his score down with the left hand. A right-hand player, the opposite of a guy like Phil Mickelson. Now a 16-foot birdie putt for Hunter Mahan to get to 3 under par for the tournament and for the day.
And he certainly had his opportunities, Grant. He's pretty much been this distance throughout these first 13 holes. And just a little lack of speed there, and that seems to be pretty much the theme today for Hunter. He got off to a nice start, but other than that, really hadn't made anything.
Again, perhaps, as you guys have been saying, adjusting to the change in green speed from the first 3 days.
I would have to say that the green speeds today, yesterday we saw maybe a 30-inch rollout. Today, I'm thinking maybe it's half that. If it's even that. I think it's significantly less than what it was yesterday.
Billy, just observing, it doesn't seem to have that nerve-wrenching, just keep turning over so slowly. It seems to be a reasonable roll.
Right, and it's not that fiery to where you're always on the defensive. It's like the pitch shot that KJ hit from the front of the green. Yesterday, I think that ball would have been probably 10 feet by the hole. That's how quick they were yesterday.
He had the nice bogey save at 12 and the nice putt there to save his par at 13. So Choi making some putts in that 8 to 12 foot range to keep the momentum at least on his side. Mark, how about a look at this 14th?
Oh, this is a scary little short hole. I love it. I mean, it's just an iron or a utility iron off the tee. You want it at 230 to 260 yards. And then you're facing one of the most challenging second shots on the golf course. While it's only a wedge quite often, you can see the green is guarded on the right by that same creek that meanders around this golf course. You think bailing left is safe. It isn't. You put it in those bunkers and you can almost count on hitting it in the water if you don't hit a perfect bunker shot. And as we go back to the tee on this short hole, we notice that Trevor Immelman has that iron out. This is pure precision golf. It's not power golf. You have to play smart on this hole. It's a birdie hole if you have 2 great shots. If you don't, you're fighting to make bogey.
Yeah, and the players we see, they'll go with either 4 irons or 5 irons off of this tee, simply with the wind direction. Just a nice, solid strike right down the center of the fairway. Pretty. You can kind of see his confidence growing, Mark. You know, as we progress through this round and have gotten deeper into it, the swings that he's starting to make now, much more aggressive, much more consistent.
That's a very astute observation, Billy. I was noticing there doesn't seem to be quite the deliberation. It seems to be a little freer now. And I think you hit it right on the head. It's the confidence is building. I mean, you know, he's coming back from some injuries, some very poor play from his standards, from winning the Masters a few years ago. And every hole that goes by with those kind of swings, his confidence is going to grow. Now Hunter Mahan with an iron off the tee.
All he wants to try to do is follow suit from what he just saw from Trevor. Maybe a little clunky. This is a little closer to that left edge than I think he wanted, but it's going to be fine.
We talked about the President's Cup coming here late in the year when the fairways will be firm and hard. These fairways are soft, and it makes a hole like this so wide, Billy, because, you know, a shot pulled with the draw stays in the fairway, and in the fall it may not do that. Now, KJ Choi with the utility iron.
Yeah, this is just that little 5 hybrid. I think he's probably the best on tour in utilizing those hybrid clubs. Every time I see him, he just kind of traps it. He kind of has the right method to flight them properly. I think he's the best with the hybrids.
You mentioned earlier that he, at one time, had nothing lower than a 5 iron in his bag, so he certainly has used them for quite some time, has become proficient at them. That's one of the biggest innovations, I think, in golf in the last 20 years. I mean, big change.
Let's take a look at the first couple of pages of leaderboard here, Mark. And we talked about, could someone make a run like KJ Choi made back in 2007 when he started 5 shots back? Scott Stallings was, well, he was 7 shots back when the day started. He's made 6 birdies today, no bogeys, 2 behind Kuchar.
That's the run you're talking about. You know, he has certainly put himself in a position to win this tournament. Now, Charles Schwartzel, we see on the second page of the leaderboard at 4 under par, was 10 under par at one time, as was Bill Haas, who is 3 under. So those gentlemen have slowly worked their way back down the wrong way in the leaderboard, but there's a lot of golf left. And look, as we get to the third page, we've got some players that we're watching closer. Hunter Mahan, Trevor Immelman in our featured group.
If you're Hunter Mahan and you're 6th in the President's Cup points standings, I mean, I know that's a good spot, but goodness knows if you play these last 5 holes in 2 or 3
points
under par, you're going to move up the standings and further cement your place. Now, he's been a captain's pick multiple times for Ryder Cup and President's Cup.
He has.
But you never want to leave it up to the captain, do you?
No, you don't. And, you know, 6 is good, but 5th is better than 6th, and so on. And somehow it works that way. Jim Furyk, a President's Cup veteran, got a little ways to go, but he's even par for the tournament. Luke Donald, former world #1, he is even. He's playing the front 9 as his closing 9. He's through 13 holes. Stuart Sink, it's nice to see Stuart back on the leaderboard. I mean, after some struggles over the last couple of years, he's shown signs of resurgence this year. Another solid week here at Muirfield Village in Dublin, Ohio. Billy Kratzer to Hunter Mahan will be first to play on this 14th hole.
Yeah, he's 148 yards, and he will be first. KJ has 143, and Immelman 135. KJ's got a little bit of an issue, though, because he is sitting right in a divot.
There could not be a worse hole on tour with that whole location from the right side of the fairway to be in a divot. That is a bad break.
Well, this is the angle you want right here, Mark. But again, you're not looking at the flagstick. Even though Hunter has a wedge in his hand, he's got to be looking 10 to 12 feet left of the hole.
Billy, the aim they take here reminds me a little bit of the strategy that we saw on the 12th, the par 3. That they've got to play left of the hole, as you mentioned. And the line that Hunter took was the right line. He could have hit it 4 or 5 yards further. But this is the one that'll be interesting to watch. Out of a divot, which means it's going to be hard to control the distance. And you're going to want to put this back in your stance a bit, aren't you? And make sure you get the ball first, which is going to make it go in there lower, which is not what you want.
Well, 143 yards, and Mark, you're right. A situation like this, as a player, you're going to make sure that you keep that shaft leaning towards the green, towards the flagstick, so you are going to de-loft it. KJ also with a wedge. Pretty clean hit, very well thought out. You know, he had everything going, but as you said, you know, when you start taking the loft off and you start trying to manufacture that shot, all of a sudden you're going to put 8 to 10 more yards on the shot.
And because of the fact that if you don't catch it cleanly, you're in the water short, you're for sure going to hit it hard. That's just a bad break, and that's the result of the bad break. Now we go to the middle of the fairway in a wonderful position. Trevor Immelman, a little momentum in his favor, 1 under on this 9 after making 9 straight pars on the front.
135 yards, and from a clean lie, I think this is one that you can go ahead and be aggressive with. This is a gap wedge. You can go ahead and slide it in there. Yeah, he's got that up in the air, moving left.
He has missed that in the back primary cut of rough, Billy. The ball is sitting up. He has a chance, but it's that delicate downhill, down 14 on the stint meter toward the water chip. It will get his attention. They make the short walk up this fairway. We mentioned it being a short hole. It's only 363 yards. It's the shortest par 4 on the golf course. And while it's short, it gets all these players' attentions. Through the years, it's been a real risk-reward hole. The 13th hole here at Muirfield Village this week is playing 9th hardest on the hole. So it falls right in the middle, but it's playing to a stroke average of 4.05, so it's over par. It's just a difficult hole. Today alone, you know, let me clarify that it's the 5th most difficult hole, playing to an average of 4.189. And there's only been 6 birdies at this hole location, 7 bogeys and 1 double bogey and 1 other. So a variety of scores on this short hole, very demanding.
Billy and Mark, let me ask you guys, as we think about the U.S. Open coming up in a couple of weeks, interesting to think, you know, about the prospects of a guy like Hunter Mayhem. Talk about that more in just a moment. It began in 1976 with a simple mission.
I want to create a golf course for the players that they would enjoy, one that would test them, and also treat them the way I like to be treated when I went to a golf tournament. I think that most everybody that goes through here comes back and says, that's my favorite golf tournament, and I like to play in the Memorial Tournament.
Today, on the grounds where the Golden Bear himself used to hunt for prey in his youth, the world's elite golfers now pray for birdies in their hunt for one of the most prestigious trophies on tour. The victor's spoils are not only the glittering piece of hardware bestowed upon him, but a lasting snapshot in time, resulting in an indelible memory. What memories will be created this week to join the legions from the past?
Oh, yes!
Look at this shot. Look at this. Might go in. Might go in. Might go in. It is in. That was incredible.
The Memorial Tournament, presented by Nationwide Insurance, is next. The PGA Tour proudly presents the Memorial Tournament, presented by Nationwide Insurance, as part of the season-long race for the FedEx Cup. Well, after some inclement weather on Friday, lots of sunshine on this Sunday at the Memorial. This is featured group coverage on DirecTV. Winds are up, and you can see the flags flying. 35 international players here at Jack's Place, one of the most prestigious tournaments all season long on the PGA Tour. Very comfortable conditions to watch, difficult conditions in which to play. A couple of featured groups to bring you today as the final round continues. Hunter Mahan, Trevor Immelman, KJ Choi. Choi came from 5 shots back in 2007 to win this tournament. And when they have concluded their play, we'll pick up Mark Leishman, the Aussie, the Spaniard Gonzalo Fernandez Castaño, and the world's #1 player, Tiger Woods. You don't see that very often. That's not his score beneath his name. That's his place in the tournament. Of the 73 players who made the cut, Tiger is 70th. Grant Boone, Mark McCumber, Bill Kratzert with you. And let's take a look at the leaderboard here as we play Sunday. Matt Kuchar began the day with a 2-shot lead. It is still 2. But Scott Stallings has made the biggest move of the day. He's not stalling at all, Mark. 6 birdies today. He's within 2, a chance. He had a great chance last week at Colonial to win.
Well, this young player's got a lot of horsepower. When he gets going, he can make some birdies, and he's putting pressure on leader Matt Kuchar. If he can post that score early, watch out.
Well, you know what Justin Rose can do around here.
He knows how to
back
win.
In 2010, you bet. Kevin Chappell, young player in his 3rd season. He's even par for the day.
There's a name we like to see on the leaderboard. Davis Love III, after 6 months off and neck surgery, made his comeback at the Players Championship just last month in May. And here's Davis Love, 3 under par for the tournament, just off the first page of the leaderboard. Bill Haas, a new father. Beautiful 2-week-old little baby boy. He's a junior, but they're going to call him William. He's a happy young man, and there's a lot of players trying to get happy with good golf scores as they chase the leaders and try to win this prestigious Memorial Tournament.
Hunter Mahan got off to a good start this year. Finished 2nd to our leader, Matt Kuchar, at the Match Play Championship or World Golf Championship, but then struggled as the spring rolled on. But now Mahan in our feature group is playing well today, trying to regain his form. Bubba Watson, not unlike Bubba's trademark style, up and down this week. They're going in groups of 3 today, as they did yesterday, going off both tees.
I noticed at the bottom of this page, you see the name Fred Couples. Wow. He's had some brilliant golf in his 50s. Had a really good round here in his 3rd round. He's fallen back a bit today, 2 over, but nice to see him healthy and playing golf. Luke Guthrie, former world #1. Not the only player to struggle this week. He's +3, as is young Ricky Fowler. Keegan Bradley, +4. Bud Colley from my hometown of Jacksonville, Florida, promising young player. Those are pluses you see before those numbers. We're not used to seeing that on the PGA Tour. But this golf course has challenged the world's greatest players. Jack Nicklaus said he wanted to treat them, help them enjoy the game, but also test them. He's done all of the above.
All right, Bill Kratzert is down on the tee at the 15th, and here's a good look at what these players look at, Billy, on this tee at the par 5.
Well, I think this is one of the narrowest shoots that the players actually have to put their driver to test. You have trees right and left, and ideally you would like to shape the tee shot a little left or right. A little bit back into the breeze. It's about 300 yards to the top of the hill. If you can carry it to the top of the hill, then it's kind of a go zone to reach this par 5 and 2, but you have to put the ball in the fairway. A miss of the fairway here, and you're pretty much relegated to laying up. That's a flare to the right.
Oh. That ball is in the trees, Billy. He'll have a swing. I don't know if he has any line of sight to the second landing area.
Well, you just hope that it's enough of an opening that he can kind of get it down on that second tier.
I think that'll be iffy. He went to the right side of the tee, which indicates clearly that he wanted to hit his patent kind of power fade out there. He just came out of it a bit. Now Hunter Mahan with driver also from the right side of the tee.
Well, if he hits the kind of drive that he hit back on 13, he can easily reach. Boy, this is thumped right down the right-hand side. Very solid. Flighted nicely. Excellent tee shot.
He's one of those players who can, as you say, thump it, hit it hard, and still look just as imbalanced as if he's swinging at 80%. And that's a real compliment to his swing.
Well, Sean Foley has told me that when Hunter Mahan starts driving the ball like he's driving it today, he becomes a player to beat every single week. Now, KJ. Good tee shot by KJ. Working towards the left-hand side, but that's going to be in the fairway.
Well, all three of these players began at even par, and Hunter Mahan didn't stay there for long. Let's take a look at how he's played today. On the first hole, Mark, a fine tee shot. Good second shot to this point, just off the back of the green.
Couldn't be a better leave. Putt of about 12 or 13 feet right up the hill, moving a little left to right. Perfect speed and pace for Hunter Mahan. Just what you want, a quick start for birdie. Now we move ahead a couple holes to the fourth hole of par 3 where he missed the green, one of the few misses. But watch the hands of this young man. Almost flies it in the hole. And he would make that for par.
Just in the intermediate cut at the par 5 fifth hole. Watch this second.
And this is from a hanging lie, Grant. Not an easy shot. That ball would be some 40 feet for eagle, and he would putt down to this point, little inside of 2 feet, to get 2 under through 5, and he would knock that right in the middle of the hole.
At the par 3/8, hit a fine tee shot to this point and a chance for another birdie. Walked it in. Good 2-putt for par at the 9th. And then at 10, not a very good, well-struck second shot. The first putt was not how he hoped it to be, and now this for par. And that would be his first bogey of the day. Back to 2 under on his round end for the tournament. And how about this second shot from inside the hazard line?
Well, it was a big mistake off the tee. He hit 3-wood. Kind of yanked to the left himself an awkward position. That's all he could do, and did it quite well. So he's going to have to lay up on his third shot on this par 5. And after a layup, hits this wedge to about 15 feet. But watch the magic of the putter. What can happen? Beautiful speed right in the right center, and all is forgiven. Stops the little bit of bleeding that occurred on 10, so he maintains his 2 under score as he heads to the challenging number 12.
And tied for 17th place. Moved up 10 places on the leaderboard, and there's a look at Trevor Immelman's predicament. We saw him kick one as his caddies hit through the goalpost at 5.
You know, Billy's had a chance, I'm sure, to look at that, and we were both talking before we went to break that you can see on the picture the second landing area, that beautiful green, closely mown fairway, and you can see the green from the landing area of the tee shot. He wants to get it to that second landing area, and Billy, does he have a chance to do that?
Well, he certainly thinks so, because he's moving some of the people back to the right, and he's going to. I think the trick here, Mark, is to try to keep it underneath the canopy of the trees for about 30 yards. I mean, if this ball elevates at all, it's going to hit the trees and drop straight down.
Billy, it looks like he's on an upslope, though, with kind of a hook lie. Is he on a severe upslope?
Well, it's on an upslope, but still, I think the primary concern here is just trying to keep the ball underneath the limbs of the tree. KJ Choi, meanwhile, has laid up with his second shot.
This is a par 5 that really had Tiger Woods' number this week. Tiger made a couple of doubles plus a bogey. Did make birdie earlier today, but the damage by then had long since been done.
Can you guys drop a couple of those stakes down, please? Sure. Thank you.
This hole through the years has played the easiest hole on the golf course. Since the tournament's played here, it's the 18th hardest, or you could say the #1 easiest. And for Tiger Woods to make a birdie today and play it 4 over shows you there is trickery in this hole. And there's some subtleties in this hole if you get in trouble. And Trevor's in trouble now. Can he get himself out of this trouble and have a chance still to make birdie and secure his par at the worst?
I think it's worth the risk, Mark, instead of just kind of tossing it back out here to the top of the hill. I think it's worth it because you gain about 40 yards between those sections of fairway. You know, the rough, it's about 40 yards apart from the two fairways. And I think if you can get it down to that lower level, then you've got a great chance to still make 4 on this par 5.
Boy, I agree, Billy. And with that front hole location, you don't really want to be going in there with a long iron or wood with no green to let that ball release from.
But you don't want this coming out too fiery because that water is on the left, that little stream on the left.
Whoa.
And that's the trouble. He was trying to keep it low underneath the canopy of the tree. It's just a hard shot.
No bogeys yet today.
Yeah, that was a challenge. You know, he's trying to keep it down, but he smothered it in that bluegrass rough, and it never got out of the rough. Next to play will be Hunter Mahan from a perfect spot in the fairway. What's he got?
Yeah, he's got 248, Mark, and just a slight uphill lie. Really solid contact, and this is really a great line. Oh, and maybe just, what, 4 yards short, and it's going to just work its way back down a little bit further away. But to me, from back here, Mark, that looked like it was probably 3 steps from being okay.
Well, from our camera angle from behind the hole, it looked beautiful, but, you know, you're trying to keep it right below the hole there. And that's what I mentioned, why I agree with you that it was worth Trevor Immelman trying to get it to that next part of the fairway, because he would have been faced with the same shot that Hunter had. Now Hunter's going to have a, not an impossible at all, but a very demanding, precise pitch shot left with not a lot of green to work with. When you play the 15th hole today, that hole location is only 6 paces on the front of that green.
Trevor's probably 15 yards closer than what Hunter just hit his second shot from. So now you're looking at 233.
Yeah, 235 to 240.
Billy, he's got a fairway medal in his hand.
Well, he has that kind of that utility. That
I think that comes out with any heat at all. Because this wind has died a lot.
Well, it's hard to say, you know.
It's borderline that other one, and if it just goes where Hunter's ball's finished there on the front. What's that?
Nothing to stop there very often.
But this is a chance to still fly to the front edge. It looks like it's going to come out with a little bit of heat. Wind's died right down. I prefer that one. Yeah.
Billy, he is geared down to that utility iron that you were talking about a minute ago, not wanting to go too deep into the green.
Yeah, and I think this is the right play. You know, Scott's wanting him to hit that shot. It's a club that he can go ahead and he can be aggressive with. It's one that he's not going to have to lay off at all. He can go ahead and get in there and get after it.
Third shot.
Yeah, just came out left. This is up on the hillside.
Well, it will take all of his skill and ability, maybe a fortunate bounce for Immelman to stay bogey-free today. Some sunshine piercing through the clouds here in central Ohio. It's the final round of the Memorial Tournament, presented by Nationwide Insurance. Grant Boone, Mark McCumber, Bill Cratchit with you, our entire DirecTV crew. So glad you've joined us. Feature group coverage continues for us. KJ Choi playing with Hunter Mahan, and Trevor Immelman has a third shot here at the 15th, and Bill Cratchit down there watching.
Just inside 90 yards. KJ trying to flight it a little past the hole. Back into the wind. It's getting better, Mark.
He's using that hill to his advantage, and that's a smart thing to do. It's feeding closer to the hole, Billy.
Wow, it's getting better and better. What a great piece of judgment there.
Oh, that's some intelligent golf. That same hill is going to kind of work against Trevor as he plays here, Billy. I don't think he can use that backstop from this angle.
No, he can't. And in fact, he made the comment going by that he should have laid it up into this position where KJ Choi was. He virtually has an impossible shot to get it within 5 feet of the hole. He'll do well to keep it on the green.
Hunter Mahan hit a tremendous second shot. Just got up to the front of the green and rolled back to this point. Now a third.
Yeah, I can see the pitch mark, but you got to be a little careful here. You better put a little heat on it. Going up the hill. Nice shot. Well done.
Billy, that shot looked a little bit like the beautiful pitch he hit on the 4th hole, the par 3 over the corner of the bunker. Used the elevation to kill it.
Absolutely. That's a shot that you try to get a little too cute with that shot, Mark, and
right back at your feet.
You get to try it again.
That's not good.
And now the 4th shot for Trevor Immelman, who just advanced his second. I don't know, Billy, how far was his second shot? Didn't go more than a few yards.
Yeah, it went about maybe 15 yards at most, and then tried to force this. And now he's in a situation where now all you're trying to do is damage control. And right now, the 6 is a pretty good score from this situation.
Billy, his only defense is to elevate this, isn't it? The only thing he can do is try to kill it with have it come straight down.
You have to take it to the top floor from here, left of the hole, and just hope it lands soft.
Oh, that's the danger you run, Billy. He laid that club face wide open. I mean, there's not much surface of the club face to make contact with the ball. Hits it high on the club face, and it didn't get the distance he needed.
Has not made a bogey today. There has not been a player complete a round this week bogey free. That will be his 5th shot at the par 5.
Yeah, that was just, you know, after the drive and then after the second shot. That's just poor management on Trevor's part.
I think sometimes we're influenced as players by a hole that statistically plays the easiest hole on the golf course throughout the history of this tournament. He probably has memories of making an eagle or two here through the years, and it's so hard to play for 5 with the worst you want to make a 6, but that's what he should have been doing after the second shot.
Yeah, well, that's a good point. You know, it's a hole that par 5 that you walk away with 5 on. You feel like you've lost at least a half a shot to the field. But this is a hard shot. This is certainly not as hard as the shot that he had, but it's a pretty tough little shot. He hit a nifty little pitch shot from kind of the same situation back at 14 that he was able to get up and down, but it's a pretty good lie, but he has to drop it right on the edge of the green. I'm going to give him a 9 on that one.
That was his best shot of the 5. Let's say that. How about
that? Old Doug Ford used to say it only takes one good shot to make a par, and that was almost the case right there.
Gave it a run.
He had to get excited as that ball was working down toward the hole, but he's still got a little bit of work left. But what a good shot, like you said, Billy.
Still out, I think, isn't it? Or maybe not.
Well, I think it's going to be Mahan, then Immelman, then Choi.
Billy, we saw KJ Choi's ball follow that downhill slope off the front of the green. Gravity took over. We've said numerous times, 14 on the stent meter. That's about as fast as I can recall. Is this a putt that Hunter Mahan just has to get started on the right line?
It is. It's one that he certainly he has to have a defensive mindset with it. I mean, it's not one that he can just go ahead and pick out the line and put some speed behind it. He's going to have to kind of back off of this putt. If he catches the top edge, this could spin out to 4 or 5 feet beyond the hole.
Three under for the day and for the tournament. Hunter Mahan now tied for 11th place.
And that was 4 beautifully executed shots on the hole. All 4 of them, even though his second shot ended up some 20 yards short of the green. It was within a yard, as Billy mentioned, of being right there for eagle. They're not coming to get you, are they, Billy?
I certainly hope not.
I hope not either. We need you.
I think, historically, I think some of the most difficult hole locations here at Muirfield Village are on the fronts of the greens.
I think that's true almost any golf course, especially a golf course with speed, because you can't leave yourself below the hole. It's almost impossible.
Now for bogey.
It's kind of put you just kind of, you want to hang on that right-hand side, just kind of feed it into the hole.
Back to even par for the day. A bogey and a birdie in the back.
He had to work hard for that bogey on what has been the easiest hole in the golf course throughout the history of the tournament.
Well,
but
Mark,
it's a good bogey.
He's had to work hard on both par 5s back here.
Yeah.
Made that nice putt for save.
That's
at
true.
11. Now he's working hard for a 6 here. Now KJ Choi.
Birdie putt.
This will get Choi back to even par.
So birdies for Choi and for Mahan at the 15th, and the first bogey of the day for Immelman. They head to the treacherous par 3 16th on our featured group coverage at the Memorial. Kyle Stanley has pulled within 2 shots of Matt Kuchar as the final round of the Memorial continues. We're on the tee at the 16th, and this the tee shot of KJ Choi.
KJ going with 6-iron. Boy, this is an aggressive line. This is all over the flagstick. What a beautiful golf shot.
A good look at birdie from the fringe.
Boy, Billy, you take that line and there's no room for mistake. Now we go to Hunter Mahan getting ready to hit.
Also a 6-iron, and this is pretty much the line that the players have to be looking on, Mark.
That ball did
a little
feed
bit
into
unlucky.
It was, Billy. It did feed into the higher cut of rough. Plenty of green to work with. A little guesswork left in that chip shot. Now we're looking at the third member, Trevor Immelman.
Okay, that's no problem with that either. But you've got to be prepared to hit it hard and hit it at the guy in the fluoro.
Straight down.
Straight down. So it's either a high one, high softish one of those, or you hammer the other one. Pure comfort shot.
Well, for the majority of the day, Immelman has been one club longer than Mahan and Choi, but this is a little surprising right here. 202 and you're going with 8-iron?
I hope he's aiming out to the right.
You better go in there and get all of this one. Yeah, he tried to go at it a little too hard and it's hanging to the right.
All right. Dry at the 16th. A couple of third-year players giving chase to Matt Kuchar, Kyle Stanley, and Scott Stallings, each of whom has already won. Stallings a couple of times. In fact, a tournament win in each of his first 2 seasons on tour. But Kuchar steady as he goes. He began the day with a 2-shot lead. He remains up by 2. Stanley with a recent birdie. Feature group coverage continues on DirecTV. Grant Boone, Mark McCumber, Bill Kratzert, and we're watching this featured group, which really, Billy, all 3 of them have really played really fine golf today, all 3 of them. Immelman just came off his first bogey. That was at 15. Mahan is 3 under on his round today. KJ Choi's even par.
Grant, to speak of your point, they played 27 holes combined without a bogey early on, so no individual has played 18 holes yet, and Trevor Immelman just made his first bogey, and a good bogey it was on 15. This hole went from what Billy and I were talking about earlier in the week, what I thought was a pretty hard par 3 to a really tough par 3. There used to be a bunker fronting the left part of the green, a deep bunker, no water on the hole. Now this hole the last couple of years has played the hardest hole on the golf course, as it has again this week. And Hunter Mahan's faced with a delicate chip down the hill. Billy Kratzert's with this group.
This is an area of Mahan's game he's worked extremely hard on the last few years.
Well, we're watching him try to hit the flop. It's the one we saw Tiger hit in the last round last week, and he got underneath it. It came up short. And that's going to be a disappointing shot for Hunter Mahan. He's going to have about 20 feet left for par. Ball's in the thick bluegrass. He tries to cut underneath it and goes all the way underneath the ball, barely catches the ball in the club at all. And the ball just hits dead, and now he's got 25 feet down the hill. It can happen quickly. There's a reason why this is the hardest hole in the golf course. He's still smiling, though. A little shake of the head, Grant, but he's smiling.
Shot an 82 on Friday at the Masters, and that really was kind of where things for Hunter Mahan this year bottomed out, but he's fought his way back and has had a top 25 of the Players, 26th last week at Colonial. Now the long birdie putt for Trevor Immelman.
And this is a long birdie putt on the 16th hole. The hole is located 24 yards deep into the green, and Trevor's got over 40 feet. This ball will be moving from right to left. It comes right off the putter quite quickly. There's another ridge he approaches. He's only about 6 paces on the green, so he's got well over 50 feet left.
A lot of long putts today for Immelman.
And he's hit some good ones. He had a great 2-putt on the 9th hole. As that putt works down the green, it's going to start breaking to the left toward the water, and that's going to be a decent leave. I mean, from that distance, that's a 7 or an 8. He's got about 4.5, 5 feet left straight up the hill.
Out of 10?
No, out of 8.
Oh, yeah. 7 or 8 out of 10.
Yeah, it's an 8 out of 5.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know what I meant.
Yes.
It's one of those you're not unhappy with. A little bit of work left, but it's not that tricky putt left that you can have on greens that are 14 on the stent meter. We've mentioned that during the week. But this golf course, you know, it doesn't have an extreme amount of undulation in the green. They're not multi-tiered. They're gentle slopes, so you can work with it. And yesterday we talked a lot about how the ball was rolling out grand, and it seemed to go that extra 3 or 4 feet. Today it rolls out, but it's a manageable rollout. It's not that you're at the mercy of a wind gust that may move the ball another 3 or 4 feet.
Par putt here for Mahan to remain 3 under par. Right now he's tied for 12th.
This is a big part of the tournament, and these 3 holes, closing holes 16, 17, 18, were the hardest 3 finishing holes on tour last year. And this putt is right down the hill. This will be very speedy. Got the speed. Did he get the line? And it just misses on the right side and runs out about 2 feet. That'll be a disappointing bogey for Hunter Mahan if he converts the short one. Not a bad first shot, just hit hard and got through the green, and the rough around these greens are quite difficult.
Mark and Billy, let me ask you guys, we talk about adjusting.
Pretty big. Yeah.
Well, let's listen in here. Just trying to adjust the speed of the greens after 3 days, 1 speed. The 4th day is different. Can you go an entire round and never adjust? Is that, I mean, does that happen?
Absolutely, it has for me.
Oh, I think that happens more than a player would like to admit. That the adjustment, you just can't seem to adjust to the speed of the greens after you've seen it 1 speed for 3 rounds.
For birdie.
Boy,
for birdie.
Good looking putt. Yeah. Boy, that's a great birdie here, Mark and Grant.
2 in a row, 15 and 16 for KJ Choi.
I've never seen a bad 2, but on this hole, man, that's a 10 out of 10. Let's go there. Hardest hole in the golf course, and you make 2. We're getting another look at that putt right off the fringe. Fringe didn't bother it at all. He got it rolling. It's not hopping or bouncing. That's a tribute to the condition of the greens and the stroke, and it goes right in the center at perfect speed, Grant. That ball wouldn't have been 18 inches by the hole. That's 2 in a row for KJ Choi.
That's got him back to red figures.
This week, anything in the red is good. This course is played quite difficult.
I think when you look at the 4 days that the guys have, what they've had to deal with, not only the rain delay, but you've had the swirling winds. I think the swirling winds this week have probably been the most difficult that I've seen here at Muirfield Village. I think it was really hard to pick the right club, Mark.
Well, indicated by 9s of 44 by Tiger Woods. Young Jordan Spieth shot 45 on this back 9 yesterday after a 37 on the front.
Bogey free for his first 14 holes, and now back-to-back for Trevor Immelman, and this will be a three-putt bogey.
Trevor made the comment to me, Mark, that he thought at this speed, he thought that the greens at Muirfield Village were tougher than Augusta National.
Well, that's a bold statement, but I think I agree after watching him yesterday. I mean, did we ever see a player putt up and tap in? I don't know if we saw it once yesterday. Very difficult. Now Hunter Mahan. He converts
bogey
that.
4.
Yeah, he converts that 2-footer, but unfortunately for him, it's giving up the shot he gained on the last hole. It drops him back to 2 under par for the tournament. Still a very good tournament, but you hate to lose one there.
Back into a tie for 16th place. And again, he had played well early in the year. Mahan did. And by the way, looking at KJ Choi, he's done this on every hole. So is Mahan. Just low-fiving a lot of the players, a lot of the fans, I should say. And Mark, how about a look at this beautiful par 4 17?
What a great driving hole this 17th hole is. It's pretty much a straight hole. You've got to carry that one bunker you see in the middle of the screen. That's not a problem, but you need to avoid those 3 that pinch in the fairway. From there, you're left with a shot of from 160 to 180 yards to a green that angles left to right. That stream you see short of the green really doesn't come into play, but those bunkers certainly do, and they are deep. Today's hole location on number 17 is in 20 paces on, 8 from the back right, 7 from the left. So it's in that narrow back part of the green. Very important to put the tee shot in the fairway, and preferably the left side of the fairway today.
I like what Jack has done with this hole, Mark. You know, putting the bunker, it's more of a directional bunker, I think, but you have the 2 bunkers down the left-hand side. It's just a good driving hole.
It is, Billy, and it was always a good driving hole, but it is aesthetically more beautiful now than it was before. There's a graphic we talked about. Billy mentioned it first, toughest closing holes on the PGA Tour. In Muirfield Village, these holes play almost to an average of 1 stroke over par. Second is that I think it's called the Green Mile at Quail Hollow Golf Club. Then East Lake, where we have the Tour Championship. Those are some tough finishing holes, but this is the toughest on tour. And it starts with a tee shot. Got to put it in the fairway.
And I think with this wind direction, you have a choice of clubs here. You can either go with the 3 metal or you can go with the driver. It just kind of all depends just how aggressive, what kind of iron you want into the 17th green. This one's sliding just a little bit to the right. That little patented cut shot that KJ likes to hit. Perfect.
Our final group of Kuchar, Chappell, Kyle Stanley making the turn as we speak. Our featured group. Here comes Mahan. Yeah, there he is. Better late than never.
He knew they wouldn't leave him.
Oh, yeah.
He, too, is gone for the driver, Billy.
And you know, it certainly brings in that far bunker down the left-hand side in play for Hunter.
He has driven the ball beautifully today. I think of him when someone says, who do you think's some of the better drivers on tour, his name just jumps right to the top of the list for me. The combination of power and accuracy.
I would say that he's certainly one of the more accurate drivers. I think probably the best long driver in the game today is Adam Scott.
That's a good choice.
Oh, don't push it right.
Well, that just kind of drifting, you heard Hunter say, and carries the first bunker on the right-hand side.
Well, he's going to need to catch a break to have a second shot that he can manage. As we mentioned, that hole is located in the back right-hand part of the green. He'll have to carry a deep bunker that guards the right side of the screen. Now, our final member of this group, Trevor Immelman, coming off 2 bogeys, back to 1 over par. He too is driver, Billy.
Well, and he's gone to kind of that squeeze cut. It's kind of a trap cut to where he comes down and his angle of attack is pretty steep. That one's also drifting to the right. And that stays, well, it may have crept into that first cut.
Our first feature group makes its way up the 17th. Kyle Stanley now within 1 of Kuchar. When our feature group coverage of Immelman and Mahan and Choi is complete, we'll scoot back and get Leishman, Woods, and Fernandez Castano. Tiger Woods was 6 shots better on the back 9 today than yesterday when he shot an all-time 9-hole score high of 44. He was 2 over on the back 9 today. He's now playing the front 9. He's just birdied the 2nd hole. So Tiger with a few holes left with Leishman and Fernandez Castano. We'll see them as this enhanced coverage of the Memorial continues. Grant Boone, Mark McCumber, Bill Cratchit. This is part of DirecTV's enhanced coverage of the PGA Tour. We'll be with you at select events throughout the summer. In fact, we'll go back to one of Billy's stomping grounds a little bit later this month. In fact, the Travelers, where he'll be a conquering hero returning. Different golf course, but still the hero's welcome, I'm sure, awaiting Billy.
That's always fun to go back. And as you said, it's a different golf course, and the defending champion is going to be Mark Leishman. And
yes.
That looks like a pitch mark right there. Where? Point it out, sir. Where you saw it? No, come here and point it out.
Oh,
we have no idea.
Oh, it plugged right. It didn't go in the bunker. It plugged right there. Way off.
Well, we just located the ball of Hunter Mahan. It is plugged in the side, plugged outside the bunker, but nonetheless plugged.
Trying to imagine what kind of shot he's going to have. We've already seen Mahan once today with his hands up by the shaft and the ball about waist high, hitting a second shot. It looked like a ground ball to short that he hit from inside the hazard at the 11th.
Just a touch, yeah. Spot on. Yep, good. Perfect stuff.
You notice the last thing Trevor's caddy said to him, perfect club. I'm sure he believes that, but that's also the reassurance a player needs. Trevor's coming off of back-to-back bogeys after playing 14 bogey-free holes. And he's got to be precise with this one.
Well, he really does. And 196 yards from this right-hand side, you're coming directly over that bunker to this hole location. Really a pretty clean lie in this first cut. Well, that's an 8-iron that he is playing left of the flagstick. Very smart play.
That's a good play, Billy, from there, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Look at the gravity and the speed. Work that ball away from the green. That's yesterday's hole location. After an errant tee shot, you've got to take what the golf course gives you, and that's exactly what Trevor did.
Well, Hunter Mahan has called for a ruling, guys, so KJ Choi is going to be next to play. KJ with 175 yards.
Billy, we've got a beautiful view from behind KJ. Our viewers can see the flagstick, that deep bunker that guards the green.
Well, with the wind behind you, it's all about club selection right here. KJ also with an 8-iron. Right of the flagstick, though.
That ball, Billy, has appeared to have landed between those two bunkers and bounced back into the deeper bunker.
Yeah, that was, see, he just kind of came out of that just ever so slightly. It sounded just a little clanky.
Are they trying to determine whether or not this ball is plugged, I guess?
Yes. In fact, the reason for calling for a ruling is to determine if the ball is in fact plugged and what are the options from there.
Boy, the options aren't going to be real good off that bank. And the ball, if it is plugged, he'll get to drop it as close as he can to where it's plugged, but it's not going to go anywhere, I don't think. He's going to have a tough lie at best, kind of a baseball stance.
It's going to be that belt high, but it's going to be that slow hanging curve. It's not going to be that fastball.
No. If there ever was a second shot not designed for the shape how this will come out, is this one. This requires a nice high soft cut, not a low no spin draw. They're still waiting for an official. There's usually one around pretty quick.
You give him a call, Smitty? Okay.
Someone is called for an official. Steve Carman had been speaking to this group earlier, but he may be one of the officials that's on the front 9 of the golf course. I saw Johnny Brendel. I know he's here this week, a longtime veteran, respected official.
I think you can see it, can't you?
You
right there?
can see the top of the ball. The question will be, did it get through the grass into the dirt? It's got to get into the soil. That's what embedded means. It can't be embedded in deep grass, even though it could have stuck there.
Guys, this really, in some ways, has been the year of the ruling, hasn't it? You think about Tiger Woods in Abu Dhabi, with Martin Keimer thinking that his ball was embedded and thinking he had taken what was a legitimate drop, and instead he was penalized, and that caused him to miss the cut. And I think we all remember what happened at Augusta. We'll be back to check on this ruling with Hunter Mahan in a moment. Okay. As long as that's back here Sunday at the Memorial. This was just a moment ago trying to determine if Hunter Mahan's ball was plugged, and the answer, Mark, is
yes. You can see him going to clean the dirt off the ball, which you're allowed to do. That means it got through the grass into the soil, and he's got to drop it as close as he can. You'll see he's trying to drop it almost right where it was.
No closer to the hole.
No closer to the hole. And it can roll up to 2 club lengths, but if it rolls outside of 2 club lengths or closer to the hole, you have to redrop.
Now that was PGA Tour rules official Tony Wallen that came to the aid. But this has kind of been a weird stretch for Hunter Mahan. I was with him at the Players where on the 15th hole mark, he hit it left. The ball actually stuck in one of those old oak trees.
An oak tree? I've never seen a ball in an oak tree.
Well, it stuck in an oak tree. Ended up making 5, but I had never seen a ball stick in an oak tree. I've seen him stick in several palm trees, but
Billy, you said he never practiced his shot. Well, he's practiced it today, hasn't he?
He's had 2 tries at it. Actually, has done quite well. But you know, I was talking to John Wood, his caddy. He says, you know, he's just in a little bit of a streak right here, and if something can go wrong, it will, and it's going to reverse for him. Yeah, it always does, but it's just one of those those little streaks that you get in when something wrong can happen. It will.
Don't you think the biggest challenge for a player, though, Billy, is to not, you know, get angry or to get out of your own going about your business attitude and force things, and then you don't even recognize it when it does change?
Exactly. You know, and it takes a player with the mentality and the demeanor of a Hunter Mahan to be able to accept these kind of breaks that he's getting, and you just go about your business. In fact, the shot that I described at 15 at the Players, all he did was he just kind of laughed and smiled and went on about his business. And that's a pretty good shot by KJ Choi out of that deep bunker, Mark.
Yes, get it anywhere near that hole from that bunker is exceptional. Well, we've seen some great bunker play by him today. An outstanding bunker play, and there's another example of it. We're going to have to add him to the list of when we get asked by Grant the next time who comes to your mind as great bunker players. KJ.
He lost it for you. I think it's a good 3-4, bud.
Yeah, I
Club clean enough for you?
Yeah,
it's tight. All right.
I think, yeah, this is a smart move right here. Alistair, KJ Choi's caddy, is going to go in there and rake the bunker just in case. You know, he may catch it a little bit heavy, so you never know. You want to smooth it out, so. And he'll go back in and do a little bit better job after Hunter hits, but you just want to make sure that if he does miss-hit this shot, that he does have a relatively clean bunker shot. But now, Hunter, 117 yards. The wind's kind of kicked up right now, Mark.
Almond butter. All right, shot.
That's a really good shot, Billy, and I think what we were talking about keeping your even keel and realizing it will even out allows you to hit a golf shot like that, but you're not still roasted over the fact, or you're not still thinking about the fact, how could my ball embed? You just go about your business.
Agreed. I just wish I had that.
So do I.
You know, Hunter was, Billy, he was only 1 shot off the lead when that happened at the Players. I mean, he was.
Oh, yeah, he was right there.
In great position.
He's positioned himself, and then some of the weirdest breaks have happened to him. And for me, watching it, the way that he has handled it, no one could have handled it any better. It was perfect the way he handled it.
That's a real compliment, because that's what it takes to be a champion out here, to consistently play good year after year. This game has enough vagaries to it that if you let them, you know, derail you or make you feel your worth is at stake with the last break you got on the golf course, it's hard to play that way.
A long uphill birdie putt for Trevor Immelman, who's made bogey on his last 2 holes, as you just saw in the graphic.
Yeah, from this section of the green, you're kind of in a little bit of a collection area on this left-hand side of the green, and the slope that you have to come up and over is pretty significant. And coming up and over that slope, the ball's going to move from his left to right. Pace has been really good all day long, Mark.
We've observed that. The 9th hole is a great example of it. The 4.5 feet isn't a bad leave. It's the fact that it's above the hole. This will be a dicey little putt, but I'm sure he was trying to hope he could make something happen there, get it back in the red.
Little short with the lag putt at 16, a little long with the one here at 17.
This golf course will test you every step of the way. We showed the graphic a few moments ago. These are the hardest 3 closing holes on tour. Billy referenced that earlier in the day, and we're seeing it right now. This is a group that did not make a bogey for the first 9 holes. So that's 27 holes combined. Now look what's happening. You know, you've had these guys struggling. We've seen some bogeys. Hunter made one on the last hole. He's got to make about a 9 or 10 footer. Billy, this putt's pretty straightforward though. Is it uphill, maybe a little breaking, a little right to left?
Yeah, I think it has a little right to left in it, Mark. I think it's pretty level though. It's kind of back in this part of the green that is very level. But I think it's going to be influenced by all that spectator mounting up on the right-hand side. You got to believe that the low area is left. Pours it in. What a nice 4 that is.
Well, he's 2 for 2 with the baseball swing. At 11, he got up and down.
Well, I'll tell you,
and here at 17.
If there's any kids watching and want to learn how to become a better player, that's how you handle a bad break. Because you could be whining and moaning, how can my ball bury in the side of the hill? No ball's buried all week like that. And instead he takes a hard hole, makes 4. Now he's going to go to the 18th hole with a lot of confidence. That's a momentum builder. There's a real lesson for anybody who wants to get better, young or old.
And never a bad idea, if you're not sure, to go ahead and call a rules official over and
absolutely
get that certain.
Yeah, then there's no vagary whatsoever.
Well, as a player, I was not all that up on the rules. As an announcer, I've certainly become more aware of what the rules are. And you're right, it's always good to call that official in, because when they give you the ruling, it stands.
Immelman for par. 3 straight bogeys, 2 straight 3 putts.
And that's going to be a disappointing finish the way things are going for Trevor, who avoided bogey for 14 holes. Now he's on that stretch, and there's a reason why these guys are making bogeys. These are very difficult holes. They're fair, but they're difficult.
KJ for par after blasting from the bunker.
This too would be a great par. Great up and down. That bunker is a deep, deep bunker. Can't see the hole from there.
Yeah, there was no way that he saw any part of the flagstick from down in that bunker, Mark. Nice up and down.
3 for 3 in sand saves today. 5 of 6 for the week for the number 2 ranked player in that category this season on the PGA Tour. Hustles to the 18th. Our featured group coverage continues at the Memorial. Matt Kuchar began the day with a 2-shot lead. His lead is now 1. Kyle Stanley playing with him. Kevin Chappell playing with him as well in that final group of 3. Players going off 1 and 10 today in groups of 3, as they did yesterday. And still a number of players who can win this tournament. But Kuchar remains on top as he's been all day.
When we look at those numbers on that board, Grant, it indicates to me what we thought happened is happening. The greens are a little softer, the speed's a little more controllable, and the winds, while still gusty, have died down a bit to where they were yesterday. That's why the lead's now starting to get a little deeper into the red.
KJ Choi on the tee at 18.
Yeah, and going with a 3 medal. This is what I think the correct play. It's kind of hanging up the right-hand side.
Billy, it appears from our angle it has found one of those mini bunkers that guard the right-hand side. That's one of the changes made through the years.
Yeah, down that right-hand side.
Camera away, please. Thank you.
With the equipment change and the distance that the guys hit the ball, you know, you just keep extending those bunkers down the right-hand side. You make sure you stagger them enough that you take that option away from them.
Hunter, an aggressive play with driver.
Well, this ball directly over those bunkers needs to stay in the air.
See you later.
That ball has appeared to have found one of those middle deep bunkers. It's going to depend totally, as you know, Billy, on his lie.
But see, with that club mark, and now all of a sudden, if you pull it just a little bit, now you bring
the hazard, right?
The stream down the left-hand side in play. There's a tree directly on the other side of the fairway. Oh, a tree with a wide design. That is a perfect aiming point for these players.
We can see it on the tee, and that's exactly the one that Trevor was aiming at. I think it's a weeping willow tree, and that's the perfect target.
And got a nice little hop to the left, and that one's perfect.
So Mahan for a second consecutive hole. Loses his tee shot right. Back to the 18th in a moment. There's the updated final round leaderboard on this Sunday in Dublin, Ohio, just a little northwest of downtown Columbus. Grant Boone, Mark McCumber, Bill Kratzert. DirecTV's featured group coverage. We're at the 18th hole. We've followed Hunter Mahan and KJ Choi and Trevor Immelman all over Muirfield Village in this final round. We've seen a lot of good golf. Immelman has struggled the last 45 minutes or so with 3 consecutive bogeys, but Hunter Mahan tied for 15th place at 2 under par. There's KJ Choi, and Bill Kratzert's down there.
Well, and the ball, after hitting into the bunker, kind of went all the way to the end of it. And he's going to have to elevate this ball pretty quickly. I just don't think there's any way he can get enough on it, Mark, to get the ball to the green.
And if that's the case, Billy, he needs to then think, where does he want to leave this? You know, just getting close to the green and not getting on is not always the right thing to do. The whole location today is 17 on and 4 from the left. You got a little bit of green to pitch to, but if you come up just short, for example, in that left rough of the green, you've got not much green to work with over those bunkers.
You know, KJ kind of looking over at him. I've been trying to decide who's away, but right at 170 yards, Mark, so you're looking at that right front corner. Boy, he got a lot on that. That is a wonderful shot. If it just carries a little bit, oh, it caught the face of the bunker. I thought it was a stretch to get it all the way there, but it was certainly an excellent try.
Billy, I'm not sure he could have hit it any further than that from that line.
No, he couldn't have hit it a foot further.
You know what, though? That's the good part of this hole. They're going to make you have a little penalty if you put it in the fairway bunker, and it's supposed to penalize you now from the middle of the fairway. Trevor Immelman, what's he got left?
Yeah, he's just outside 170 yards, and Trevor's going to go in there with an 8-iron. He has to turn right back around tomorrow, Mark, and try to qualify for the U.S. Open. 36 holes. Good-looking line right here.
Good way to finish after 3 straight birdies. Chance to, rather 3 straight bogeys. And this will get a little better maybe by a roll.
Billy, that's an interesting second shot, because if that ball goes about 10 more feet, gets higher in that hill, it's going to feed back closer to the hole, isn't it?
You're exactly right. The deeper you get to that back fringe, the more chance the ball has to releasing down that hill and getting closer to the hole.
The other side of that sword, Billy, is if you leave it up in that fringe, you're dead.
Yeah. You know what? I got to give you credit on your ability to recognize a tree. You must be some type of arborist. And,
oh, you grew up in a landscape family and a landscape background. You learned a few things.
Very good. Kudos to you.
Thank you, sir. There's a lot of beautiful trees out here. I know that. Is this doable?
Yeah, he's far enough up here that he's well inside 130 yards. But this is one of those bunkers that the closer you get to the green, the deeper the bunkers become. In fact, he's just inside 120 yards. So, but watch how sharply he has to get this ball up. Clean line. Really good contact.
It sounded great.
Shot, eh?
Good shot.
Mahan and Immelman will have birdie putts to finish up their final rounds at the Memorial. Final round of the Memorial from Muirfield Village Golf Club in Dublin, Ohio. Our feature group coverage on DirecTV has us at the 18th hole. KJ Choi will have a bunker shot for his third. And we'll see birdie putts from Hunter Mahan and Trevor Immelman. The leader is Matt Kuchar. Began the day at 8 under par with a 2-shot lead. He's had 3 birdies and a bogey today. And here we are at the 18th, and KJ Choi another chance to wield that sand wedge.
Hell cannot get behind it.
That's a pretty deep bunker here, Mark, and from this angle, it's kind of an awkward angle, but the beauty of it is he is going back up the hill.
He can't come out low enough though to run it, Billy. He has to fly it back there, doesn't he?
Yeah, and downwind, you can see that he tried to take it up in the air, it lands softly. I'm really impressed with his bunker play. That was a hard bunker shot.
That was. In the back of your mind, too, the last thing you want to do is get that thing 4 or 5 feet behind the hole, because that might be the most treacherous putt on the golf course.
Common denominators of great bunker play through the years would be what? Of guys who are great bunker players?
Well, I've seen all styles. I think that's almost just a natural God-given talent of feeling your hands, a perception of where the ball is, and being able to feel the sand beneath your feet. Technique's important, but I think this natural ability and trust is equally as important.
Hunter found the green in regulation from the fairway bunker. He's top 10 on tour in that category.
I think the key to a lot of good bunker players, Mark, is the fact that they never look like it's an effort. You really can't detect a lot of club head speed. It kind of looks like it's all the same speed other than there is the acceleration through the ball. It just looks like that it's a calm motion to me.
That's a good observation, Billy. Just like with a good swing, there's no rush, is there, in the transition from the backswing to the downswing at all. How about this putt from Hunter Mahan? How quick is this one?
It's quick, and once it starts peeling to the left, then you're going directly down the slope of the green. Then it becomes really quick.
That putt for a 70.
70 is a good score here at Muirfield Village this week. Difficulty of the golf course, while fair, is very demanding in these swirling winds. They've died down a bit today, but yesterday, I mean, like Billy said, it may have been as hard as I've ever seen here at Muirfield. I've seen the weather harder to play in because it was cold and raining and windy, but for a day that the temperatures weren't very cold, it was a very tough wind.
67 is the best score of the day. That belongs to James Driscoll, who, like Hunter Mahan, was a runner-up in the United States Amateur. Driscoll to Jeff Quinney. So there you go. Trevor Immelman could jump that bogey train and pick up a birdie on his last hole. Two well-played shots here at 18.
Yeah, two very good shots, and 14 feet behind the hole. And you try to read a lot of break in this putt, but I've seen this putt just stay straight more times than not. You put it more than a half a ball outside the hole, it'll miss.
Billy, did you call that or what? He put it a ball outside, he missed. Wow, just started the break and just kind of hung right there on the high side.
Tomorrow, Brookside Golf and Country Club and the Lakes Golf and Country Club. The sites here in Columbus for the U.S. Open qualifier, 36 holes. Ricky Barnes will be there. Barnes is the one who took down Hunter Mahan in the 2002 U.S. Amateur. And several players who've played here this weekend will be there tomorrow. All over the country. Really one of the underrated days in golf, I think. That sectional qualifier to see who gets in the U.S. Open. Now KJ for a round of 71.
And if he makes this, he will be perfect in up and downs out of the bunkers.
That's pretty impressive. Really good round of golf today for KJ. He scrambled like that in 07 down the stretch when he came from 5 back to win. And now finishing up Hunter Mahan for a round of 70. So he goes from 27th to, at the moment, tied for 15th. And so momentum for Hunter Mahan. U.S. Open coming up in a couple of weeks. So our first featured group has completed its final round. When we come back, Mark Leishman, Tiger Woods, and Gonzalo Fernandez Castaño as our coverage continues from Muirfield Village. DirecTV's feature group coverage continues. Mark Leishman, world #1 Tiger Woods, 5-time champion here at Memorial, and the Spaniard Gonzalo Fernandez Castaño. Grant Boone, Mark McCumber, Bill Kratzert with you. This group began its final round on the 10th hole, as all weekend, because of some weather issues on Friday, we've been in groups of 3 and going off tees 1 and 10. That's Fernandez Castaño with the collar turned up on the left, and there is Tiger Woods in his familiar Sunday red. Take a look at Tiger's stats, and Mark, this really is kind of a reversal of what he's done all season. He's 126th on tour in driving accuracy, but he's top 10 in fairways hit. He's the #1 putter on tour, but he's 4th worst putting this week.
Well, think about this. When he won in record fashion down at the Cadillac World Championship at Doral on those big greens, he had 100 putts for the week. He is now at 111 putts with 5 holes to play. So if he 2 putts the last 5 greens, that's 121 putts. That weekend on Friday and Saturday, he did not miss 1 putt inside of 10 feet for 2 days. Only missed 6 or 7 for the week. And this week we've seen the exact opposite, as you said, Grant.
And not to suggest that the greens at Doral or at the Players Championship weren't fast, but when you think about the lightning fast bent grass greens at Augusta National, the lightning fast bent grass greens here at Muirfield Village, this is just the 2nd tournament he's played on bent grass this year, and he struggled on both occasions. quite possibly just a coincidence. Now here's Fernandez Castano with the collar turned up. And it looked like it settled in a flat area in that greenside bunker. And now Tiger going to go for this green at the 5th, this par 5 and 2.
Going with a fairway metal, this looks like his 5 wood. He can hit this way up into the air. This hole is located on the front middle. That ball's going to miss to the right. That's the safe side, but he's left himself with a pretty delicate pitch shot. A lot of green to work with, and we'll have to come back and see if Tiger Woods can turn the ship and make birdie and get things going the right direction.
Matt Kuchar with a birdie at the par 5 11th from just inside 15 feet. His lead is now 3. And Mark, we said earlier in the day, he really was driving this bus. If he plays well, it would be nearly impossible for someone to go get him without something almost record setting. And he's playing like the Matt Kuchar that we expected. Tremendous.
Oh, stop blocking.
Here's Mark Leishman, 3rd shot at the par 5 5th as our featured group coverage continues.
Just a wedge from the right side of the fairway, playing a little safe and away from the hole. That ball spins back because these greens have maintained the moisture we had from the overnight rains. He'll have about 35 feet left for his birdie. Now Tiger Woods got a difficult shot. It's doable, but it's going to take a very special effort here. He's got out his lofted lob wedge, 60-degree wedge. Some guys tweak that. It might be 59, 61, but it's the wedge with the most loft. Got a very tight lie. He's going to try to carry this ball. You can see him open the face up, trying to take some of the, use the bounce he's got on the club, but try to really nip this ball. He's got about 60 feet of green. The green goes away from him, feeds a little bit from right to left.
A good shot would be within how many feet?
For him, he needs to be inside of 5 or 6 feet to be satisfied with it. He's got a good line. Good line. That's a very good shot. Just like that.
That'll be for his 3rd birdie in his last 4 holes.
Well, you know, think about it. This is the Memorial. He has won 5 times here. This is a very prestigious, important tournament. But he also knows he's not going to win. He wants to leave here with a good back 9 because the next time he tees it up when it counts, it's this little course called Marion in Ardmore, Pennsylvania. in the tournament. It's the United States Open. And as soon as he's done with the next 5 holes, that's going to be the most important thing on his mind.
Rosella Fernandez-Castano with his 3rd shot from that inside bunker. You saw it roll back to that flat area, giving him a little bit easier shot.
Very nicely done. You know, we got to see this young Spaniard play early in the year at Bay Hill and down at Doral, and I've been very impressed watching him closely, the skills that this young man possesses. He is an all-around good player, and I think as the years go by, everybody's going to know his name in the golfing world.
Whether or not they can say it is another matter, but they'll know it.
I said his name. I didn't say it myself.
There you go.
It is a tongue twister, but it's going to be easy to say because we're going to be saying it a lot before this is all done.
7th event of the season on the PGA Tour. Now Leishman.
Yeah, Leishman, big, strong Australian player. I had a chance to watch him for 36 holes at Augusta. I was following a young friend of mine, TJ Vogel, from the University of Florida, teammate of my son's, excuse me. So I got to watch him play. Very impressed. He had a 4th place finish there. Now this putt for birdie is going to get to the hole. It just comes up a little short. He'll have a tap in left from just below the hole, about 1.5 feet. Mark Leishman is a couple under par for the day. That'll be one of the better rounds. He cleans that up. He will head to the 6th tee, his 15th hole of the day. 1 under par on this 9. You can see where he made a birdie on the difficult number 2, one of the harder holes of the golf course. Now, Fernandez-Castano. After that bunker shot, he's got a putt of about 4.5 feet. This ball moving slightly back uphill, may move ever so little left to right. Well done, well done. That's a good up and down, and that's a birdie on this par 5. He was in that greenside bunker in 2. So this 9, he's made 1 par. Grant, 2 birdies, 2 bogeys.
You hate to stereotype, but when you see a Spaniard get up and down from the bunker and you think about, gosh, Seve, and
they had a good mentor. He set a good pattern for all the young Spaniards.
Yeah, Seve wasn't the only good one. Now Tiger for a 3rd birdie in his last 4 holes. Found the bottom eventually, yeah.
It went in. I'm sure he'll be happy to have it.
You know, so many good memories on this golf course. Not used to playing the front 9 last. So what once was a one-shot lead for Matt Kuchar, now up to 3. He continues to apply the pressure. Kyle Stanley, the only player within 4 shots of him. Stanley playing with Kuchar and Kevin Chappell in that final group of 3. You're watching feature group coverage brought to you by DirecTV as we begin a summer of enhanced coverage. Grant Boone, Mark McCumber, Bill Kratzert with you from Muirfield Village Golf Club, and on the tee at 6, world number 1, Tiger Woods.
Well, back into the wind. You can tell by the quick reaction there that Tiger likes it, and he should. Right in the center of the fairway.
Best round of the day on a tough day to play. James Driscoll, a 5-under par 67. And Driscoll has gone from 45th place to 11th. Fernandez Castaño.
You know, this tee shot working left needs to get a little hop to the right. Okay. Mark, this young man can move it out there pretty good distance. He pushes it through the air pretty quickly.
He can, Billy. He's got a very efficient golf swing, in my opinion. I got to watch him a lot early in the year, and I was very impressed with the way he goes about playing the game.
Yeah. Had a chance to win at Augusta this year. This pretty much on the same line. Up that left-hand side. So
Leishman.
3 players find the fairway here at the 6th.
Yes, indeed. Leishman and Sergio Garcia had the first round lead at the Masters. Back to the 6th in a moment. Well, you get a good look at this international grouping here. The Spaniard on the right, Gonzalo Fernandez Castaño, the Aussie Mark Leishman, and there's Tiger Woods having a chat here in the 6th fairway.
It looks like they're picking up sides for a ball game or something. There's more chatter out of this group than I've seen in years. Interesting. These are 3 of the, how many you said? 35 countries, and you can see it on this graphic. 80 players from the United States, Australia, Mark Leishman, one of those 9. South Africa, we had in our other feature group Trevor Immelman, one of those 5. England, South Korea, There goes KJ Choi in Sweden 4, Canada 3. Yesterday we showed Mike Weir. And then we've got one each from the following countries. The game truly has become global, Billy and Grant, and it's really wonderful to see these players from all over the world come to these tournaments, and it's a universal game.
Leishman was trying to become the first Aussie to win the Masters. His fellow countryman Adam Scott did, and Leishman, who wound up finishing 4th, said, if I couldn't win it, I'm glad one of my fellow countrymen did. And what a win it was for Adam Scott.
He had an up-close seat.
Yes, he did.
He was paired with Adam in that final round.
Billy, I mentioned I got to watch him closely, actually hole by hole for 36, playing with a friend of my son's who plays at the University of Florida, TJ Vogel, who won the Public Links, which gets you in the Masters as an amateur. And I was really impressed with his countenance on the golf course. Leishman never seemed to get rushed, never seemed to get bothered. Had a very good short game. So often we may think of these big, strong guys, you know, 6'2", well over 200 pounds as being all power, but he had a lot of different shots. He's got a really good future.
Well, first to play is going to be Fernandez Castaño. 182 yards, just a slight uphill lie. Far left-hand side of the fairway. Just barely right of the flagstick. But boy, that was one club way too much. Now that's going to be a really quick little pitch shot down the hill.
Billy,
it flew the green.
Yeah. Billy, it's also in the walkway where they all go to the next tee. So for sure, even if the ball's sitting cleanly, the grass will be going against him. Now next is Mark Leishman.
Yeah, 170 yards, and I think you have to play for this wind to be more left to right. It looked like Fernandez Castaño thought the wind was into him, but Leishman with a 7-iron. This one up in the air. Just kind of got hit.
That's a good break, Billy. It just missed the bunker, missed the water by 2 or 3 feet, and the ball's sitting up. He'll have a, you know, an interesting little pitch, but it's certainly doable.
Now Tiger just 157 yards. This is just a go 9-iron for him. Should be just a stock 9-iron, driving range 9-iron. But this ball's starting to twist a little bit to the left. I'm a little surprised that ball came up short. It's almost like that wind kind of flipped up at the green.
You could see his shirt rippling in that stiffening breeze here at the 6th. Matt Kuchar's lead remains 3 as he plays the 13th with Kyle Stanley and Kevin Chappell. Nice round today for Scott Stallings. He's 6 under par with the 18th still to play. England's Brian Davis has made a nice run. He's 3 under par on his round. Pat Perez has picked up a couple of strokes. Our featured group coverage continues. We're at the 6th with world #1 Tiger Woods. And let's take a look at this second shot, Mark. This was Tiger's approach.
Well, it appears it got knocked down by the wind, Grant, and it came up a little bit short. It's on the side of the bunker there. You see the ball of Mark Leishman just outside the bunker. But now we go down to our third member of this group, Fernandez Castano, as he pitches from behind the green back toward the hole. What a good looking shot as it just grazes the left edge of the hole and runs about 8 feet by, though.
Yeah, it's about as good as you can do from that situation. And it looks like Tiger's just going to get in there and play. I actually think Leishman's a little bit further from the hole, but Tiger, he has to deal with a little bit of a downslope coming off the bunker, but this is a shot you'd think he'd get within 3 or 4 feet.
7th on tour in sand saves. You got to believe a lot of that is because of the fact that he's #1 on tour in putting.
That was well executed by Tiger, and those two stats do go together. We've talked about that earlier in our broadcast, who are the better bunker players. That stat is not kept by who's the closest after the play out of the bunker. Is did you get it up and down in 2 shots? Now, what does this shot look like, and what's the lie, Billy?
The lie is pretty good, Mark. In fact, it's one of those kind of lies we saw it from Hunter Mayhem, where you might be able to put a little spin on it from here. Kind of like that.
You called it. He did have just enough check on that. Very well done. Didn't have to go high with it. Just made good contact. Boy, that's dictated by the lie, isn't it?
It certainly is. And I see more players that take that option or use that option to go a little bit lower, try to spin it just a little bit more. They seem to be more successful in getting the ball within that 3 or 4 foot range.
Billy, I think it's not as dramatic, but I think it's probably more consistent. With that flop, every once in a while it just comes out as a dud and you can be in trouble, or you catch it thin. And when you're taking that kind of a swing and that much speed, you are creating more risk.
Now, I'll give up the style points to make the score.
Yeah, that is the idea, isn't it?
This guy has some flair and some style, doesn't he? Who else had the collar flipped up? I know Phil did earlier in his career. What about when you guys played? Did anybody have it flipped up?
Johnny Miller.
Johnny
Oh,
Miller's
sure, yeah.
one. Johnny Miller's one. There were a few others. I mean, if you didn't play good, you turned the collar down, though. After a while, you felt like a fool. Johnny kept his up for several years, I will say that.
He kept up some good play for a few
done.
years, too. Par putt for Fernandez Castano.
A lot going on with that grip and the putter.
I like that, though.
Well, he was halfway toward the 7th tee with his second shot, but scrambles and saves his par.
All right, he can keep the collar up another hole.
Okay, there you
no
go.
debate on that. Pretty straightforward, Billy, right?
Yeah. Keep it inside the hole. I'm a little surprised at the number that you gave out that he had 111 putts or 112 putts up until we picked him up on number 5. 2 putts, 3. So that's a lot of putts over as to what he did at Doral.
30 putts each of his first 3 days.
Yeah, Billy, he's going to be, he did 1 putt that green, but he's going to be 18, 19 putts, most likely higher than the Doral total. That's a lot.
113 putts so far, and a wry smile or a grin as he makes his way toward the 7th tee. We'll see him again in a couple of weeks at Marion. We'll take a look at some of the numbers that Tiger would just as soon forget. He's made some big numbers, but in terms of 9-hole scores, none bigger than the one on Friday.
Well, there's 2 sides to a record book. There's the highs and the lows. The 44 we saw yesterday was the highest 9 he'd ever shot on the PGA Tour. And it wasn't the highest 9 on the back 9 yesterday. Jordan Spieth shot 45, so he wasn't alone. Now we move back 3 years to Quail Hollow. Very challenging golf course, 43 shot there. In a course where he's dominated, so after 8 wins down at the Bay Hill, he still shot 43 there 1 year. And in 1996, the Tour Championship, another 43.
That was his first not even full year. And it was yesterday, not Friday, as I mistakenly said. You were correct. the 44 yesterday. That was his first 9 holes. It was the back 9 here.
Right.
He began on the back 9 again today, and now he's pegging it here at the 7th.
We do need to, you know, just mention that he did improve his score from the back 9 yesterday to the front 9 by 9 shots. It was a 44-35, so he's been moving in the right direction. Billy?
The wind's actually laid down, Mark. I think he can get there in 2 easily with a good tee shot.
Wow, he swung hard at that one.
Is that where I think it is?
Billy, that's one of the longest I'm laughing that we've seen all day.
I think it is.
Only if you have a good imagination. Yes, it is.
You may have seen the reaction of some of the patrons there behind Tiger. They were like, oh, wow.
Even his playing competitor, he just wants to get caught up in that vortex he just created.
I can tell you, you can get we watch Fernandez Castano. You can get a crick in your neck trying to turn that quickly watching Tiger's ball.
That's a beautiful tee shot, but even with the wide angle, they're not both in the same picture, those 2 drives.
Would you believe it says 310 according to ShotLink.
That's carry.
Carry.
That's carry.
Let's don't exaggerate. It carried 308. It probably rolled 5, maybe 6 feet. Another good tee shot by Mark Leishman down the right side. He's closer to Fernandez Castaños. And again, Tigers is not in the same frame. Let's take a look at the swing of Tiger Woods as we go to commercial. How powerful. Look at the coil, the release. Look at the legs movement. What a great hard swing, and it's in the fairway. That's the best.
Well, once again, Tiger Woods and Gonzalo Fernandez Castaño are sharing a giggle as they play toward the end. And you don't see this very often, but
never.
Yeah, Tiger really, these guys are with a late tee time, but it's because it's groups of 3 and it's flipped. Let's take a look at Tiger today. This was his first hole of the day, his second shot.
After a good tee shot in the middle of the fairway, trying to get this close to the right front hole location, a pretty tricky hole location, right over the top of the flag. That ball will feed back off the fringe, work toward the hole. Very smart, good second shot to start his final round. This is the range he's done so well on this year, but not this week. What will happen here, the start of his 4th round? 10 feet breaking left to right. Boy, he wanted that one. You could tell by the body motion, but he misses just on the right side. Now his second shot from the high rough in the hazard on the left side of this fairway. Just trying to gouge this out down the fairway. And that ball would find a little more trouble. That's not the place to be when you play this hole. Now he's hitting his
3rd shot. Mark, he actually had to play to that. You can see the sand to the left of your screen there. That's where he had to play his 2nd shot from just to get it there.
Right, and this is the 12th hole, the par 3 that's really given him fits all day. He double bogeyed yesterday. Now he's got this putt for bogey. From the fringe, right to left putt from about 12 feet. It burns the edge. Rolls out about 3.5 feet. This is automatic, right? This is for double bogey.
And this is what you just never see. We saw that in our coverage yesterday. From the fringe, you're not going to win the tournament, but just you know, 2-putt from the fringe and move on.
Now the delicate 14th hole came up a little short on his 2nd shot and his 3rd shot. Another one of those par savers from about 4.5, 5 feet. This has plagued him all week long. We haven't seen this many putts out of Tiger Woods for the entire year. He had to lay up on the par 5 after driving it out of position. This is his 3rd shot to a front hole location. Don't forget, he's played this hole 5 over par. And he almost jars that for eagle. He would make that for birdie. Now we go to 17, the 2nd shot after a beautiful tee shot. This back right hole location, very demanding, no room for error. He hoists this ball high into the air as it lands on the right edge of the green. He knows it'll feed off like a sideboard. What a good shot by Tiger Woods. Oh, a much needed birdie, a much needed confidence builder in his putting stroke. It looks good, it's aggressive, and it's right in the center of the hole. Now we jump forward some 7 holes to the 5th hole. His back 9, the 3rd shot on the par 5, a delicate pitch from a tight lie, about 50 feet of green. Would this be a good shot? Yes, it would. 3.5 feet for birdie, and he would convert that birdie. Go on to par the 6th hole out of the bunker, and now he's waiting to go for the green on the par 5 7th hole. And seems like he's back in form a bit, Grant.
He's waiting because he uncorked a mammoth tee shot here at the 7th.
Well, of the groups we've followed, we've seen nobody else go for this green, and I think he's got some stored up energy in there.
Played the first 2 days with Fred Couples and Keegan Bradley. That was Couples' old caddy, Joe LaCava, now with Tiger.
I've got 3 guys that are going to take a shot at this par 5.
Well, the wind has died down, hasn't it?
It has. Leishman and Fernandez Castaño.
How much further is Tiger's drive than the 2 of his playing competitors?
Well, Leishman has 274. Fernandez Castaño, 268. And Tiger just a mere 244.
Wow.
So 24 yards.
That's a nice difference when you're going to the par 5. This whole location today, if you can put this ball up in the air and carry that right bunker, you can be a little more aggressive up by the edge of the green. Billy, we're looking at a picture of Tiger and Joe talking. I've never seen Tiger this relaxed on a golf course.
Well, pretty relaxed, and you know, you just kind of look at a few holes, and you guys, you know, hit on the 12th hole today. You look at the 15th hole. There's 3, 7. I can think of 10 shots right now that you normally don't see Tiger Woods make the mistakes that he's made this week.
Well, he's played those 2 holes you mentioned. What, 10 over par?
Double, a triple, a couple of doubles and a boat. Yeah.
I mean, way over par, let's say that. I mean, without those, he's under par for the tournament, and we're talking about can he climb into the top 10. But then again, you do have to play them all. And
okay, green clear. We're set to go in it right now. This is the calmest it has been all week long. 274. Now he's going to have to get it all to get all the way back to the hole, but I think he can get it to the front pretty easily. Oh, he just hammered this. It's to the right of the bunker. He's hoping for it to get down into the bunker.
It does not.
If ball sits down between the two bunkers, Billy, he'll have very little green to work with as he comes out of that thick rough.
Now Fernandez Castano just inside 270. Boy, that's a solid rip. Boy, is this a good looking shot if it just gets over the bunker a little bit.
Billy, that's an incredible shot. It landed hole high and only released about 10 feet just through the first cut of fringe.
Boy, that was absolutely hammered.
He's within 20 feet of the hole. May have a little bit of an awkward lie in that grass, but what a golf shot. Now, what club's Tiger hitting here?
Tiger's got a 3-iron that he's just going to try to just blow up in the air, bring down softly. Pretty golf shot here. Pretty golf shot. May have landed a little deeper than what he wanted, but it was executed like he kind of visualized it, Mark.
That was a good golf shot, Billy. It fed to the back left fringe. He'll have a putt for eagle as we come back in just a few moments to the Memorial Tournament.
Matt Kuchar has never trailed on this Sunday at the Memorial. His lead has been as few as 1. Right now it's 3 and has been for about, what, the last hour or so. Kevin Chappell playing in the final group, looking for his first career victory. Had a third at the U.S. Open that Rory McIlroy won going away a couple of years ago, but Chappell has been very steady. Maybe not flashy today, but playing in that final group with Stanley and Kuchar. Nice showing.
Yeah, and Scott Stallings, a tremendous round of 67. Made a late bogey, disappointing, but it's not going to cost him the tournament unless something dramatic happens at the end on these 3 difficult holes. Matt Kuchar seems to be in control. Now we go out to Billy Kratzert and Mark Leishman.
A hard bunker, or hard shot over the bunker, Mark. He's going to have to land it softly. Well done. Nice job. Good touch. That was pretty much a product of the lie, Mark, to be able to take it that softly over the bunker, land it, let it release down.
Where are you going? Up here somewhere? Shot.
Yeah, somewhere.
Billy,
No worries,
is the ball of Fernandez Castano up against that cut Does that make it look a little awkward to me when I saw the ball release into that portion of the fringe?
It is, and in fact, he's been trying to read the lie. He's gotten down behind the ball a couple of times trying to figure out exactly what it's going to do or how exactly he is going to choose to play it.
You know, a shot that I don't see many players use nowadays, that we used to use a lot, was that sand wedge from behind the ball. Quite often now I see him use those utility irons. I don't know if that's something he would possibly contemplate.
Well, he has the wedge out.
Oh, that's what he's got in his hand.
So he's going to go ahead and maybe try some just little pop shot. But Tiger, and this is a hard putt to get the pace. You're coming up the hill. Once it gets up onto this little table, this back table in this right-hand corner, it's going to start twisting to his right.
You want to use a breakers off?
No, it's fine.
Well, no giggles now, Billy.
He is thoroughly disgusted with himself.
I wonder if that ball, he would have had to play that up through the fringe to keep it high enough, because he went right up against the fringe as it was, or just needed more speed. Well, we're looking at a replay, Billy, of the disappointment in his face. The competitor that he is, he wants to finish this round off in style. And his second shot really was a little unfortunate that it worked that far away from the hole.
Shot there. Yeah, great shot there. Well done. Shot.
Tiger congratulates Fernandez Castano. These two, Billy, played together on Saturday in the third round of the Masters. Tiger shot 70, Fernandez Castano 73. And it's Tiger first to play for birdie, which I don't believe we would have expected. But he'll have fast bent grass greens at Marion in a couple of weeks. Be curious to see how he responds. He'll take next week off. He only played it for the first time earlier this week in the rain.
Well, the last time we played the Open there, it was 1981. The winner was David Graham. So
he was 5.
Tiger was, even for Tiger, he probably did not enter that year. I don't know if he made it through the local qualifying, but.
Well, this putt, let's see if he keeps the speed up on this one and just keeps it just inside the edge.
Whoops.
Fucking kidding me.
We apologize if you had your speakers turned up on your monitor or at home on your television.
Well, he needed to keep the speed up like you said, Billy, but he didn't. He walked like he thought he made it. He's just absolutely perplexed by these greens this week.
Stand still, please. Hold up.
It's got the best of him right now.
So he goes 2 under on the par 5s today. And he has not dominated them like he has all season. Only 1 under for the week on the 16 par 5s. Now Leishman. What an up and down that was.
Well, very good up and down, and you'd have thought Leishman would have walked away with the 5 and Tiger the 4. But you put yourself out of position on these greens at Muirfield Village, and they become very difficult to get that lag putt close to the hole mark.
Yeah, he was really out of position. And now our third member of our featured group, Fernandez Castano, for birdie after a beautiful little delicate pitch straight up the hill.
I like the little pencil grip that he uses. Kind of takes all the twitch out of the right hand.
Can you show me that, Billy? Maybe when we get back home, help me.
Pencil in a 4 at the 7th for Fernandez Castano. So Leishman and GFC make birdie, and Tiger angrily marches towards the tee at 8. And that, again, that won't count as a 3-putt, but in his mind, that's a 3-putt, isn't it?
I like the GF.
You like GFC?
GFC, as long as we don't mix it up with KFC.
No,
right?
no.
GFC.
No, we don't need to talk about that at all, given what has transpired in golf.
I'm talking about how hungry
Yes,
I am is
yeah.
what I'm talking about. We've been on the featured group and enjoyed the opportunity to share these pictures with our viewers all day long. What a treat to be such a beautiful place.
Well, and DirecTV is bringing you this enhanced coverage this weekend, the first of 4 tournaments. You'll have a chance to watch this season with the bonus coverage from DirecTV. We'll be at the Travelers, where Mark Leishman is the defending champ, and then Firestone later on early August, and then the Barclays. PGA Tour playoffs. Here's a look at how the 8th is played, the 5th toughest hole this week. Hole in the back today.
Billy, this hole's got to be playing a lot easier than it did earlier in the day. One of our earlier featured groups, the wind was blowing very hard from left to right when they came through here.
Yeah, very much simplified. In fact, virtually no wind whatsoever right now, Mark. It's a 6-iron for Fernandez Castano, just left of the flag stick.
That ball worked its way back onto the edge of the green, right at the cut of the fringe in the green. He's going to be very close to the hole with a good chance for 2.
If the wind picks up near the other one. What's that? I think if the wind picks up near the other one.
I think that one right now is fine.
Billy shot 62 on Sunday, the TPC River Highlands, and then waited a couple of hours. Find out if it was enough.
Yeah, that he did. I think it was 2 hours and 32 minutes. But that's an 8-iron for Mark Leishman. Begging it to get just a little bit left. Well, it's a deep carry for a 192-yard hole. I don't care if it is from an elevated tee, but there is no wind whatsoever right now.
Billy, that ball is still rolling, Just now came to a stop, so it did get left about 8 or 10 feet from where it landed. Oh, Tiger's got to be so disappointed in that 3-putt. Well, technically it's a 2-putt, but he'll consider it a 3-putt. He prides himself through the years on not 3-putting. He considers that a tremendous waste. He's gone to the far left edge of the tee, Billy.
And going with 8-iron. It's an 8-iron working towards the hole. Good looking shot if it's the right weight. Beautiful golf shot.
Tiger Woods a chance to get the birdie at the 8th when we come back. Final round at the Memorial. A little weather delay on Friday a couple of different times, and so they came back Saturday morning, finished up. We played uninterrupted on Saturday and again today. And Matt Kuchar is closing in on his second win of the season. We are watching this featured group: Mark Leishman, Tiger Woods, Gonzalo Fernandez-Castano with the par 3/8. Their 17th hole of the day, and this is Leishman for birdie, and Billy Cratchit's down there.
And this from 20 feet. This ball is going to move gently, softly from his right to left, pretty much all the way the hole, and just a lack of speed, pretty much the right line. But watching our first featured group, Grant and Mark, and watching yesterday, the greens don't have near the speed and fire that they had yesterday.
You know, Billy, we were wondering, would they get that as the day went on, and they never did. You know, I guess the wind died down. It's not exceptionally hot today, and there was enough moisture. Now, I'm not sure they wanted them like they were yesterday, to be honest, Billy, because it was right on the edge of these guys were struggling mightily with the speed.
Now, Fernandez-Castano just out of the fringe. This ball should move a little bit from his left to right.
One more opportunity here. Tiger Woods, terrific tee shot.
Yeah,
Chance at the second birdie of the week here.
And we saw this putt earlier from Hunter Mahan. It just drifts ever so slightly from his left to right, and this is about half the distance that Mahan had.
That has been the story of his tournament. I mean, 2 holes in a row. This is very makeable birdie putts. He's got to be disappointed as he heads over to the last hole of the Memorial Tournament. Tiger Woods +8 with 1 hole to play.
Want to show some crowd when they're hitting, like, instead of from behind?
Keep it smooth, okay? Stand still, please, thanks. Yeah, sure.
Sunday at the Memorial. Jack Nicklaus will present the trophy to the champion, Mark Leishman, on the tee at the 9th.
Yeah, and just going with an iron, just trying to hit kind of that piercing low shot, just trying to find the fairway. I just cannot believe how much this wind has laid down, Mark.
It really has changed, Billy. You know, late in the day yesterday, it blew even harder. These are enjoyable playing conditions on the tough course. Now Tiger with that, I'm assuming the fairway 5,
yes,
metal 5.
That's exactly right.
Billy, you expect to see that club off the tee a lot at Marion?
I expect to see maybe 2 drivers from Tiger at Marion. I think the 3 metal, 5 metal, hugely in play for him.
We'll see their approach shots to the 9th in a moment. Matt Kuchar making a strong statement as the U.S. Open nears. A week and a half it'll begin in the greater Philadelphia area. Kyle Stanley, a nice weekend here. Kevin Chappell as well. Scott Stallings matching the best round of the day today, 67. James Driscoll also shot that score. A nice weekend for Matt Jones, the Aussie. Bill Haas at one point was 10 under par. He's half that now. Not today, but earlier in the week. A couple of Englishmen, Rose and Davis, unable to threaten Kuchar. Davis has had a fine day today, 3 under par.
Justin Rose is one of those players who won here a couple of years ago, and people are pointing to at the U.S. Open that style of player. I would agree with that.
Billy, a couple of good weeks for our leader Matt Kuchar down Texas way.
Yeah, and you can see what benefit it was for him to go down there and play, Grant. His swing coach, teacher, Chris O'Connell, in the Dallas area. 2 good solid weeks, a runner-up finish at Colonial, and it's just a carryover up to the Midwest. And Matt Kuchar on a little bit of a run right now, and you've got to put his name in the top 5 as favorites for the U.S. Open.
I agree, and no matter what Tiger finishes here, he clearly will still go in as the favorite. That happens when you win as often as he's won here. But what do you think, Billy and Mark, about his prospects heading into Marion?
I think going into Marion, I think if he organizes his putting like he did down at Doral, everything's fine. I look at the way that he has been striking the ball. He's put the ball in play. He's hit a couple of loose iron shots, but I think all in all, the swing is in great shape. I think he's hit a lot of quality shots. I just think it's been 2 or 3 times where there's been a mental letdown, and that's it.
Billy, don't you think that also is magnified by the conditions they played under? It made it even look worse than it was.
Yeah, I would agree with that too.
Big solid wedge.
I think if anybody's strong enough mentally to kind of dismiss that, it would be Tiger.
Yeah, the score that he is shooting certainly is not indicative of the way that he has hit the ball.
Exactly.
I think he's, at least the times that I've followed him this week, he has really hit the ball solid. He's just put himself in a couple of awkward situations, but 154 yards, just a driving range wedge. Boy, this is another good-looking iron shot if it's right.
Well, we've seen him win in his last event before majors and then not win that major. I think back to Firestone back in 2010 when he shot 18 over, and that's next week is when he began working with Sean Foley. Now Leishman.
That from 139 yards, really good angle from this far left-hand side of the fairway.
That ball just cleared that ridge that fed Tiger Woods' ball back toward the front of the green, and he'll have a very good birdie putt. Tiger's ball trickled, Billy, some 12 feet after it landed.
Just those little subtleties in these greens, Mark, and you miss the mark by just a little bit, and that's what happens. But now, just 114 yards for Fernandez Castaño. Stay there, stay there.
That's what we're talking about, Billy. He just missed the mark. As we come back, we'll have 3 of our players putting for birdie.
At the 9th, last hole for this featured group, Fernandez Castaño for birdie.
Up the hill, going up the slope, moving to his right.
Well, you would have to be assuming that Fernandez Castaño, young player coming over to the States, would be taking at least some mental notes, playing with Tiger on a Saturday at the Masters and on Sunday at the Memorial.
Well, the way they've been walking down the fairways and chatting back and forth, I would think that he has gotten a lot of information, Grant. Now Tiger, almost the same line. See if he can make one and finish this off right.
It's kind of fitting, isn't it?
Such a good try. Just wasn't meant to be on the greens for Tiger Woods this week. Grant, you said it perfectly. Fitting.
So 29 putts today after 30 each of the first 3 days. And after that 44 on his first 9 holes, the back 9 here at Muirfield Village Saturday, Tiger plays the next 27 holes in 1 under par.
With that kind of putting. I mean, that you can look at that a lot of different ways, but like Billy said, he's not far off.
119 putts for the week.
Now Mark Leishman.
Got to believe he'll make this. Just a little fall to the right.
Oh, good call, Mr. Kratzer. .68, one of the best of the day.
And Billy, as you know, having covered Tiger all these years, you don't go up on a weekend against Tiger and come out on top very often. And Leishman beat him by 4. So our second featured group, a little friendly handshake from Tiger. Fernandez Castaño 74, Leishman a 68, and the defending champ Tiger Woods, even par 72. We're back to wrap it up in a moment. Take a look at the updated leaderboard. Matt Kuchar began the day with a 2-shot lead. He's doubled that now. He leads by 4 on his way to his 6th tour victory, his 2nd of the season, and these aren't just any 2 wins. Any win anywhere on the PGA Tour is impressive. Best tour in the world. But to win the match play and then to go ahead and win at Jack's Place, On a weekend when things were crazy on Saturday, a 70 when the scoring average mark was a shot and 3/4 over par. He shoots 70. Then today, with scoring conditions easier, he's 4 under par.
Grant, you said one thing that I'd like just to mention, that, you know, winning anywhere is important on the tour and special. This is really special. Great golf course with a great host, greatest in golf, and a great field. It's going to mean a lot to Matt Kuchar if he can continue this and get in the house with this victory.
Charles Schwartzel had the first round lead at 7 under par, but struggled on the weekend. We saw Hunter Mahan in our featured group coverage earlier today. Shot 70. Adam Scott, the Masters champion, the only player with a chance to win the Grand Slam this year. Let's wouldn't leave that out as at least a possibility.
Bud Colley, young man I watched grow up, fined 69 today to get to 1 over par for the tournament.
Bradley and Couples played together with Tiger the first couple of days. Rory McIlroy, fortunate to even be here on the weekend, shot 78 in the first round and then made the cut on the number. Have to see him this weekend in some of our coverage on DirecTV. Scott Stallings matching the best round of the day, but it's Kuchar on top. Thanks to everyone who made the broadcast possible. Our producer Vic Frank, director Mike Arnold, our entire DirecTV crew. For Bill Kratzer and for my partner Mark McCumber, I'm Grant Boone. We hope you enjoyed the coverage from the Memorial, where Matt Kuchar survived a windy weekend and is closing in on his second win of the year. So long from Muirfield Village.